Good morning. Good morning, everybody. It feels like it's been forever since I've been on live, but we are here and we're about to watch Karen Reed today. So first, let me say thank you to everyone who wished me happy birthday over the weekend. I had a great birthday. I was like, I did too much on Saturday and I didn't even do a lot. So much so Sunday, I just wanted to chill and watch my shows. So that's what I did. I just chilled Sunday. I think I had some drinks and that's it. But I was chilling. Good morning, India. Hey, Missy. Hey, Latrice. Hey, Ashley. Are y'all ready to? Hey, Campbell. Are you all ready? Good morning, Erica. Are you ready to tackle this Karen Reed situation? Good morning, Miss Hall. Good morning, Mute. Hey, Kiana. Hi, Landis. Hey, Shalon. Hi, Georgette. Hey, Jasmine. Damn, it's coming so fast. Hey, Nurse K. Hey, Amelia. Hey, Jan, girl. Good morning, Red. Hey, Brianna. Brianna, 7 days. You gone. Hey, EBS. Hey, Carol. Hey, Claudia. Hey, Megan. Okay, y'all. I'm going to tell y'all now. I told the people on TikTok, let me see if my video uploaded. I told TikTok, listen, I'm about to watch the Karen Reed trial, the first one, but don't come over here if you've already seen the trial. Don't come over. If you've already seen it, just keep your opinions. Write them down. Write down your opinions. Good morning, Crystal. Write down your opinions, okay? And then when we get to it, let's circle back. Because I don't need y'all in the comments saying, oh, girl, wait till this next witness come up because we have not seen it. I don't know anything. Good morning, Kay. Kai. Don't be in stress mode, Brianna. Don't be in stress mode. Good morning, Too Pretty. Good morning. Good morning. Oh, I got to put my banner up. She always makes me remember. So don't come in here with that, guys, because it says rewatch, meaning, well, rewatch could mean I'm watching it over, but we have never seen it, okay? We have never seen it. Yes, Megan, come on over to this side. Hey, Brooklyn. Well, Brooklyn, you got me all April, girl. And I'm going to tell y'all, it won't be 10. So I live in an apartment right now. And y'all, the outside of my apartment, it's a parking garage, right? So the air can enter the outside of the apartment. As soon as I step out, the ground is covered in pollen. Okay. And I have two dogs to take out. So we got up on time, but I damn near had to give them a little mini bath just to get the pollen off of them from walking outside and back in. So now we know we gotta do full. It didn't feel like it took me that long. When you on a time crunch, it seems like everything just happening slow. So yeah. Hey Isis, hey Ash, hey Matrisa. I did. Thank you. If it was a sister, we go down this way. Matrisa, I haven't seen the case, so I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Hey, Miss Davis. Y'all, that pollen is so terrible. But when I tell, like, I'm going to put a video on my stories so that you guys can see what I'm talking about. It is so bad. I mean, the ground outside is covered and it's concrete and it's just covered. It's green. So I had to get the dogs ready. If y'all see me, I'm gonna have my smoothies every day because that's just the quickest way for me to make sure I have breakfast. And I got my tea over here, so I'm ready to sit here. I sure am, Kia. I told Mariah, I said I have to go. I really want to see Summer Walker. Mariah has wanted to see Summer. I've seen her before, but I saw her when she was real bad social anxiety, like when she first came out. I think I saw her in 2019. So I'm excited to see her now. They're saying she has more stage presence. So I'm excited to see it. I don't know a lot of Chris Brown songs outside of the ones that came out when I was younger. And hell, who doesn't know residuals? So I'll go for residuals alone. But yeah. So yes, I am going. Hey Shaniqua. Hey Shay. Hold on. Ash, I got to. Yes, Kia, I'm gonna be there. I already told Mariah we'll be there. Is that Truist? Is I didn't see where it was at. India. Is that the Is that where that's the one in Cobb County? Like it's going to be outside at the ballpark? I don't know him back and forth. Like if you were to pull up my library, there's no Chris Brown other than like my little sister made a playlist and he's on there. I don't crave to hear him. I mean, maybe that could change, but yeah, the baseball field. Okay, yeah, okay. Hi, Stephanie. Oh, congratulations, Stephanie. Stephanie, even if, let me just tell you, it's a community here. And last month, we were only on live during the ASAP Rocky case. So just keep coming, girl. Just keep coming. It's like getting to know a family member. The more family reunions you attend, the more people are acclimated with who you are. So come on. Okay, that's what the Braves play. Okay, cool. Hey, Alice. Alice, you did, because I didn't see you. I did not see you when you first came on, but the chat did start moving super fast. I guess it was notifying you guys that I was live because it just started going. Thank you, Crystal. Okay, Crystal said I'm not gonna say anything. I just want to hear your reaction. Again, I don't know anything about this case other than the fact this is a woman out of, I believe it's Boston, who is alleged to have been drunk and hit her boyfriend with her SUV. And he was a police officer, and they're saying that she was framed by other members of law enforcement. That's all I know. That's all I know. So walking in this thing blind. But I did look her so we'll do it every day and we'll do like a recap at the end of what we've listened to. So we'll do a recap, and if y'all want to come up, but we can it might be too soon for coming up because I don't need somebody to get up here and saying, and then did you like, girl, we on day one. We don't even know about that. But yeah, I just know they didn't like start talking about the case. What? Well, let me say this. I'm going to go ahead and prepare to be called everything but a child of God whenever I take like a stance. Right now, there's no stance. We don't know what's going on, right? But as Paige said, and I'm going to forever live by this when I'm watching trials, you walk into a case unbiased, right? Because you don't know what's going on. As both sides start to present evidence, bias starts to form. So we're going to see what bias forms as we watch this case, because Paige said, listen, you're going to form some bias. That's normal. And that's absolutely right. You're going to form bias, but what side is that bias going to lean towards? We're going to see. We are going to see. So I have day one pulled up. I don't even know the attorney's names. Well, no. I Googled it for us just so we can kind of be familiar. Her defense team is spearheaded by Alan Jackson and David, I think it's Yannetti. And they say these are two heavy hitting criminal defense attorneys. So she has the best of the best on her defense team. And as we discussed last night, someone who was an alternate juror on her first trial has joined her defense team. Now, like, what kind of shit is that? This person was could have been one of the people deciding your guilt or innocence. And they ended up being on your defense team. Hey, Aaron. So with Alice, I hope they don't come over here with that. Hey, Jasmine, let's say it again, y'all. Let's say it again. So there was a juror that was an alternate on the first trial, right? That person was just announced as part of her legal team maybe a week or so ago. So, a week or so ago. Okay? Crazy. So just think about this is what I want y'all to think about. When you think about those three jurors that have the YouTube page, the three women, only one of those women actually deliberated. But they're all still cool. Do y'all remember when they said, oh, we would go to birthday parties? Do y'all remember that? Ronnie's World, we haven't even started the trial. Do you guys remember when those ladies said they hung out outside of that trial? I just want to make sure I'm not crazy. I'm not the only one. Do y'all remember those ladies saying that? If I think I heard them say we went to a birthday party. Like, oh, like, okay, y'all remember that? Okay, good. I'm not crazy. So this new member of the defense team it's not unlikely that they also talked to other members of that old jury, that they formed relationships, that they could question, they would be trusted enough to be told, why didn't you vote guilty? What was the missing piece for you? Or if they voted guilty, because I think it was a mistrial, why did you vote the way you voted? Yes. Like, why did you vote the way you vote? And then the defense can say, well, this is where we went wrong. Let's fix this. Like, y'all get what I'm saying? How like much of an advantage I think Karen has now. And again, I don't know anything about this case, but that's an advantage to me. Because if this trial seems to be so, let me tell y'all something else. Don't come in here threatening people, okay? Because I'm going to screenshot your threats, okay? Don't come in here threatening people, because I seen y'all online getting so crazy. Y'all threatening people about a case that has nothing to do with you. Like, please don't do that. Don't come in here doing all that. We just want to watch this damn trial. And this is part of the reason why I feel like it's taken me so long to say, okay, I finally want to watch it. But Lord, someone that I follow, I enjoyed Valerie on Twitter, on X during ASAP, and she watched it, and I was like, okay, her tweets were just so interesting. I'm like, let me go see. Hey, Lynn. Yes. Now I've heard about Judge Bev. I see people have mixed reactions about Judge Bev, but I don't know. So after we watch this first trial, we'll transition, because the new trial is about to start. I don't mind being behind in it. I'm hoping that I can hold on, let me see something real quick, y'all. I want to see some. Oh, damn. Wait a minute. We're good, guys. I don't know why I thought this was like, y'all mean to tell me people out here cutting up like this over a 5-day trial? I just Googled how long was the first Karen Reed trial. It said 5 days. It said 5 days. I thought this trial was at least a couple of weeks. Hell, this trial was shorter than the ASAP Rocky trial. What am I looking at, y'all? Okay, I thought it was a longer trial myself. Hold up. It says the first trial of Karen Reed took place over 5 court days in April 2024. I'm like, you can't get through 90 witnesses. So it was, hold up. Why would they say 5 days? I asked AI. So this is the problem with AI. Why the hell would it say 5 court days? Y'all, it's big as hell. 5 court days. I was like, you mean to tell me it captivated people like this in 5 days? Maybe it was pre-trial. It just said, let me show y'all. I said, how long was the Karen Reed trial? That thing said, I said, how many days was the Karen Reed first trial? Do y'all see that? Big as hell. 5 court days. It says 5 court days. I'm like, what? 5 days? People have been captivated over this trial in 5 days. Alice saying 45 days too. I don't know. I have it on we're gonna watch the Law and Crime replay. Law and Crime channel. So they're really good at making sure we see day 1, day 2. So if I'm not mistaken, when I was in there searching for day 1, I feel like I saw day 60 something. I don't know. I thought I did, but we're gonna see. 10 weeks, 7 to 10 weeks sounds about right. The way people are invested in the case. 5 days, I'm like, damn, what made them, she's not a celebrity. What made them, get so, I hate to say cuckoo, but there's some cuckoo people out there in the can't read universe. Like it's, it's crazy. But people are investing. 4 to 5 days doesn't sound like it could happen that fast. 7 to 10 weeks makes more sense. That makes more sense. So let me share my screen, guys. And let me say this. Karen's hair, baby, my girl, those highlights look beautiful. This is the rewatch of the first trial. This is the rewatch of the first trial because I'd never seen it before. About the weather. Alexandria said it's going to take a long time to catch up. There were a lot of questions, a lot of wasted time on questions about the weather. Brianna, no. I have seen people compare it to OJ's trial. Wait, the new trial will start on ain't April Fool's Day tomorrow? When is April Fool's Day not the 1st of April? Like it starts tomorrow. Okay. Then this is probably going to be the best plan. The new one starts tomorrow. I don't know why I thought jury selection started tomorrow. And I felt with jury selection, I at least had a week or so. Okay, yeah. All right. Hey, Lauren. I know if I thought I had at least a week with jury selection, so at least I can kind of get the gist of what's going on. So I'm gonna just keep with that. So they start jury selection. Okay, great. So I'll just make sure I'm keeping up with that part. But I at least wanted to hear these theories. Hey, Key. Key said her is dry, but it's cute. Karen Reed's hair. I think there are a lot of people that look at her. She doesn't look like someone who would do what she's accused of. I'm interested to see what her social status is in the area, everything. Lauren, I did not go bowling, girl. I did not go you said, oh, good, Crystal. Thank you. Crystal said I have about 3 to 4 weeks before the trial starts. That's the type of time that I need. I did not go bowling, Lauren, but it's okay. It wasn't meant for me to go bowling with that man. It's okay. She does have a temper. Okay, we're gonna see. India, let's not be messy. Let's not be messy this morning. We're gonna leave Teddy Bear and bowling in we're gonna leave him in 2 days ago. Dreamy eyes. We call it. I'm telling y'all, I think I'm gonna run into Teddy Bear one day. I am. Hey, Vitra. Thank you so much, Vitra. Please don't get. Kayla, I didn't want to watch the docs yet because I want to just see the trial. I did not want to. That's been suggested, but I feel like if I watch that stuff and then watch the trial, it's going to taint. It's going to taint how I feel about it. I just wanted to see the case first, and then I'll go watch the other stuff. Erica, forget. I'm not a spinner, but the defense opening started wow. No, y'all. I hope I run into Teddy Bear again so I can have him come on my live. Okay, y'all. So this is the start. Brianna, I wish you wouldn't have said that. It looked like a white on white OJ case because they're going to show the crowd. I wish you wouldn't have said that. Keith, don't come in here talking crazy. Don't do that. Can y'all answer me a question, people? She's been out on bond this whole time, right? No, Brianna, it's nothing coming out. They're just showing the crowd right now. I actually kind of wanted to just see the. Okay, I thought she's been out because I think I saw a picture on X. I was like, not people taking pictures of the lady just out having drinks. Lally, I don't even know who Lally is, Lauren. Oh my, it does, Keith. It really does. It really does. I did want to see, I wanted to see the jury. I mean, not the jury. I want to see the crowd. Why is there a ceiling fan? Hold on. Let me see.
Still have a reasonable doubt remaining.
Have access as invitees or licensees.
Okay, y'all. While we're looking at the ceiling fan, I don't know.
Did assault and beat John O'Keefe with intent to murder such person, and by such assault and battery did kill and murder the said John O'Keefe, and is guilty of murder in the second degree and not in the first degree, in violation of General Law, Chapter 265, Section 1. 002, Karen Reed of Mansfield, County of Bristol, on or about January 29, 2022, at Canton in the County of Norfolk, did operate a motor vehicle upon a way as defined in Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 90, Section 1, or in a place to which the public has a right of access, or upon a way or in a place to which members of the public have access as invitees or licensees, with a percentage by weight of alcohol in their blood of 8/100ths or greater, or while under the influence of intoxicating liquor, and did so operate said motor vehicles that the lives and safety of the public might be endangered, and by such wanton and reckless conduct so described, did cause the death of another person, to wit, John O'Keefe, in violation of General Law, Chapter 265, Section 13.5. 003, Karen Reed of Mansfield in the County of Bristol, on or about January 29, 2022, at Canton in the County of Norfolk, did operate a motor vehicle upon a way or in a place to which the public has a right of access, or upon a way or in a place to which members of the public have access as invitees or licensees, and without stopping and making known her name, residence, and registration number of her motor vehicle, to go away to avoid prosecution or evade apprehension after knowingly colliding with or otherwise causing injury to John O'Keefe, such injuries having resulted in the death of said person in violation of General Law, Chapter 90, Section 24(2)(a)(2). 2. To these indictments, the defendant has pled that she is not guilty and for trial has put herself upon the country which country you are, and you are sworn to try the issue. If she is guilty, you are to say so. If she is not guilty, you are to say so and no more. Jurors hearken to the evidence.
Thank you very much. Will counsel identify yourselves, please, starting with the Commonwealth?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning, Mr. Lally.
Morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor, and ladies and gentlemen of the jury. My name is David Yannetti, and I represent Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Yannetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. All right. Good morning, jurors. Before we begin, I have to ask you 3 questions that I'm going to ask you every single time we meet. The first question is, were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we were last in court? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you. All right, jurors, I'm about to make some preliminary remarks to you to acquaint you with some of the legal principles.
The one thing I can hear that they are in Massachusetts. I can literally hear it. I think sometimes I say words and people can tell that I'm from the South. And maybe depending on where I am in the South, they can probably point out, are you from Memphis or Tennessee? Because when she just said remarks, I could hear the Boston in there. Yes, Jasmine. As soon as she said that, I could hear where she is. This trial seemed too serious. You think so, Ash? I don't know. The way they say they go back at it, we're gonna see. We're gonna see. But y'all, I wanted to ask this too. Is this the thank you, Montresa? Is this the thank you for the super chat? Is this Judge Bev, y'all? So they're gonna have the same judge. I want to make sure that I got these names right, because now I've seen Attorney Jackson, Yannetti, and there I saw the young lady. They all talk like that. Baby, they're from Boston. I can hear it. So, yes, same judge. Okay, thank you, guys.
Procedure and terminology that you'll hear about during the course of the trial. But these comments are not intended to be a substitute for the more detailed instructions on the law, which I will give you at the conclusion of the case. This is the trial of a criminal case, as you've heard, and you've heard that the defendant is charged with second-degree murder. She's also charged with manslaughter while operating under the influence and leaving the scene after causing personal injury or death. I will describe in detail at the end of the case each of these indictments when I teach you the law, but briefly, murder is the unlawful killing of a human being. In order to prove the defendant guilty of second-degree murder, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed an unlawful killing and that it was done with malice. In comparison, manslaughter while operating under the influence is an unintentional, unlawful killing caused by wanton or reckless conduct while under the influence of intoxicating liquor. Again, these terms and elements of the crimes, including the additional crime of leaving the scene of an accident after causing personal injury or death, will be described for you in detail at the end of the case. Please remember that the defendant starts this trial presumed to be innocent. The fact that she was arrested or that she was indicted is not proof of anything. An indictment is just a piece of paper. It just makes an accusation. So it's merely a formal manner of accusing a person of a crime to bring her to trial in the Superior Court. But it is only the jury, in other words, you folks, who can decide whether the prosecution has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt. If the Commonwealth does not do that, then the presumption of innocence alone requires you to find the defendant not guilty. The law does not require a defendant to prove her innocence, to produce any evidence whatsoever, or to do anything other than attend the trial. This presumption of innocence remains with the defendant until you, the jury, make your determination after listening and considering all the evidence. What is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? The term is often used and probably pretty well understood, though it is not easily defined.
Ash, I'm so happy you got your shirt, girl. I'm so happy you got your shirt. So if you order shirts from my first pre-order, then I sent everybody shirts last week. You should start receiving them in the mail from USPS. So yay, I'm glad you got your shirt, Ash. I'm glad you got it.
Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt. For everything in the lives of human beings is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. A charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if, after you have compared and considered all of the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. When we refer to moral certainty, we mean the highest degree of certainty possible in matters relating to human affairs, based solely on the evidence that has been put before you in this case. I have told you that every person is presumed to.
First of all, y'all remember y'all were on live line mail. You got to make sure you have a thank you card. Child, I got ready to mail them out, and I said, "Damn, I don't have thank you cards." So I had to handwrite the thank you card. So if you got one in this first batch, it's a handwritten thank you card, okay? But I had to say thank you. Next time I'll have some printed out because, yeah, I wasn't thinking about that.
To be innocent until he or she is proved guilty, and that the burden of proof is on the prosecutor. If you evaluate all the evidence and you still have a reasonable doubt remaining, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to establish a probability, even a strong probability, that the defendant is more likely to be guilty than not guilty. That is not enough. Instead, the evidence must convince you of the defendant's guilt to a reasonable and moral certainty, a certainty that convinces your understanding and satisfies your reason and judgment as jurors who are sworn to act conscientiously on the evidence. That is what we mean by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, our system of justice depends on judges like me and jurors like you being able and willing to make careful and fair decisions. All people deserve fair and equal treatment in our system of justice, regardless of their race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. You have agreed to be fair, and I'm sure you want to be fair, but that is not always easy. One difficulty comes from our own built-in expectations and assumptions. They exist even if we're not aware of them, and even if we believe we do not have them. Some of you may have heard this called implicit bias, and that is what I'm talking about. Of course, we judges have the same problem as everyone else, so let me share a few strategies that we have found useful. First, slow down. Do not...
Hold on, Emily, you may have already watched the trial, and maybe that's the title may have brought you here. I don't know. If you watch the trial, Emily, don't give any spoilers, because your comment makes me feel like you have watched this trial, because the judge talking about being fair. Yeah, yes, Emily. Because we haven't watched it, but I could tell you've seen it before, Emily, just from that. Valerie, I was telling them that some of your stuff on X made me like, okay, I really want to go watch it now, because like, let me see what all of this fuss is about. So I'm ready.
Rush to a decision. Hasty decisions are more likely to reflect stereotypes or hidden biases. Second, keep an open mind. Avoid drawing conclusions until the end of the case.
And I'm going to say, I know it may seem like a lot what she's doing right now, but I'm not really mad at her giving these instructions to the jury, because I am not me over here listening like I'm in the jury bench, okay? I can appreciate her going through this. Oh God, Kaylane, fight hard, friend.
When you and your fellow jurors deliberate, remember that when you deliberate, you will have all the evidence and all the time you need to make a careful decision. So there truly is no need to start making up your mind before then. Third, you should listen closely to all the witnesses. That is the best way to ensure that you decide this case based on the evidence and the law, instead of upon unsupported assumptions. Fourth, as you listen to the testimony about the people involved in this case, consider them as individuals rather than as members of a particular group. Finally, I might ask myself, would I view the evidence differently if the people were from different groups, such as different racial, ethnic, or gender identity groups? At the end of the case, I will remind you of these strategies and ask you to focus on the evidence instead of any unsupported assumptions you may have. All we ask is that you, individually and as a group, do your best to resolve this case based upon the evidence and the law, without sympathy, bias, or prejudice to the best of your ability as human beings. Now, when I finish with these initial instructions, Mr. Lally will make his opening statement. Ms. Gianetti can choose to make an opening statement or not, because the defendant has no burden of proof and doesn't have to prove anything. Her lawyer doesn't even need to make an opening statement. An opening statement is a summary of what the lawyer expects the evidence at trial.
Okay, I'm gonna stop it again to say I appreciate all of this, but this feels like something she should have read before they came out. I appreciate it though, right? Because I do think people, the general public, we need to understand the things that she's saying. But it kind of feels like something they could have read, right when they popped in today. Sit down, but I ain't mad.
It is intended to introduce the main issues in the case. Next, the prosecution will introduce evidence in support of the charges in the indictments. After that, the defendant may present evidence on her behalf if she wishes to do so, but
Key, and you be careful out there in X world, because I just know this case is going to get some legendary tweets from you. You be careful out there in X world, Key, because Lord, don't have us have to send all the millionaires to come over there on X, because they are crazy on X about this case. Absolutely is. I've seen some really terrible tweets about this case.
again, she is not obligated to do so. Remember, the burden of proof is always on the Commonwealth to prove that the defendant is guilty. The law does not require any defendant to prove her innocence or to produce any evidence at all. After all the evidence, each side will have an opportunity to offer you closing arguments about what conclusions you might draw from the evidence. Like the opening statements, the closing arguments are not evidence. They're merely intended to help you understand the respective contentions of the parties. Finally,
time out. I just saw someone say Emily D. Baker gives good summaries. No, baby, Lauren, we are not like that over here, girl. We love other creators, okay? This is not a creator hater place, baby. Emily, I feel like now that you guys are saying that, I feel like someone recommended I come to your channel to watch the Karen Reed like for me to speed it up, but I wanted to watch the trial before I started watching creators, just so I can form my own opinion from the evidence presented, and then go see, okay, what are people saying about the case? So that might be it. So welcome, Emily. Let me make sure I'm subbed, because I either screenshotted it or something, but I feel like someone on X may have recommended it. No, Lauren, no disrespect, girl. We all are out here in this creator world. No, ma'am. Put me on another creator. I'm gonna make sure I go Trial. And the lawyer, I love him. They told me to go watch him too. So I saved his Karen Reed stuff, but I have not watched it simply because I wanted to watch the case first. And then after watching the case, then let me go. I like the summaries, but it's why I can't cheat on tests, girl. I need to make sure I understand it for myself. But they told me about the lawyer, too. So I have saved him as well. Hey, Shani.
after all the evidence and the lawyer's arguments, I will instruct you in detail on the principles of law which you are to apply in your deliberations when you retire to consider your verdict. Your verdict must be unanimous. You see that we have many of you. We have 17 of you, and only 12 will ultimately decide this case. And that's done at the end of the case. We impanel so many jurors in a case that's going to take a long time in case something comes up and a juror can't complete his or her service. Let me talk briefly about our respective roles in this case. As the judge, my responsibility is to see to it that this case is tried in an orderly, fair, and efficient manner. It's also my function to decide any questions of law that come up during the trial and to instruct you about the law that applies to this case. It is your duty to accept the law as I stated to you, whether you agree with it or not. The jury's function. You folks are the most important people in this courtroom. You determine the facts of this case. You are the sole and exclusive judges of the facts. You alone determine what evidence to believe, how important any evidence is that you do believe, and what conclusions all the believable evidence leads you to. You will have to consider and weigh the testimony of all the witnesses who will appear before you, and you alone will determine whether to believe any witness and the extent to which you believe any witness. You can believe all of what a witness says, some of it, or none of it. It's entirely up to you. It is part of your responsibility to resolve any conflicts in the testimony that may arise during the course of the trial and to determine where the truth lies. Ultimately, you must determine whether or not the Commonwealth has proved the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. The lawyers have their own important role in this trial. They are, of course, advocates. Their job is to bring to your attention the evidence and arguments that best support their position. They may also object to evidence offered by the other side that may not be admissible under our rules of evidence. Similarly, we may engage in sidebar conferences over here out of your hearing. They're not intended to keep secrets from you, but to allow the lawyers a little more time to argue their points so that I can rule on what you may consider as evidence. If I agree with an objection to a question during trial, I will use the term sustained. You are then to disregard that question, and you're not to speculate as to what the answer might have been. In the same way, you are to disregard any evidence that I tell you is stricken from the record. If I reject or overrule an objection, I will allow the witness to answer the question, and you may consider that answer. But you're not to give that answer any more weight than you would have had no objection been made. Please do not hold it against the lawyers if they make an objection. That's part of the lawyer's job. The lawyers have to let me know when there's a potential issue about the admissibility of certain evidence of law under our laws. You must decide this case solely in the evidence presented in the courtroom, and this will include the sworn testimony of witnesses and may also include exhibits that are admitted into evidence, any facts which I tell you may have been agreed upon by both sides, and any facts which I indicate to you that you may take as a matter of common knowledge. Question to witnesses, no matter how artfully phrased, are not evidence. Only the answers that you receive from the witnesses who are testifying under oath are evidence. If one of the lawyers or I refer to some part of the evidence that does not coincide with your own recollection, it is your collective recollection which you are to follow in your deliberations. In this case, I'll allow you folks to take notes. Any jurors who wish to take notes during the course of the trial, except during opening statements and closing arguments, because again, those aren't evidence, we'll hand out notebooks after the openings this morning so that you can take notes. They'll be provided to you daily. Your notebooks will be collected every day. They'll be kept locked up and confidential, and they're destroyed at the end of the trial. You're not required to take notes. The choice is completely up to you. Some jurors may feel that notes are helpful, particularly if the case involves many witnesses or complicated issues. Notes also can help you to remember specific testimony or evidence.
Erin, what is the lady doing with this device over her mouth? Is she talking into the mic? Is she talking into that device? That's what that's what Lynn said. Lynn said, "You folks, or am I tripping?" It's a transcriber. That's why I was wondering. I was like, what is she doing? Is she talking into the device? And it's okay. Got it.
Such as times, places, dates, names, relationships, events, distances, things of that nature. Other jurors may feel that note-taking is a distraction and may interfere with hearing and evaluating the evidence. If you do take notes, I suggest you keep them brief. They are not and cannot be considered official transcripts of the trial testimony. However, bear in mind that although the court reporter is recording everything that transpires here, we do not have the capability of providing you with a transcript of the testimony at the conclusion or any time during the trial. So you will have to rely on your own memories of the testimony, perhaps supplemented by your notes. Regardless of whether or not you take notes,
did.
remember that how a witness testifies may be just as important as what he or she says. Therefore, your observations of the witness's appearance and demeanor on the witness stand may play an important part in your assessment of his or her credibility. So please do not let your note-taking distract you from an appreciation of all the evidence. Now, I'm going to address the issue of public interest in this case again, and the duty of this court and this jury to adhere to the rule of law because it is so very important. Remember, John Adams said that we are a government of laws, not of men, and that the law must be deaf to the clamoring of the public. He meant that while public opinion about a given subject may ebb and flow, the law must be steady, reliable, and even-handed. We know that on the subject of this case, there are people advocating for one outcome or another with intensity, but without the benefit of having heard or seen any evidence at all. The law works in a different way, and the difference is crucial to our system of justice. This jury will decide. This jury selected for this trial will hear and judge the evidence. You will decide what the facts are, and where the evidence is contested, you will determine where the truth lies. Ultimately, this jury, you folks, will decide whether the Commonwealth has carried its burden of proving that the defendant is guilty of any crime beyond a reasonable doubt. People outside of this building have rights, and we know that they have voices, but this trial will be decided by you, an independent jury, free from outside interference, based only upon the evidence presented in this courtroom and the law. This is the only way to ensure that every person who comes before the court receives a fair trial. It is just that simple and that important. So, while public comment will likely continue, you must ignore it so that in this courtroom, the rule of law will be upheld. This means that during the trial, until you retire to deliberate, you must not discuss this case with anyone. This includes family and friends, and even your fellow jurors, nor should you allow anyone to communicate with you about any aspect of this case. You must not conduct any independent research about this case, the matters in this case, the individuals involved in this case. In other words, you must not consult the internet, including social media, and do anything else to find out any information from any source outside the confines of this courtroom. As best as you recognize them, please have no contact with any of the participants in this trial or anyone associated with either side, including the lawyers. Please do not visit any locations that may be mentioned during the trial. We will go on a view, and I will discuss that with you before we go. Remember, you were instructed that you must not, and you assured us that you would not, read, watch, or listen to any account of any aspect of this case in any news media or from any other source. It is critical that you follow that instruction, as hard as it's going to be. Finally, please continue to keep an open mouth. Now, I know that you will try this case according to the oath that you have taken as jurors. When you took that oath, you promised that you would well and truly try the issues between the Commonwealth and the defendant according to the evidence and the law. If you follow that oath, approach this case with an open mind, and make your decisions fairly and without prejudice, bias, or sympathy for anyone, then you will arrive at a true and just verdict. And that's what we ask of you. So with that, it's time for opening statements. And whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, so no, we're not. We're just now getting to opening statements. But again, I appreciate Judge Bev. I appreciate explaining to the jury what they're supposed to do. A lot of people think I just go in there and this is what I feel. So I'm not mad about it. I just kind of felt like that's something she could have done, when they first came. But I also understand filming it to make sure that, we all see that she did it too. Has it been for? Yeah. Well, maybe about 30 minutes. Maybe about 30 minutes of that. It was about 30 minutes. Yeah, that is insane, Aaron. Aaron says sitting the victim's family right next to the defense table is insane, and I agree. Yeah, Emily, that's probably what it is. It had to be on the record. I'm not mad about it. I'm not mad. Okay, here we go, y'all. Opening statements.
And I ask only that you keep your voice up, please.
Do my best. Good morning. So as Her Honor was telling you, this is one of the two opportunities that I will get to address. The first of which right now, essentially what I'm going to attempt to do, and I know you heard over the course of the impoundment process a number of different witnesses that were listed out as far as potential witnesses in this case. So what my intent here is to provide as much of a roadmap as I can through those waters and help you to navigate sort of who these people are and what relation they have to this case. We start with John O'Keefe. John O'Keefe grew up in Braintree. He was 46 years old when he passed. He was the son of John O'Keefe Jr. and Margaret or Peggy O'Keefe. He was a brother to Paul O'Keefe and to his sister, Kristen Furbush. Kristen was married, and so John's brother-in-law was a man named Stephen Furbush. And they had two children who were very young in 2013. Now in 2013, Kristen, unfortunately, tragically passed away, succumbing to cancer in November of 2013. Within months of that, Mr. O'Keefe's brother-in-law and Kristen's husband, Stephen, passed away as well. Now, initially, when John O'Keefe's sister passed away, sort of the initial plan for that situation was that John O'Keefe was going to move in with Stephen Furbush and kids and assist as far as raising them. And then when Stephen passed away a few months after his wife, before those plans could be finalized, John O'Keefe then moved in with his niece and nephew and assumed the parental role and assumed legal guardianship with respect to both of those children. Now, he was assisted in this by a great number of people within the town of Canton where the Furbushes lived and where John moved into, the home with the two children there. There were other parents within the neighborhood, other parents within the children's age group. You'll hear from a number of them over the course of this trial, but they included Mrs. Carrie Roberts and Mrs. Jennifer McKay. They helped Mr. O'Keefe out during those initial stages and during the time that he assumed this role. He also got help from his work. John O'Keefe was a proud member of the Boston Police Department, had been for many years. He had been a patrolman prior to moving in with children and assuming this sort of role. Boston Police Department helped him greatly as far as positioning him into more of a desk role, working in the sex offender unit with more regular hours to sort of assimilate himself to this new life and this new role that he assumes with these children. Initially, John O'Keefe lived in the house with kids. However, in 2018, they moved into a new home, sort of a new home that they could have as their own. That home is located also within the town of Canton, sort of on the Stoughton side of Canton at One Meadows Avenue. John O'Keefe raised these children, assuming guardianship for them for about 8 years. His niece was the elder of the two, was about 14 at the time that John O'Keefe died. And his nephew was about 11 years old at the time that John O'Keefe died. January 28th, 2022 was a relatively typical day. It was a Friday going into a Saturday of January 29th. Sort of typical in the sense of most sort of suburban parents. There were a lot of activities, weekend sports, practices, games, things of that nature that the O'Keefe and Furbush family had to look forward to. One little difference when it came to that particular day of January 28th and the 29th is the weather. So there had been predicted and there was going to be a snowstorm, an insignificant one. A blizzard essentially was coming in overnight that Friday and the Saturday, lasting through most of the day on Saturday the 29th. And as a result of that, Most of those sort of typical, weekend routine activities that would keep most people, including those within the town, Canton busy, have been canceled ahead of time. Everybody knew what was coming. Everybody knew essentially you weren't going to leave your house all that much the following day. Now, also on January 28th, Mr. O'Keefe had received some news in respect to his niece. So his niece and her best friend were in 8th grade at the time, going into high school in the fall of 2022. They had both applied to a private school called Dashcam, and they had both found out on the 28th that they had been accepted to that school. So the friend, as well as her father, a gentleman by the name of Michael Camerano, who's both he and his wife, Catherine Camerano, were friendly with John O'Keefe. They had children around the same ages as both.
Whoever told me I was going to need a whiteboard to remember all of these damn names, you're absolutely correct. I feel like he has said 10 names since he got up here. I'm going to have to go back and write down all of these names, because whoever said that, you were right. And I'm taking notes, but I'm like, oh, it's okay. I don't need to know these names. Yes, you do, because he keeps saying all of these things. I don't, this is a lie. Brandy Churchwell has a chart. I'm going to have to go get the chart. I'm going to need the chart.
John's niece and his nephew, and they had come over to their house on Meadows Ave that evening to celebrate the girls getting into that school. The nephew of John, the 11-year-old, was sleeping over a friend's house that night. He left that home sometime around 7 p.m. or so, got picked up, and he went to sleep over at his friend's house. John O'Keefe and Michael Camerano then decided to travel out to a local establishment on Washington Street called C.F. McCarthy's Bar and Restaurant. You're going to hear testimony, and you're going to see surveillance video, and you're going to see receipts and all kinds of things from a variety of different establishments, all sort of located within Camden Center along that strip in Washington Street. Now, they get Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano leave the girls at home. They then go to C.F. McCarthy's, arriving there sometime between 7:30 and 8 p.m. They eventually cajole another friend of theirs, Mr. Kurt Roberts, to come out to the bar and join them as well. And there's some other people that are located within the bar, including Mr. James Sullivan, who we hear from, who was present at the bar that night as well. Eventually, the defendant, Karen Reed, joins them at this establishment, C.F. McCarthy's, sometime just before 9 p.m. Now, John O'Keefe and Karen Reed had met sometime in 2004. They had dated briefly during that time and reconnected sometime around March of 2020, around the time of the COVID-19 sort of pandemic shutdown. They had started dating around that time period, or reconnected during that time period, and the defendant had stayed at the house in Canton several nights a week. She had helped out with the children. In the month or so leading up to Mr. O'Keefe's death, the relationship soured. You will see text messages between Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed to that effect. You will hear testimony from the children, from John's niece and nephew, in regard to things they observed within that relationship. And you'll hear testimony from other individuals as far as their observations or things that they heard. Turning to January 29th, 2022. Just after 6 a.m., the Canton Police Department receives a 911 call from a woman reporting a male party, subsequently identified as John O'Keefe, found in the snow outside a residence at 34 Fairview Road. At the time, as I mentioned, blizzards that had been predicted was occurring, heavy snow, temperatures in the teens, wind bustling around. Officer Stephen Saraf and Officer Stephen Mulaney of the Canton Police were dispatched along with Canton Fire and EMS, and you'll hear from them in regard to their response and what they observed on scene. In particular, with Officer Saraf, he'll have as an exhibit, anticipates a cruiser camera video from his cruiser detailing or memorializing sort of his response in the darkness, in the blizzard type conditions as he's driving from the Canton Police Station, where he was located when he received the call, to 34 Fairview Road. When they arrived there, they observed three individuals, three females, sort of off to the left side of the property. When I say the left side of the property, I mean if you're standing out in the street facing 34 Fairview Road, off to the left side of the property, there's a flagpole, there's a fire hydrant, there's some bushes. That is where Mr. O'Keefe is located. To the right side of the property is sort of the driveway and the mailbox, other things that you'll become familiar with through photographic evidence and other means, of course, of this trial. The three females that the officers observed there were then identified as the defendant, Karen Reed, Mrs. Jennifer McCabe, who had received a phone call earlier in the morning from the defendant, as well as Mrs. Terry Roberts, who had also received a phone call early that morning from the defendant. The several firefighters from the Canton Fire Department you'll hear from in regards to their observation.
Okay, let's take a pause, guys. Take a pause just to say, so Aaron is saying some additional context that we won't see throughout the trial, but does sway public opinion, is a case, I believe, is Sandra Birchmore. And she says the involvement of a Canton police PD officer who was indicted after the trial. So we'll look that case up. I'm sure I'll talk about it later tonight. And then we had this is the prosecutor, Brianna. And then we have had Emily give some creators that you can watch that does have some breakdowns that I'm going to go look at as well. The TikTok creator Gooj, I guess that's it, Gooj. You can look there. And Valerie is saying if you watch the breakdowns before witness testimony, it's helpful too. So you do have breakdowns available to go and look at. I'm going to probably watch them after I get done streaming, but I am trying to, take notes so I can keep up with what's going on. No, Gary, this is fresh. Hold on, Barchi, stop. This is a fresh trial. I mean, this is fresh for me. I don't know anything. So we're watching, trying to see what's going on.
Of injuries, abrasions, and lacerations to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe. You hear their testimony in regard to swelling of his eyes. Other injuries that he observed, they observed redness from the cold that he had been lying out in for some time. You'll hear the testimony from these firefighters, Timothy Nuttall, Anthony Flamati, Matthew Kelly, Francis Walsh, Katie McLaughlin, and Greg Woodville. And at least from three of those firefighters, you'll hear testimony anticipates detailing statements that the defendant made to them when they had asked about the origination of some of those injuries. The defendant stated repeatedly, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Mr. O'Keefe was then taken from the front lawn onto what they call a scoop stretcher. As he's doing that, I anticipate you'll hear Ms. Roberts' testimony. From three of those firefighters, you'll hear testimony anticipates detailing statements that the defendant made to them when they had asked about the origination of some of those injuries. The defendant stated repeatedly, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Mr. O'Keefe was then taken from the front lawn onto what they call a scoop stretcher. As he's doing that, I anticipate you'll hear Ms. Roberts' testimony that despite the 6 inches of snow approximately that was on top of Mr. O'Keefe's body and the snow throughout the roadway, front yard, everywhere around where he was, there was grass underneath Mr. O'Keefe, where his cell phone was located underneath his body as he lay on that front lawn. He was then transported by firefighters Kelly, Flamati, and Nuttall, as well as the ambulance being driven by firefighter McLaughlin to the Good Samaritan Medical Center. Once there are some observations, and you'll hear testimony from Dr. Justin Rice from that facility as far as observations consistent with what I anticipate you'll hear from those firefighters. But then there is a certain warming procedure that they go through trying to bring his body temperature up. Because when Mr. O'Keefe arrives at the Good Samaritan Medical Center, his body temperature is 80. And after those resuscitative efforts prove unsuccessful, Mr. O'Keefe is eventually pronounced by Dr. Rice at approximately 7:50. Shortly after that, when the defendant is then being driven away from the scene by Ms. Roberts, who is now going to go pick up Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe, Jonathan's parents in Braintree, and then bring them to the Samaritan Medical Center in Brockton, the defendant makes some statements of self-harm. As a result of that, she's then transported to the Good Samaritan Medical Center as well by two firefighters named Daniel Whitley and Jason Becker. And amongst the statements that they gained from the defendant as they're having a conversation with her in regard to that, in regard to her treatment and diagnosis, she indicates that the last that she saw Mr. O'Keefe, they had gotten into an argument before he had gotten out of the car in front of Fairview Road. Now, you'll also hear testimony from some of the other first responding officers from the Canton Police Department, including Lieutenant Paul Gallagher, Sergeant Sean Good, and Sergeant Michael Lenk, in regard to their initial response, their observations, people that they spoke to, where they went, and their ability to recover within these blizzard conditions that are still ongoing, certain pieces of evidence that they located in around the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found. You'll also hear from Lieutenant Charles Ray of the Canton Police Department, who was tasked with, at this point in time, the Canton Police were unaware that the nephew was over at a sleepover. They were unaware that Mr. Camerano had come over to the residence on Meadows Ave and picked up the niece, bringing her back to his house as she was left unattended when the defendant left to go looking for Mr. O'Keefe. So unaware of that, they go do a well-being check at approximately 8:22 in the morning. And they also have cruiser camera video attached to their cruising. You'll see that video of, and when they pull into the driveway at Meadows Ave, approximately 8:22 in the morning, they pull in directly behind where eventually you'll hear Ms. McCabe left the defendant's vehicle after driving it from her house to Meadows Ave in search of Mr. O'Keefe. And you'll have that footage, and you'll be able to see the back of the defendant's vehicle, specifically the right rear taillight of that. Now, you'll also hear testimony, as I mentioned, from the Cameranos, from Mr. Roberts, from Mr. So. Also, they were all present with the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe at C.F. McCarthy's. You'll hear testimony from a number of other individuals who were at the Waterfall. The Waterfall is a bar located across the street, essentially, from C.F. McCarthy's on Washington Street in Canton Center, and somewhere that Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant went after leaving C.F. McCarthy's at approximately 11 p.m. Now, from that establishment, you'll hear from Rebecca Traers, who was working as a bartender at the Waterfall that evening. You'll hear from a couple named Nicholas and Karina Polakaitis, who were friends of friends, who had known Mr. O'Keefe through their daughter around the same age as Mr. O'Keefe's niece. Mrs. Polakaitis had some conversation with the defendant that evening, as well as herself and Mrs. McCabe at the Waterfall. She left around the same time as they did. She parked on Washington Street around the same area as Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed did, specifically in Ms. Reed's car. And she observed Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant walking toward the defendant's vehicle, and specifically the defendant walking towards the driver's side. Now, you'll hear testimony from a Christopher and Julie Albert, who were people who were at one point neighbors of Mr. O'Keefe. They knew him well from being neighbors of him. Christopher Albert owns a pizza shop, also located within that Canton Center area. Mr. O'Keefe, earlier in the day of the 28th, had been into that pizza shop along with his nephew to get his nephew a slice. Christopher Albert and Mr. O'Keefe had some conversation regarding what they were doing that night, and it's Christopher Albert who actually texts Mr. O'Keefe and indicates that they're over at the Waterfall and that he should come over shortly before Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant make their way from C.F. McCarthy's home. Now, Christopher Albert left directly from the Waterfall and went home. He lives sort of walking distance away from them. His wife, Julie Albert, had left earlier in the evening. There was a band playing at the Waterfall that night. Julie Albert started to get a migraine, and she left before most of the group. Included within that group, and sort of how they came to the Waterfall, the Albert family in particular, Julie Albert went there along with her sister-in-law, Nicole Albert, as well as her niece, Caitlin Albert, her niece's boyfriend. And
I'm gonna tell you my problem here. My problem with his opening is too confusing. Like I think telling us, if he would have just said, I have witnesses that will testify to boom, 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 I would have preferred that over saying all of these names and so-and-so was walking like I don't like his opening. I there's no way for me to put it other than I don't like it so far. I'm getting lost in the story because there are so many names, and I think he's trying to give you every detail. Tell me what happened. Okay, I've got witnesses who texted the defendant and the victim, and they said this, that, and the third. This is what happened next. Give me a better timeline. Exactly. The problem that I have, and I love watching opening statements because that's the time you get them fired up. What story are you about to tell me? And I think he is missing it the way he is telling it, Brianna said, not gonna lie. We can really skip him as a whole. She said, I'm not gonna lie, he's got me zoomed out. This feels like pre-trial. If I was the jury, I'd be like, you're not talking to me. She said, Mama T said he's losing her. Aaron said, I don't even know that a lot of these people come up during trial outside of those who were there the evening of. And maybe that's the problem. For me, I am, if you're a person that you really try to listen with intent, having to remember all of these names, I can't tell you one person's name he said since this. I mean, I can tell you some details of what happened, where people saw them, but I can't remember the names. There are too many names to keep up with, and I feel like he should have left that out. Key, you ain't missed the thing, child. We're trying to get through this. We're trying to get through the state's opening right now. She says she's been on TikTok looking for character charts and summary. I can watch this or simply him. I can't watch. What she said? I can't watch this or I think it's him. It's him, Key. I think it's him. Hey, Summer. I think it's him, Key. Half of the names he said are irrelevant. And Gary, that's what they're saying. But y'all know I just can't skip. Not if I'm going to be talking about it. I'm going to be messed up if I skip. Half of the people aren't important, Shallant. You're probably right. I understand that he's trying to humanize the victim by identifying relationships. Do you think so? Aaron, I feel you there at the start of his opening. I thought he did a really great job. At first, it was a lot, but I understood why he went through all of the loss that occurred that led to John being the guardian of his niece and nephew. That humanized him. I get that, because even I'm listening like, damn, he lost all of these deaths happen, which make me not only feel bad for John, but his parents sitting over there, because they went through all of this loss. I liked that part, right? All of the rest of it, I don't know if I'm getting relationships because I'm trying to keep up with all the people, but I get what you're saying. A lot of people knew him. He was hanging out. I do get that. I just don't know if I would categorize it as him humanizing him, because for me, now that you said, I'm like, okay, but that wasn't my initial thought. You know what I'm saying? That wasn't my initial thought that, oh, this is a tactic to humanize him again. You're an attorney, so you see it differently. But girl, I felt the leading up to why he had him and the kids getting into to private school and everything. Like, okay, yeah. Now I'm just like, sir, hold up. He's not doing a good job. She said, yes, Aaron, that is it. Aaron just said it, y'all. Aaron said yes. That's why I say he's not doing a good job. He's getting too caught up in identifying who the people are instead of making it clear that he was a beloved friend, family member, and community member. Yes. I couldn't have said it better, Aaron. I could not have said it better. I could not have said that better. That's what I wish he would have done. Because saying, oh, the so-and-so's, the Alberts, they came, and then these people came. No, like, talk about it. We're discussing it. The jury, maybe they'll discuss this when they get to the back, but this is exactly it. All of the names are confusing. Like, don't focus on who the people are. Focus on what John meant to those people. I like that. I don't know if he's trying to be her. This prosecutor, they said he was replaced in the second trial. And being, Erica, okay. There's a fine line between being informative and being annoyingly long-winded. Yes, I think his story is just not landing for me. I mean, we're discussing it so we get what his intent is, but I'm with Aaron. I wish he would have gone about it another way.
Morris, and they had had dinner at the waterfall earlier in that evening. Now, Nicole Albert lives at 34 Fairview Road. She has a husband named Brian Albert, who's also a Boston police officer. Brian Albert had gone with a friend of his, who's also in law enforcement, a man named Brian Higgins. And they had gone separately, but had come home together from a funeral for a fallen police officer in New York City. They came home early to sort of beat the weather, and eventually they meet up with Brian Albert's family at the waterfall. Now, Tristan Morris, who was Caitlin Albert's boyfriend, had left the waterfall at some point in the evening. He then returns later to the residence on Fairview Road and picks up Caitlin Albert and brings her home. All of this is in relation to Brian Albert and Nicole Albert's son, Brian Albert Jr., whose birthday was coming up the follling day.
See, this is too much. This is my problem with him. Did you hear this? He said he's talking about them coming from New York from a fallen police officer's funeral. They want to beat the weather. They beat the weather only for them to get home and then go meet the people at the waterfall. Then he picks up the wife. And then he starts talking about the son's, Brian Albert Jr., his birthday, which happens to be the next day. Like, I think a lot of this could have come out through the witnesses. And maybe she said, I'm saved. But yes, like, it's just a lot.
So he had been back at the house at 34 Fairview while his family was out at the waterfall. He had a number of friends that had come over that evening to celebrate his birthday with him. Now, among those friends was two individuals named Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel.
Hold on, y'all. Gwen, let me let you know, Gwen, because you said, wow, catching a new channel, watching from day one. Gwen, let me give you a disclaimer. Because, Gwen, it sounds like you've watched this case before. I don't know anything, Gwen. So, all we ask, if you have watched the trial already, is to come in and don't spoil it. You can comment on people, but we don't want comments like, oh my God, wait till he interviews officer somebody and this comes out. Just don't do that, girl. But have a ball in the chat. Just no spoilers, because I really have not watched anything. I haven't watched any recaps or anything. I'm like, this is it. Valerie, I told them you made me want to watch it, friend. I said I wasn't really going to get into it. I said, once I decided I wanted to see it, and then I saw your tweets, and I was crying laughing at your tweets. I said, I got to go watch. So have fun, Gwen. Just no spoilers.
And they were at the residence at 34 Fairview for a good portion. Now, those individuals from the waterfall that leave and then come to 34 Fairview, they do so sometime shortly after.
Gwen.
Shortly after midnight is when it starts to snow. Flurries are starting to come down. Snow is starting to stick to some degree to the road, to the front lawn, to grassy areas around town. Now, from that group, the group that goes back is obviously Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, as they live there. Caitlin Albert, because it's her parents and her boyfriend is picking her up, as well as Jennifer McCabe, who is Nicole Albert's sister, and her husband, Matthew. They go back to that, and there's an open invitation to essentially anybody that's there. John O'Keefe takes them up. There's certain text messages and phone conversations between John O'Keefe and Jennifer McCabe as to where this house is located, as he's never been there before. And then he and the defendant drive in the defendant's vehicle to 34 Fairview. And once there are several witnesses from within the home that observe the vehicle.
Okay, so for people that may not be listening to him fully, and for you all that have watched, this is where you can step in. So they left the bar It ended up at a house party. This girl said, we don't care about that, Albert. Key, I'm not playing with you. So they left the bar and they ended up at a house party, y'all. Y'all can chime in now. Lauren, the names are crazy. Yes, just say it sounds like that, but I want to be sure. It sounds like they're at this bar and they say, hey, let's go over to this house and we're gonna it's a party, or we're gonna all go leave the bar and go here. Got it. Thank you guys. Brian Albert, I did catch that. It was Brian's house. They were selling. Okay, now the son's birthday ties in. There you go, Crystal. Okay, thank you. Oh hell, Alice. Okay, we're gonna debate, Alice. We're gonna debate that after we hear the defense's side of it. Alice said they didn't. Karen sent John in, but they went to the party though. That's what we wanted to do. Fairview Lane. Okay, I like y'all. Okay, so I'm making y'all know I'm keeping notes. I'm gonna put Albert's house, aka Fairview Lane. Because we need to understand over here, Fairview Lane. They leave the bar and they go to the Albert's house, aka Fairview Lane. It was the son's B-Day. Now I get why they brought in the son, talked about the son. They're okay, 34 Fairview Road. This is why I like watching trial with y'all. Because we need to know what's going on over here. They drove to the house where the party was happening. Karen didn't go inside. Okay, we're going to see. All right, let's go.
Parked in. So I mentioned earlier there are two females that were with Brian Albert Jr. at the house, one of them being Julie Nick. At some point, she had called her brother, Mr. Ryan, for a ride home. He then gets a ride from his friends, Ricky Antonio, as well as his Nagel's girlfriend, Heather Max, that's riding in the back of Mr. Antonio's pickup truck. I say that because they arrive at Fairview Road around the same time as the defendant. The defendant is coming in from one direction. The pickup truck with the Nagel brother is coming in from another direction. The pickup truck that the Nagel brother is riding in flashes its lights, signaling the defendant to go. She goes first. They follow in behind, and lo and behold, they end up at the same house. They park the pickup truck somewhere in that right side of the property, facing it from the street in the area of the driveway. And the defendant in her black Lexus SUV parks a little bit further up. Different people from within the pickup and different people from within the house observe that Lexus SUV in one location, pull up a little bit further, and then pull up a little bit further till it's in the area of that fire hydrant, of that flagpole, where Mr. O'Keefe is located the following morning. Now, from their position, I anticipate the testimony that you're going to hear is that Heather Maxson from that pickup truck observes a male passenger and a female operator when the pickup truck operator flashes those lights that the vehicles are facing each other before they pull down. What you'll hear also, I anticipate, from all three of those individuals in the pickup and Julie Nagel, who comes out to the pickup to talk to the brother, is that no one ever exits that vehicle. There are no footprints around that vehicle. There's no damage that they observed to that vehicle at that time. Again, it's just started to snow. Things aren't sticking really too much at this point. Julie Nagel has a conversation with her brother, decides that she's going to stay at the house longer, so the arrangements for a ride home, and the pickup truck leaves from that point. As they pass by, they observe a female operator matching what I submit as the description of the defendant. From all of those people within that house that evening, none of them at any point in time observed John O'Keefe come into the house. They see the vehicle out front, they see the vehicle pull away, and they just assume that they left and that no one was coming. We hear testimony from other individuals who were at the house that night, including Colin Albert, who is Julie and Christopher Albert's son. He's also the cousin of Brian Albert Jr., who was having people over for his birthday. He's leaving the house around the time that the initial people coming back from the waterfall, which includes the homeowners and Mr. Higgins, are sort of coming into the house. At that point, Colin Albert was leaving. He's getting picked up by a young lady named Allison McCabe, who is Jennifer and Matthew McCabe's daughter. who's also friends with Colin Albert and also cousins of Brian Albert Jr., who's
Okay. This is just my 2 cents from so far what I'm hearing. Everybody seems to be connected some way, except John and Karen. You get what I'm saying? Like he keeps saying this person is this person's son, this person is this person's cousin, this person is this person's wife, this person is this person's daughter. Everybody's connected some kind of way, except John and Karen, which is a red flag for me anyway, because those people are more inclined to protect each other than Karen or John. And I haven't watched it again, y'all. I'm just listening now to all of these names that he's saying. And this young lady who he just brought up, who picked up, I think he said one of the Alberts. It's like, okay, everyone. So I know what her defense is alleging, because I just did the summary for this video. They're alleging some sort of cover-up. It's not unlikely, because everyone is connected except they're the freaking outsiders. They're the outsiders. They're saying none of these people were close friends. Lauren saying the Commonwealth says none of these people were close friends. And then Alice is saying Karen was more of an outsider than John. Gwen says you've got it right. They were outsiders, especially Karen. Okay. John was a Boston cop and lived in Cannon and was neighbors with Chris Albert, but that's it. Okay. Everybody related, know each other. Yes, Key. Yes. And they're all cops. Oh, damn it. Okay. Okay. Oh, why would they give out? What would they give a fuck about frame her? Exactly. And okay. I just wanted to point that out, because that last relationship that I said, damn, everybody is related except these people. Okay.
within the home celebrating this birthday. As I mentioned, you'll hear testimony from Matthew McCabe and from Jennifer McCabe in regard to their observations that particular evening, both at the waterfall as well as at the residence on Fairview Road. And then you'll hear testimony in regard to a phone call. A phone call that Jennifer McCabe receives from John O'Keefe's niece at approximately 4:53 in the morning. She answers that phone call, speaks to the niece briefly, and the niece hands the phone over to the defendant. Now, you'll hear testimony from the niece as well, that about 4:30 in the morning or so, the defendant came into her room in a frantic state, saying that Mr. O'Keefe had not come home the night before. So initially, when the defendant is talking to Ms. McCabe, she indicates to Ms. McCabe that the last time she saw Mr. O'Keefe was at the waterfall. Eventually, as Ms. McCabe is waking up, she reminds the defendant that she not only saw them leave the waterfall around the same time as herself, but also saw the vehicle, the defendant's vehicle, outside of the home on Fairview Road. Eventually, the defendant, while driving around, this will come in as far as other testimony and related testimony as it develops. But she's driving around in that morning. She's calling a bunch of number of different people, friends of Mr. O'Keefe. She's calling Mr. O'Keefe himself. She also calls Ms. Roberts. So Kelly Roberts receives a call about 5 a.m. from the defendant indicating that Mr. O'Keefe did not come home, indicating that he got hit by a plow or that he must be dead. Ms. Roberts then gets ready. Mr. McCabe is getting ready as well, sort of planning to go out and look for Mr. O'Keefe and see if they can locate him. They call numerous times. You can see that within the text messages and the phone extractions from a variety of people's different phones throughout the course of this trial as well. So eventually the defendant comes to Ms. McCabe's home, indicates at some point prior to that she has a cracked hip. Ms. McCabe then gets in the driver's seat due to the defendant's frantic state. Ms. Roberts is there as well. Ms. Roberts follows Ms. McCabe driving the defendant's vehicle back to Mr. O'Keefe's residence in Meadows Ave, checks on the niece. The defendant then shows both Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe the damage to her right rear taillight, which is essentially missing a number of different pieces from that right rear taillight. They then proceed off to drive and see if they can locate Mr. O'Keefe. The defendant is insistent that they go to that residence on Fairview Road. Again, they're driving down there in the dark, in the snow, in the wind, in the blizzard. As they approach towards that residence, there is one person, so they're seated within the vehicle. This is Ms. Roberts. She's driving. Mrs. McCabe is in the front passenger seat, and the defendant is in the rear passenger seat. The defendant is the only one who sees Mr. O'Keefe. He yells and screams at Ms. Roberts to stop. Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe, I anticipate, will testify that they did not see Mr. O'Keefe, not only as they were driving past him, but even after they got out of the vehicle until the defendant gets out of the back seat and makes a beeline essentially right over to where Mr. O'Keefe's body is found. Mrs. McCabe then dials 911, and shortly after that is when the officers and the firefighters arrive on scene. Now, while they're waiting there, at approximately 6:23, 6:24 a.m., during a conversation with the defendant asks Mrs. McCabe to look up on her phone how long someone has to be out in the cold to die from hypothermia, or something to that effect. And you'll hear some dispute as to when that search was made. And you'll hear testimony from 3 different forensic extraction experts, Mr. Nicholas Carino, Ms. Jessica Hyde, and Mr. Ian Whiffen. You'll hear about a lot of these things called extraction reports from cell phones. And the extraction reports are done with a program called Cell.
I've got to pause for trial watchers because I need to clarify something. And especially Gwen just posted this. All right. Was John's body found near Fairview or in front of Fairview? I need y'all to tell me that part real quick because I don't see, I know I heard him say that the 911 call came in, there were 3 people. So I needed to know where his body was found. I know the hell y'all lying to me. I know the hell y'all are lying to me. Y'all are lying to me. Okay. I got another question. Okay. Now, I have seen a young lady. Now this makes sense to me. This is why I really don't like. I would prefer this, then see what people are saying. I saw a girl. She only showed 2 pictures. I didn't understand it. She was showing her yard the day this blizzard happened, and like the next day, because she had taken pictures of her child. So if his body was on the front lawn, are we moving with the thought that his body was on that lawn and then this blizzard occurred and he was buried under the snow? I want to make sure, was he buried under snow? Okay, Kiana said animation. Kiana, I'm going to look up the animation so that we can see. Hold on. And they never searched the house. Okay. Me too, Megan. He was on top of... That's what the young lady was saying. Key, they saying they found the man on top of the damn snow. Not in the snow. He was on top of the... So this prosecutor, and I'm interested with the defense. I'm just trying to make sense of what I'm hearing from this man. So you guys are telling me that the owners of the home on Fairview left their home to go comfort Karen and the daughter, because John didn't come home, and they didn't see that man on the snow. Wait a minute. Hold up. 5 hours after Karen allegedly hit him. Oh, okay. I got what you're saying now. So y'all, they left their home to go comfort Karen and the niece. They didn't go to Karen's. Wait a minute. I thought the man just said that. Thank you, Emily. That might be it. Okay. I got you. I got y'all. But multiple people left this house and no person saw him on the lawn. I know Karen was at John's, but someone came over to Karen's and then they drove her to Fairview. Maybe I have the names wrong. Here we go with these damn names. But I know that 2 people, a man and his wife, went to John's to comfort Karen and the niece. Right? They went. I can't move on till I get this right. Hold up. They went to go comfort Karen and the niece. He wasn't home. And then Karen got in the car with them because he said Karen was in the back passenger seat. And he's trying to say the 2 people in the front didn't see the body, but her in the back, she saw the body. Oh, Karen, he did say 3 women called 911. Thank you. Okay, I got y'all. He did say 3 women. Thank you, Gwen. Okay, I remember him at the beginning of his opening saying 3 women. I assumed, I don't know why I got a husband. Maybe he said the husband's name. When trying to tell us who the wife was. And that's why I assumed it was a husband. Okay, hold up. Jen, yep, I remember McCabe. So that's why I thought it was, okay, all right. Don't remember the Robert's name. This is crazy. This is crazy. I just can't believe what I'm hearing right now. Thank you guys for clarifying that, because the husband comes later. Thank you, Gwen, for clarifying that. And Emily, now I get what I think he must have mentioned the husband to tell us whose wife she was. But I remember at the beginning he said 3 women. When the police arrived on scene, there were 3 women there. So now that makes sense. It was the McCabe, Roberts, and Karen there. Okay. Jen said something like some man is passed out in the snow on the 911 call, but then testified John was her dear friend. Okay. She called them to go look for John. Okay. Only one of them was at the party, but neither one of the women lived at the house. Thank you for that too. I remember when he didn't come home, they woke up, they were looking for him. Okay. All right, guys. I appreciate you people who have already watched the trial, because y'all helping us sort through some things in here. But the man was on the damn lawn. I can't get over that. He was on the lawn and no one saw him. All right, guys, here we go. No, nothing's Miss Ford. This is what the man's talking about right now.
With him is someone who writes that software for Celebrite. I anticipate you'll hear from each of their testimonies that Google search that was done on Ms. McCabe's phone.
Now I'm finna let y'all listen to what Gwen just said, and this is what I'm talking about. Gwen said, Chris and Julie. Let me get another page. That's y'all. This so far on my notes. All right. Gwen said, Chris and Julie Albert. Their home is the 34 Fairview house. Okay. That's their house, right? Now, Jen McCabe, listen at this, y'all. Is Julie Roberts' sister. Jen McCabe is Julie Roberts' sister. This is crazy. And her husband is John McCabe. Are you saying Julie Albert's sister or Julie Roberts? Is this a new person? I'm in for a wild ride, and we just in the middle of an opening. Hold up. She correcting something. Brian Albert, not Chris Albert. Okay, thank you. Brian Albert. So Brian and Julie Albert live at Fairview. Jen, is it Julie Albert or Julie Roberts? Julie Alberts. Okay. I figured that's what it was. Jen McCabe is Julie Dam's sister. Okay. And she happens to be married to John McCabe. Girl, this is too much. It just, I ain't even heard the defense side, and I'm thinking cover up already, because why would we want to save you? Key, send it to me. Send it to me, because I'm going to have to get all this together. God damn it. Okay, y'all. Chris is Brian's brother. Okay? Okay, y'all done corrected. Brian and Nicole live at 34th. Hold on, damn it. Hold on, y'all. Nicole at 34th. This my chart all effed up right now. Brian and Nicole live at 34th Fairview. Okay. So that must mean Chris and Julie are married. Yeah, I figured it was Alberts, not Roberts. I did correct that. So Chris and Julie are married. We're going to go through a flow chart when we get through watching this trial, because I'm not going to make it if we don't. Hey, crime nerd, how are you? All right, guys. Without names, I'll go back to the names. Without names, so far what we've heard is the two women go to Karen's home because John has not come home. They're worried, they're frantic, they're going to go looking for him. Karen is in the car, and allegedly she spots him first. Y'all are saying he was on top of the snow. I was thinking he's buried. And we'll get to this 911 call. Okay. Yes, crime nerd, we are trying to figure out this Karen Reed, and it's been a mess. Aaron said the defense opening is much more streamlined. I'm sure, I hope so.
It was done at the same time frame that she indicates the defendant requested her to do it, and that at 6:23 and 6:24 morning. We'll hear testimony from Ms. Roberts, Ms. McCabe, the firefighters, and the responding Kent police officers about a repeated phraseology that the defendant stated while there, asking again and again in regards to Mr. O'Keefe, is he dead? He's dead. You will also hear testimony, as I indicated, about sort of treatment that she received at the Good Samaritan Medical Center, and that would involve testimony from Ms. Daisy Hornstep, Ms. Kathleen Wilford, and the Dr. Gary Fowler. We'll hear testimony from a number of different analysts from the State Police Crime Lab and from some other laboratories as well. Included within that will be Mr. Nicholas Roberts, and Ms. Maureen Hartnett, Mr. Andre Porto, Ms. Ashley Vallier, and Ms. Christina Hannon, those all being from the State Police. You will hear testimony in regard to an incident which occurred earlier in January, right around New Year's. Mr. O'Keefe, defendant, and the children have been invited with a much larger group, approximately 70 people or so, to spend New Year's in Aruba. This is a trip that was organized by a friend of Mr. O'Keefe's named Laura Sullivan. We'll hear testimony from her, as well as from her sister, Ms. Marietta Sullivan, as well as you'll hear testimony from the two children in relation to this. And essentially, day 2 or so of this trip, Marietta Sullivan, the sister of Laura, is walking through the lobby, and she runs into Mr. O'Keefe. This is someone she refers to as godfather, because John O'Keefe is also the godfather of Laura Sullivan.
Lauren, I saved the chart into my phone. I do have it. Lauren just said, look at the damn chart I just sent you. I did save it. I just hadn't looked at it because, we online. I'm looking at it now. They got a damn dog on the chart. I do have it though, Lauren. I do have it. I just didn't want to look at it until after so I can make sense of what I was hearing.
And runs into him in the lobby, gives him a hug, and sort of points him in the direction of where she believes he's going into his room. The defendant is in the area. The defendant starts yelling and screaming and swearing at Ms. Sullivan. Ms. Sullivan responds in kind. And essentially, for the most part, the Sullivan sisters see very little of Mr. O'Keefe throughout the remainder of their trip to Aruba. And we also hear testimony from the children that shortly after this, or immediately after this, there is a approximately 20-minute screaming match going on between Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant within their hotel room in front of the children. Now, you'll also hear testimony from the defendant's phone in regard to, and from another individual's phone in regard to that Aruba, in regard to text messages of an amorous nature that she had with Mr. Brian Higgins, who was at the waterfall, and also at the residence on 34 Fairview, because he was friends with the homeowner, Brian Albert. He was also friends with Mr. O'Keefe and had also met the defendant. And throughout the course of those amorous text messages, there is references that the defendant makes to that incident in Aruba, as she purports it to be Mr. O'Keefe cheating on her. She insists that he was making out with Marietta Sullivan in that lobby as opposed to her giving him a hug. And makes repeated reference to that within the content of those text messages as well. Now, you'll hear testimony from a number of different other individuals. Mr. Michael Trotta, who has a supervisory role with Canton Department of Public Works. You'll hear from Mr. Louis Jutras, who has a supervisory role with regard to IT, in regard to certain video that was recovered from the town of Canton, as well as from a temple located along the route that the defendant traveled, both away from Fairview that evening, as well as to Fairview from the waterfall, away from Fairview to Mr. O'Keefe's residence on Meadows, and then later in the morning at 5. If you recall, Ms. McCabe, I anticipate, would testify that she receives the call from the defendant about 4:53 in the morning. The defendant then drives around Canton for some perceptible half-hour or so period of time prior to even getting to Ms. McCabe's. And what I submit the evidence, or what I anticipate the evidence would show, based on sort of the tracking of her phone records, testimony you'll hear from Lieutenant Brian Tully of the state police, from these bulky records and RTT accounts, that the defendant, while she's using her phone, is driving in the direction of Fairview Road prior to going to Mrs. McCabe's house, where she meets Mrs. McCabe and Ms. Robbins. Now, again, you'll hear testimony from a number of different troopers who were involved in the investigation. With regard to this case, you'll hear from Trooper Michael Proctor and Sergeant Jerry Mechanic of the State Police. You'll hear from Lieutenant Brian Tully. You'll hear some testimony from Trooper Joseph Hall, who's in a specialized unit within the State Police called PAWS for short, but essentially a collision analysis and reconstruction section within the Massachusetts State Police. His examination of the vehicle, his examination of the scene, his examination of specifically some Toyota texture, because Lexus is essentially owned by Toyota or vice versa. So there is some data that he's able to recover from that and back the vehicle up based on its known locations and travel. He cycles, and essentially opines, anticipate he'll opine that around 12:45 in the morning, when the vehicle was in front of the residence on Fairview, that for some perceptible period of time, that vehicle travels over 60 feet in reverse at over approximately 24.2 miles per hour. Now, you'll hear testimony, as I said, from a number of different troopers, as well as from a number of different analysts from different labs. Included within that is Ms. Maureen Hartnett, who collected items from the vehicle, the defendant's vehicle, including the taillights, sort of housing from that vehicle, pieces of the taillight that were discovered in sort of front grass, front street area. There is a specialized team called the CERT team. You'll hear from Lieutenant Kevin O'Hara, who has a supervisory role in relation to that. And then later on that day of the 29th, he, along with Lieutenant Tully and a number of different members from his CERT team, were searching for evidence within the mounds of snow in front of that house, as the blizzard is still ongoing at this point through sort of the afternoon hours. Among the items that they locate is a sneaker. When Mr. O'Keefe is transported to the hospital, he's found to only have one sneaker on his feet. They find the other sneaker in that area of the body. They find various pieces of taillight. And as is wont to do, over the course of the following days, the temperatures rise, rainstorm that comes in, and the snow melts. Over those successive days, there are additional pieces of taillights that are eventually discovered in that area of the front lawn in the street. Now,
I'm making note, and don't you guys, you watchers, I'm making note of this shoe. Him being found to only have one shoe on, but if she hit him with her, I'm trying to figure that out. I just made a note of this one shoe and the shoe not being found on his body.
Now, from these different pieces, Ms. Hartnett also locates a cocktail glass that's located on the bumper or the rear area. And she locates a human hair on the back of that defendant's vehicle as well. Now, the cocktail glass on the bumper, you'll also see surveillance video from the waterfall. And Mr. O'Keefe is observed on that surveillance video essentially walking out of the waterfall with a cocktail glass in his right hand. Same right hand that has minor injuries to it, and the same right hand that's attached to his right arm that has the abrasions and lacerations that are observed by the paramedics, that are observed by the doctors at Good Samaritan, and are observed by the medical examiner as well. You'll hear testimony from another analyst, Christina Hanley, about the forensic consistency between a drinking glass that was in the defendant's bumper and the drinking glass pieces that were found on scene at 34th Fairview. You'll hear her testimony in regard to pieces of red and clear plastic that were microscopic in size that were found within Mr. O'Keefe's clothing. Consistent, in her opinion, I anticipate she'll testify with the same pieces of plastic contained within the defendant's taillight. You'll hear from an Ashley Valley, who works for the lab as well, and how she fit the various pieces of broken taillight from the scene together and over that taillight housing, finding them to be consistent with each other as well. You'll hear testimony from Andre Porto, who does essentially DNA analyst for the lab, and samples that were DNA samples that were taken from the taillight, from the clothes of Mr. O'Keefe, and the broken drinking glass that were consistent with Mr. O'Keefe. Those items were also sent, the taillight pieces, taillight DNA was also sent to the independent lab, Bodie Technologies, located in Northern Virginia. You'll hear from an analyst there, Mr. Nicholas Bradford, indicating that the DNA on the defendant's taillight, in his opinion, is consistent with that of Mr. O'Keefe and inconsistent with Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan, who were the two preliminary investigators and primary investigators when it came to this case. You'll also hear from this test chart from that Bodie Laboratories in regard to some mitochondrial DNA that she examined in regard to that hair that Ms. Hartnett found on the bumper of the car, and her opinion that it was consistent with that of Mr. O'Keefe as well.
I don't know if you guys heard that, but he said that there was hair found on the bumper, and they'll testify that it was consistent with John O'Keefe's. I've put that down too, just making a note.
Well, lastly, you'll also hear from Dr. Irene Scortibello and Dr. Renee Stonebridge of the Hospital Chief Medical Team in regard to their various examinations. Dr. Stonebridge is a neuropathologist. She essentially examines brain findings. Dr. Irene Scortibello is a forensic pathologist who does the sort of autopsy and medical examination of Mr. O'Keefe's body. You'll hear about the variety of sort of injuries that she observed over Mr. O'Keefe's body from him. In particular, you'll hear testimony in regard to lacerations to the right back of his head. You'll hear testimony in regard to an initial sort of skull fracture that occurs to the back of his head, and then sort of a radiating skull fracture that goes throughout his skull, which then leads to subdural hemorrhage, or essentially bleeding on the brain and then swelling of the brain, which then causes a condition called ecchymosis which then sort of leads to the swelling of both the Mr. O's two sides that was observed by the initial response. You will hear various testimony about sort of issues in regards to his pancreas, how that's indicative of hypothermia. Now, again, as I said, this is the first of 2 times that I have an opportunity to address you directly. And I thank you very much for your attention today, and I thank you for your participation and your close attention as we go through all of the witnesses and all the evidence in this case. That second time that I do get to address you, what I'll be asking you, based on the evidence, and again, as the board has instructed you, you are the sole arbiters of the facts of this case. You are the ones who find what the facts, I reiterate that, facts, and what the evidence demonstrates in this case. What I submit to you at that time, that second time, is that the only true and just verdict based on that is that the defendant, Karen Reed, is guilty of murder in the second degree, striking the victim, Mr. O'Keefe, with her car, knocking him back onto the ground, striking his head on the ground, causing the bleeding in his brain, swelling, and then leaving him there for several hours in a blizzard, with temperatures in the teens, winds swirling around, snow piling up on his body until she comes with Mrs. McCabe and Mrs. Roberts just after 6 a.m. And that she is also guilty of vehicular manslaughter, operating under the influence of liquor, and that she is also guilty of leaving the scene after causing death. Thank you very much for your time.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Riley. Mr. Betty?
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court.
All right, so you guys can skip him. Here we go. Can't open it. I do want to make note too. We talked about the hair. I've seen your comments saying it was 1 strand of hair, so I did make note of that. Lauren, I am going to go look at the that we should see the pictures here too, but I'm going to look at these marks and lacerations that were on his arm. I want to see that too. I want to see that. Oh, look at my girl. Lauren already on it. Let me see. Hold up, y'all. Lauren already sent it. So before we get to the defense, I will show it. Give me just a moment, y'all. Let me find. Lauren has already. Y'all know I don't like to. Let me just move the screen real quick, because it doesn't always show right. Do y'all see this? Oh, now damn, Lauren, you didn't even prepare me for the rest of them. Yes, I remember the dog. Yes, something. This, Look at you. Now, this is interesting. That is interesting. That's interesting. Yes, these are the autopsy photos. Yes. I'm gonna hold off on the other ones, but hold up, y'all. I think it's a package. Hold up. Okay, guys. I don't want to show his face because it's if we see it in trial, we see it, but He looks like he got beat. He looks like he was in some sort of fight for his life. Okay. He looks like he was in a fight. Okay. All right, guys. This is so. You know how when you are watching the trials and you are just, I'm just so interested to see the information that is going to come out in this trial. Y'all, this is insane already. They sold their house that they had in their family for 50 years. Oh my God, y'all, I feel so bad. Oh my God, y'all, hold up. I gotta go on my YouTube real quick. Child, I blocked somebody. And now I know what they meant. Lord Jesus. Oh my God. Hold on, y'all. I got to figure out how to do it again. Y'all got to go unblock this person. Y'all know I don't like when I block a person. I thought the person was trolling, Lord. That person was trying to talk about this case. I feel so bad. Y'all, the person came in and said, have any of you ever rehomed a dog? They said, and I said, oh, he finna come here on that bullshit. I thought they were trolling. I have not watched this case. I said, you ain't finna come in here. I thought it was like a spam account, finna start talking about dogs or something. And all they said was, have any of you ever rehomed a dog? I said, see you on that bullshit. Because why are you talking about a dog? Why are you talking about a dog? Why are you in my chat talking about a dog? Give me a second, y'all. I gotta figure this out. Is it in settings? Yep. Privacy. Y'all gotta find the person. I gotta figure it out. Okay, maybe this is it. People I done blocked. Here we go. I remember the name if I see it. Bumpkin. There he go. Thelonious, I'm so sorry. I unblocked you, okay? If you come back, I apologize, sir. I hadn't seen this trial before. Y'all, I didn't know what the hell that person was talking about, y'all. I just unblocked them, okay? They probably blocked me back, probably cussed me out. Y'all don't understand when you're talking about bigger trials, sometimes you get a different audience than your normal audience. And so I was like, nope, not my first day back. You're not gonna come here and mess up my chat. Oh, there goes the Thelonious, I apologize. I have not seen this trial. And when you made your comment, it was so out of it was like, oh, all they said was, have any of you ever rehomed a dog? And the fact that all of you guys started talking about rehoming the dog in the chat, I said, oh, that's what they were talking about. Please forgive me. I apologize. At least now, anybody on this live knows if I accidentally block someone, I will apologize and I will correct my wrong. I thought you were on here trying to, I can't say what I thought you was trying to F with us. I ain't gonna even lie. I was like, I said, not on my first day back. Y'all remember on Friday after next? He said, not on duty. I said, not on duty. You're not gonna do that. You're not gonna do that today. So I apologize. I sincerely apologize. How shit happened, and then as soon as I saw somebody in the chat saying Chloe was rehomed, I said, "Oh my God!" Whoever put that in the chat, Chloe was rehomed. Literally, you saying Chloe was rehomed, or y'all said the dog was rehomed, it immediately clicked. God damn, that's what Thelonious was talking about. It clicked as soon as I read those words. Thank you, Thelonious, because I really do apologize. Sorry. I thought, listen, Lauren, I thought Vera was in my chat disguised as Thelonious. You know, if I just felt like, you know, have any of you ever rehomed a dog? When I'm like, why are you talking about dogs? The next one was gonna say something like, rehome a dog for 99 cents. You know, some foolishness like that, okay? Crystal is here. Y'all. What are y'all talking about? Crystal is always here. Baby, Crystal is always here. Crystal knew it was an accident. Okay. Oh, that's it. There go my girl right there. Crystal Taylor, we made it. We made good. We are okay. We are okay. I love y'all. This is why I like watching Trial-Rewatch. It's always something. Okay, now that we got Thelonious back in the chat. I don't know how Brianna can. Y'all know I do. I know how to block over here. I'm not the best with it, but I do know. And now that we have Thelonious back in the mix, we ready to roll. They said I'm the worst mod. I am. Valerie, I told you were gonna love this chat. Come on, Jasmine. I know how to use the arrows and that block button. Do you hear me? If I don't know how to anything, I know how to do that. But now, y'all, it's time for the defense. Y'all. This is what y'all been wanting me to see. Let's go.
Karen Reed was framed. Her car never struck John O'Keefe. She did not cause his death. And that means that somebody else did. You will learn that it was no accident that John O'Keefe was found dead on the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road in Kent on January 29th of 2022. You will learn that at that address lived a well-known and well-connected law enforcement family in Kent, the Alberts. Because the Alberts were involved, and because they had close connections to the investigators in this case, Karen Reed was framed for a murder she did not commit. Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. As I previously told you, my name is David Yannetti. I'm an attorney with an office in Boston. Together with attorneys Alan Jackson and Elizabeth Little, it's truly my privilege and my honor to represent Karen Reed during this trial. From a very early juncture in this case, you will question the Commonwealth's theory of the case. You will question the quality of the Commonwealth's evidence. You will question the veracity of the Commonwealth's witnesses. And you will question their shoddy and biased investigation, a faulty investigation that led to Karen Reed sitting here today. You will learn, in short, that the police did no real investigation of this case, and you will question why. You'll question why the investigators had such tunnel vision. You'll question why they focused solely on Karen Reed, someone with no ties to the Canton Police Department, as opposed to the well-known and well-connected Albert family of Canton, family that was never treated as suspects by the investigators in this case. Boston police officer John O'Keefe was found mortally injured on Brian Albert's front lawn. His body was in full view and almost right below Brian Albert's bedroom window on his front lawn. He was found wearing only one sneaker. You'll learn that Brian Albert was a Boston police officer as well, and that he was a trained first responder. Brian Albert was notified that another police officer was injured and unresponsive on his front lawn, and Brian Albert did nothing. His sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, and others.
Text Delonius, baby, you in the clear. Now, if you've been following me over here, y'all know I love when the scene said. Now he said, Brian Albert, the man was found almost directly under his damn bedroom window, and you didn't see that man on that front lawn. You didn't see that man on that front lawn. You're a first responder and you did nothing. Hold on, y'all gotta write that down. I gotta write that down. And I know this is not evidence, but I'm writing down what I'm hearing from this opening. You did nothing? Yes, Key. He said it was practically underneath the window, his bedroom window. Lauren. Yeah, you're right. Underneath his window? The longest, you got to message me on IG. Underneath the bedroom window? The fact that he is painting the picture, if the defense is that this was a massive police cover-up, perfect that he mentioned that Karen Reed had no ties to Canton, right? Then he comes back and says that this family is a very prominent family within the police department. Come on. Okay.
Civilians were on his property that morning after John O'Keefe's body was found. Police, EMTs, firefighters, police cruisers, an ambulance, fire truck, lights flashing. And first responder Brian Albert never came out of his house. Equally important for you will be the fact that the lead homicide investigators never went inside the Albert home that night. You'll learn that Brian Albert's brother, Kevin Albert, is a Canton police officer. It was obvious very early on that the Canton police should not be investigating the death of a man found on the property of the brother of a Canton police officer. So it was decided just about from the start that the Massachusetts State Police should take complete control of this investigation because the Canton police were conflicted out. Now, that sounded good at the time, but you'll learn that two major problems arose. First, despite the fact that they obviously had a conflict of interest, the evidence will show that the Canton police still had their hands in this investigation. You will find it astounding. But Canton police officer Kevin Albert, the reason for the conflict of interest in the first place, was continually updated about the status of this investigation while it was going on. Second, and equally troubling, is that the lead state police detective who was assigned to this case was a man named Michael Proctor.
Well, I heard about
Michael Proctor, you will learn, is one of the many people in Canton with deep ties to the Albert family. Michael Proctor's own mother refers to the Alberts as the Proctor's second family. His own sister's wedding, Michael Proctor was in the wedding party with Colin Albert. And he sat at the head table of that wedding with members of the Albert family. That's the man who was chosen to lead the investigation into the suspicious death on the property of Brian Albert. That's the man who gave updates to Canton police officer Kevin Albert while the state police were supposed to be investigating what had occurred at his brother Brian Albert's house.
Y'all. Because Aaron, I can't believe what I'm hearing. And again, I know that this is openings, but I always say, like, your opening is your introduction. What are you going to show me? That prosecutor didn't do a great job. It was confusing. I didn't really hear the story. You know, you telling me that Karen and John argued like a normal couple. I need more. You know? Now, Mr. What is it? Yannetti? If the defense strategy, if their theory is that this was a police cover-up, everything he said in this opening points to that. You mean to tell me Brian never came out his house one time to render first aid to the man? Why didn't he do that? Why didn't you come out? You didn't see his body practically under your window. You didn't come out to render first aid, and you're a first responder, right? You didn't do that. Then when they say, you know what, we might need to have someone else step in, the person in charge of it calls Brian Albert's family their second family. Why would they give a damn about Karen or John? This is messy plans and pens. Emily said he said he was asleep. Nobody went to his house to wake him up after we see this dead body on your lawn. All right, guys.
You'll learn that right from the jump, Michael Proctor predetermined the outcome of this case. Never stepped foot inside the Albert home on January 29th, 2022. Never checked out whether there were any signs of struggle inside that home. He never called for crime scene technicians and other specialists to look for blood or other trace evidence within the home. He never asked Brian Albert for permission to go in the home and take a look around. Michael Proctor never applied for a search warrant to go in that home. Instead, he focused immediately and exclusively on Karen Reed, the outsider. You will learn that no one in the Proctor family has ever called the Reed family their second family. No one in the Proctor family had been in a wedding party with anyone from the Reed family. Karen Reed was a convenient outsider. She was most definitely not from Canton. So how did Michael Proctor feel about her? How did he treat somebody he was investigating at a point in time when he should have been keeping an open mind and focusing on obtaining all possible evidence so that he didn't miss anything? Well, you will learn that on the very day that John O'Keefe was found dead on Brian Albert's lawn, Michael Proctor was texting with his high school buddies about this supposedly secret investigation using his personal cell phone.
Now.
He was revealing information about this investigation to his friends, assuming that nobody would ever find out what he was doing or what he was saying. And he was revealing his true thoughts about Karen Reed.
I hope
to
they
his
got his
friends.
tip.
Not what he put in his sanitized police reports. His true feelings. To his friends whom he trusted, and in text messages that he never thought would come into the hands of the defense in this case. Lead investigator Trooper Michael Proctor, right from the start, called Karen Reed names you would reserve only for your worst enemies. He told his friends that he hoped that she would kill herself. He told his friends that he had seized her cell phone. And you will learn that he knew he shouldn't have been accessing any content on her cell phone because he knew there would likely be attorney-client communications on between Karen and me at that time. He knew that he was supposed to wait for a search warrant or other permission from a judge in order to go through that phone. But you'll learn that he went through the phone anyway, without permission. And you'll know that he did because he told his high school buddies that he was searching her phone for nude photos of Karen Reed. And he was disappointed he hadn't found any yet. That is the professional and unbiased investigator who was chosen to lead the investigation into the death of John O'Keefe. You'll learn that one of Michael Proctor's high school friends commented to him that with a dead body on the front lawn, the homeowner in this case is surely going to catch a lot of grief. And do you know what Michael Proctor's response to that was? One word. Nope. And he explained why. Michael Proctor assured.
Nick, I don't know what I wanted that one word to be. I don't know what I wanted the one word to be, y'all. Shirley didn't think it was nope. But for some reason, nope really hit. It really hit. I was like, damn, what one word is he about to say? You know, like, he just said, nope. It's not the word I thought. But that nope hit just as hard.
His buddies that the homeowner would not catch a lot of grief because, quote, the homeowner's a Boston cop too, end quote. That one sentence, ladies and gentlemen, in Michael Proctor's own words, will explain a lot to you about how this investigation was conducted.
Wow.
You will be able to evaluate whether Trooper Michael Proctor treated Brian Albert and his family differently because of who they are and their relationships between his family and theirs. You will evaluate whether this investigation was on the up and up. You will decide, as a result, how valuable or worthless the prosecution's DNA evidence is or is not, in light of who controlled that evidence. You will learn that Michael Proctor's fingerprints are figuratively all over this case. His fingerprints are all over the Commonwealth's evidence. You will learn that Michael Proctor showed up at Karen Reed's parents' house in Dighton to interview her during the afternoon of January 29th, only hours after John O'Keefe's body was found dead on Brian Albert's front lawn. You'll learn that Michael Proctor had her Lexus SUV towed from her parents' home. But you'll also learn that he wrote a search warrant in which he falsified the time that he took that SUV. He swore under oath.
Thank you for being so forgiving, Thelonious. Thank you for the cash out. I just saw it. Thank you for the cash out. See, chat, Thelonious and I are good. We're good, okay?
The vehicle wasn't towed until 5:30 p.m. But you'll learn that we obtained surveillance footage that he didn't know we would get. And that surveillance footage exposed that Michael Proctor's words in that sworn affidavit were a lie. Michael Proctor had that vehicle for about 90 minutes before he claimed to have taken it. And folks, you will learn that the timing is important, very important. Because when John O'Keefe was first found on Brian Albert's front lawn, the police thoroughly searched that yard for potential evidence. And it wasn't just one officer, or two, or three. There were at least 4 officers that searched that front lawn. And that morning was the beginning of a snowstorm, but there wasn't yet much snow on the ground when they were searching that lawn. It was light out by the time they did the search, and it was getting lighter. And during that thorough search of Brian Albert's front lawn, the number of pieces of tail light that were found by a minimum of 4 officers looking for evidence was 0. It was only later in the day when the snow was really starting to accumulate that the police miraculously started to find pieces of taillight on the property. The police only started to find pieces of taillight after Michael Proctor had seized Karen Reed's car. They only started to find pieces of taillight after Michael Proctor had possession
I know, Lauren.
of her taillight. You'll learn that Trooper Michael Proctor then kept going back to the Albert residence after that day, and he claims to have kept finding pieces of taillight on multiple occasions on multiple different days. And in addition, a good week after John O'Keefe's death, Canton Police Chief Kenneth Berkowitz, an older officer on the brink of retirement with probably not the best eyesight, he supposedly was driving, happened to be driving past Brian Albert's house. And by the way, Brian Albert is someone.
I'm going to pause because did you all catch that? I know some of you guys were telling us about the taillights and the fact that, one, I'm sorry, that's fishy to me. You had the car 90 minutes before you said, 90 minutes longer than you said you had it. Not only that, we're supposed to believe that days and even weeks after a blizzard, you're just finding random pieces of a taillight. I don't know what happened, but that sound, yes, Red, it's giving setup to me too. And again, I can't wait to see the evidence and the witnesses, but I'm just not liking what I'm hearing.
With whom Chief Berkowitz is also good friends. And this older man allegedly spotted yet another piece of taillight from his moving vehicle. This was yet another piece of taillight that was somehow missed by the trained specialists who had previously and thoroughly searched the property. Another piece of taillight that Proctor supposedly missed in the many times he went back to the property. Michael Proctor claims that he kept finding pieces of taillight right up until February 18th of 2022, which was nearly 3 weeks after John O'Keefe was found dead on Brian Albert's. You will learn that there is no competent evidence that Karen Reed's taillight shattered at Brian Albert's property in the early morning hours of January 29th of 2022. To the contrary, you'll learn that when Karen left John at Brian Albert's house, she drove back to John's house on Meadows Ave across town in Canton. At John's home, where he lived with his 2 adopted children, Karen was drifting in and out of sleep, but she woke up for good in a panic sometime around 4 a.m. because John hadn't come home. And that was not like him at all. He had never done that before. Karen had a sinking feeling that something was wrong. Something was seriously wrong. So she got back into her Lexus. She backed up out of the garage to leave the driveway. And when she did, the right rear taillight of her Lexus struck John's parked vehicle in the driveway, and her taillight cracked. That was the same taillight that the prosecution now claims was broken outside the Albert residence hours earlier at 12:30 a.m. But we have video evidence that the taillight was actually broken at 5 a.m., many hours after the prosecution needs that taillight to have been broken. There is, of course, no video of the taillight being broken at Brian Albert's house. You will eventually conclude that that's because the taillight was not broken there. Importantly, you will learn that there was an eyewitness who arrived at 34 Fairview after Karen got there with John O'Keefe in the early morning hours of January 29th. And that eyewitness, Brian Nagel, who's the brother of Julie Nagel, who was at the after-hours party that night. He had a clear view of Karen's SUV. Brian Nagel confirms that there was no damage to her taillight at that time. Karen was sitting in the driver's seat with her hands at 10 and 2. And Ryan Nagel confirms that while Karen was inside the car, John O'Keefe was not. John O'Keefe was also not outside the car at that time. You will ultimately conclude there's only one other place he could have been.
Let's stop. Let's go back to the prosecution. The state says that No witness will testify to ever seeing John come inside the house. But he is saying that there is video evidence that shows she's the only person in the car. John's not in the car. He's not outside of the car, which means he had to be inside of the party. And then we go back to what, guys? She's an outsider. John is essentially an outsider. Everyone else is connected in some kind of way. They're family, some kind of way, right? So if the story is simply, we didn't see him, he didn't get in the house, he didn't come in the house, then that's the damn story. That is the story. All right, guys. All right.
Now, going back to that 5 a.m. video from John's driveway, you will see Karen back up her Lexus and strike John's car at about 5 a.m. when she was leaving John's house to go out to look for him. And you will know that she struck his car at 5 a.m. because you will watch that video closely. You will witness that the wheels and the hubcaps on John's car are jostled and moved by Karen's SUV. And you will conclude that that video depicts exactly when Karen's taillight was cracked, long after she dropped off John that night at 34 Fairview. And you will learn that part of the reason that Karen's Lexus hit John.
Are you guys seeing that their explanation, which they're saying we're going to see in court for her broken taillight, is simply because as she was leaving, she hit John's car, which then broke her taillight. And he's saying for the prosecution story to work, her taillight should not have been broken at that time. All right.
John's car was that Karen was panicked at that time. Where is John? Why didn't he come home? What happened to him? And you will learn that she was racking her brain for what possibly could have happened. And like many of us, was worried about the worst. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? That was what she was saying, both to herself and to other people later that morning when she went back to 34 Fairview. She couldn't think of anything else that made sense. She certainly didn't consider in a million years that someone from within the Albert home could have beaten up John and left him to die on the front lawn. Now,
that's what I'm sorry. Let me show y'all this taillight. Lauren sent a picture of the taillight. I know we're going to get to it in trial, but let me send it to you guys. Let me show you guys. Okay. Here's the taillight, guys. And there's the arrow pointing to what was broken, so that you guys can have a picture of what of the taillight that they keep talking about.
that was over 2 years ago. Karen didn't know then what you will learn during this trial. Karen didn't know that Brian Albert's sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, left the after-hours party at Brian Albert's house sometime after Karen pulled away. She didn't know that after Jennifer McCabe dropped off some people elsewhere, she returned to her own home. Karen didn't know that Jennifer McCabe climbed some stairs in her home and eventually made it into her bedroom with her cell phone. Karen didn't know that Jennifer McCabe settled in at 2:27 in the morning on January 29, 2022, and typed a Google search that she would later delete. 2:27 in the morning was over 3 hours before John O'Keefe's body was found on Brian Albert's lawn. 2:27 was over 3 hours before anyone knew or suspected that John O'Keefe was missing or hurt or in trouble. And at 2:27 in the morning, you will learn that with no one watching her, thinking she was alone with her thoughts, not worrying that anyone would know what she was doing, Jennifer McCabe typed in the following Google search: how long to die in the cold? Now, she misspelled the first word, so the actual search was how long to die in the cold, but you'll get the point. You will ask yourself, why would somebody Google how long does it take for someone to die in the cold, unless that person knew someone who either was in that situation or would be in that.
No, for real. But Jennifer McCabe. Hold on, y'all. Y'all might be fast because you know my girl Lauren has sent me a chart. But I need to know. Wait a minute. Is Jennifer McCabe Jen McCabe? Jennifer's married to Matt McCabe. Okay. That's Nicole's sister. Okay, y'all. Let's come on. All right. So Jen McCabe, y'all, is Nicole Albert's sister. Remember, it's their house, Fairview. Matt is her husband. I don't think they really talked about Matt yet, but the connection, it's getting worse and worse. Why would she search that? Jen's sister is Nicole. Nicole and Brian, it was their home that he was found at. I'm scared it's gonna be too small. Let me see if I can put it on my phone. Yeah, I'm scared it's always too small when I send it to myself. Let me put it up. Hold up, I need to clean my phone out. Nicole is Jen's sister. Baby, y'all. Why would she search that? Let me just zoom in on what we need to see, Key. And they got the house right there. Hold up. Do y'all see that? Brian Albert, he works for Boston Police Department. He is John's co-worker. His wife is Nicole. Nicole's sister is Jen. Jen is the young lady who has searched how long before you die in the snow. Maybe the website. Let's try the website. She said she sent the website. So I'm going to get that ready. We're gonna go through this. Y'all, I really hate that trials like get exciting like this because someone has lost their life. But when I tell you this is a whole mess and we're only in opening statements and I am just anxious. I'm anxious. Okay, I'm gonna get the chart, y'all, so we can have it too. How has long to die in the cold was the search, guys.
That situation. You will question during this trial, who was it who actually did die in the cold at some point that night, sometime after Jen McCabe was asking Google for an answer to her question. And you'll learn that the answer to that question was John O'Keefe. The medical examiner in this case will testify that one of the causes of John O'Keefe's death was hypothermia. John O'Keefe died in part because he was left to die in the cold. Now, the Commonwealth will try to dispute the timing of that Google search. They'll try to claim that there were only 2 Google searches at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. after John's body was found. But one problem for the Commonwealth will be that we have retained Richard Green, one of the leading computer forensic experts in the country. Rick Green has forensically analyzed Jennifer McCabe's phone, both manually and using every appropriate type of computer software to solve this issue. Rick Green will confirm for you that Jennifer McCabe did indeed make that search at 2:27 a.m.
Wow.
And another problem for the Commonwealth is that you will hear and see other evidence that will confirm that Jennifer McCabe is lying when she denies making that Google search at 2:27 a.m. You will conclude that before she went to bed, if she went to bed that night, Jennifer McCabe wanted to know just how long it would take for someone to die in the cold. And a big question in this trial for you will be, when was John O'Keefe left to die in the cold? I expect the Commonwealth will try to persuade you that he was left there sometime around 12:30 a.m. because they're going to try to prove to you that Karen Reed hit him and that his body stayed there the entire night until first responders arrived at 6 a.m. and his body was taken to the hospital. But you will learn that there are big problems with the Commonwealth's theory of this case. You will learn that there were 6 people at that after-hours party at Brian Albert's house, all of whom left by the front door and would have been confronted by John O'Keefe's lifeless body on that lawn if he was actually there at that time. Those 6 people walked out the front door to 34 Fairview, walked to their cars, either in the driveway or parked in front of the house. Brian Albert's sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, was there. Her husband, Matthew McCabe, was there. ATF federal agent Brian Higgins was there, who was also Brian Albert's friend. Sarah Levinson, a friend of Brian Albert Jr., was there. Julie Nagel, another friend of Brian Albert Jr., was there. And Caitlin Albert, Brian Albert's daughter, was also there. All of them leaving the residence. Each of those people left 34 Fairview in Canton, where Brian Albert lived. Each of them walked out facing the front lawn, where the Commonwealth will tell you that a 6'2", nearly 220-pound big man in dark clothing was sprawled on the front lawn when there was only a dusting of white snow on the ground. He was supposedly sprawled on that lawn, just feet from where these people were walking when they left the residence. And you will learn that not one of these people saw John O'Keefe laying.
Not one?
One. And you know who else saw no one laying outside in the early morning hours of January 29th? The snowplow driver in charge of plowing the street for the city of Canton. And this is another big problem for the Commonwealth. You will learn that Michael Proctor, is that name again, wrote a report where he claimed that the DPW supervisor had told him that Fairview Road had not been plowed that night. Proctor's total investigation on this issue consisted of one phone call and no follow-up. He just submitted his report that simply said the road hadn't been plowed that night, and perhaps thinking that no one else would follow up either. But you'll learn that when it came to finding out the truth, it's not that Proctor couldn't find the truth, it's that he wouldn't. But fortunately, you'll learn that we would, and we did. You'll learn that within weeks after January 29th, we sent our investigator, a former Medford police officer named Paul Makowski, to the Canton DPW to try to get to the bottom of this. Paul Makowski talked to the same supervisor at the DPW, a man named Michael Trotta, whom Proctor claimed had told him that the street hadn't been plowed that night. You'll learn that Paul Makowski found out that Michael Proctor was not telling the truth. You'll learn that Michael Trotta from the DPW told Paul Makowski, our investigator, that the street was indeed plowed that night, and that the name of the plow driver was Brian Laughlin. So Paul Makowski tracked down Brian Laughlin. He asked Mr. Laughlin if the state police or any investigators had ever spoken to him. And the answer came back, no. You will then learn what Brian Laughlin had to say about what he saw and didn't see that night, and you will be shocked. Brian Laughlin told Paul Makowski that he was driving a big snowplow in Canton that night. You'll learn that the nickname for it at the DPW was Frankenstein, because it had a lot of spare parts and it had been around forever. Brian Laughlin told Paul Makowski that when he plows the streets of Canton in Frankenstein, he's very careful. He makes sure to check not only the roads in front of him, but also the yards to the side of his plow. He makes sure not to hit a fire hydrant or a tree or an animal, or heaven forbid, a person lying in the snow. He's always on the lookout. You'll learn that Brian Laughlin passed by 34 Fairview in his plow, traveling right by Brian Albert's front lawn at 2:30 in the morning. You'll learn that Brian Laughlin confirms that at about 2:30, when he went by that house, John O'Keefe was not on that front lawn. So you'll learn that about 2 hours after the Commonwealth claims that Karen Reed somehow incapacitated John O'Keefe, an eyewitness confirms that not only could it not have happened, but it didn't happen. But you'll learn that Brian Laughlin also provides some other troubling testimony for the Commonwealth. You'll learn that after making that pass at 2:30 in the morning and seeing no body, he showed up again at the entrance to Fairview Road, intending to make another pass down it with his plow. This time, however, at about 3:30 in the morning, he looked down the street and he saw that parked right next to Brian Albert's front lawn, right in the very area where John O'Keefe's body was later found at 6 a.m., Brian Laughlin saw a Ford Edge parked on the side of the road.
Of course, they.
You will learn that the police have done zero investigation to discover whose Ford Edge that was.
Dang.
You'll learn that members of the Albert family drove Ford Edges. You'll learn that the police to this day claim not to know who was parked right next to the area where John O'Keefe's body was later found. You will learn that while investigators on this case, including Michael Proctor, completely ignored the snowplow driver who went right by the Albert residence, the defense not only tracked him down and interviewed him, but the plow driver actually took our investigator on a ride back past the residence to explain the precise route that he had taken on January 29th. You'll learn that some other curious things were going on in the early morning hours of January 29th. Curious things that the police in this case utterly failed to investigate. For example, after people left the after-hours party at Brian Albert's house on January 29, Brian Albert claimed that he had no contact with anyone but his wife until he was woken up in the morning. But you will learn that he was ultimately confronted by the fact that his phone records revealed that he had actually placed a phone call to ATF agent Brian Higgins, his friend, the same friend who had been at his house earlier that night. And that was at 2:22 in the morning. You'll learn that Brian Higgins called him back 17 seconds later, and they connected for 22 seconds on their cell phones. You'll be asked to consider just how long 22 seconds is and what could be said and discussed during that long of a phone call. You will consider that phone call in the context of the other curious things that were going on during the early morning hours of January 29th. You will learn about the following in chronological order. 2:12 a.m., Jennifer McCabe arrives at her home. 2:22 a.m., Brian Albert calls Brian Higgins. 2:22 a.m., 17 seconds later, Higgins calls him back. And Brian Albert and Brian Higgins are on the phone together for 22 seconds. 2:23 a.m., Jennifer McCabe climbs the stairs to her bedroom. 2:27 a.m., Jennifer McCabe searches on Google how long to die in the cold. 2:30 a.m., plow driver Brian Laughlin confirms there was no body on Brian Albert's front lawn. 3:30 a.m., Brian Laughlin confirms that a Ford Edge was parked right where John O'Keefe's body was later found. The Commonwealth will not be able to successfully dispute any of those facts, yet I expect that they will persist in asking me to convict Karen Reid anyway. You will learn that there are other major problems with the Commonwealth's theory. You'll learn that when John O'Keefe was found, he did not look like he had been hit by a car. You'll learn that he looked to have been attacked and beaten up. You'll learn that John O'Keefe was a large 6'2" man who, if positioned behind a Lexus SUV, would have had his torso completely exposed to the rear of that vehicle, including to the tail light. You'll learn that no part of his torso was injured. There was no bruising, no ridges, no scratches, no punctures. You'll learn that his chest and hips and legs were pristine, despite the Commonwealth's contention that he was hit by a 6,000-pound vehicle. The evidence will show that what was not pristine was his right arm. You will take one look at that arm, and you will conclude that a car did not cause those injuries. The injuries to John O'Keefe's arm appear to be consistent with scratch marks and claw marks, marks that make it look as though an animal had attacked his arm. But you won't have to rely just on your common sense when you look at those photos. You'll hear from an expert forensic pathologist who is world-renowned, who has personally conducted thousands of autopsies. And he will testify that those marks are consistent with scratch and claw marks and bite marks from an animal, including a German Shepherd. You'll learn that on January 29th of 2022, Brian Albert's family dog, Chloe, was a German Shepherd. You'll learn that Brian Albert has admitted that this dog is not good around strangers. You'll learn that on January 29th of 2022, John O'Keefe would have been a stranger to that dog. And you'll learn that Chloe had been the beloved family dog for the Alberts for 7 years. The Albert family loved Chloe. But strangely, as we discuss this dog today, the Albert family doesn't have its beloved Chloe anymore. You'll learn that Brian Albert was called to testify before the grand jury regarding this matter in April of 2022, and that he did testify about his German Shepherd, Chloe, during that grand jury testimony. And you'll learn that not long after that testimony, Brian Albert and his family rehomed their beloved family dog. They gave away their family dog, and Chloe, the German Shepherd, is therefore now gone. Now, the Commonwealth will try to take your attention away from all of these troubling facts and try to persuade you not to consider their shocking lack of investigation of anyone else, not to consider John O'Keefe's injuries, not to consider the fact that multiple people left the residence and saw no body, not to consider the fact that the snowplow driver was specifically looking at 2:30 a.m. and there was no body there, not to consider the fact that two people in the house were communicating at 2:22 a.m. but denied speaking to each other for 22 seconds, and not to consider the fact that one of their witnesses, who was also present at home, was unusually curious at 2:27 a.m. about how long it would take for someone to die in the cold. Commonwealth will instead try to persuade you that Karen Reed supposedly had a motive to kill John O'Keefe because they were not getting along. You'll hear about their trip to Aruba over New Year's Eve and that Karen was upset that John had been flirting with another woman. And you will hear that Karen considered exploring her options after that trip, which led her to a get-together at one point with ATF federal agent Brian Higgins, although that never went anywhere. But you'll also hear that in January of 2022, after the Aruba trip, and not long before January 28th and 29th, John O'Keefe was making long-term plans with Karen, including a family trip with her and the kids, and also another trip with Karen and another couple for months into the future. And you'll see video of how John and Karen were interacting on the night in question. You'll see for yourself how they looked at each other from the video at the waterfall that night. Nobody who saw them that night saw anything wrong. There was nothing wrong. I mean, like any couples, occasionally they would bicker or disagree, but you will hear zero evidence of any domestic violence in that home whatsoever. John never raised a hand in anger toward Karen, and Karen never raised a hand in anger toward John. That simply wasn't who they are. You will conclude the notion that Karen Reed chose the start of a snowstorm to suddenly become violent out of the blue for the first time and intentionally kill her boyfriend by hitting him with her car and leaving him there with a house full of people inside is patently ridiculous. You will also learn that what's not ridiculous is that someone, not Karen Reed, ambushed John O'Keefe. Somebody probably didn't mean to kill him, but somebody went too far. You'll learn that Trooper Proctor failed to investigate motives that other people had to harm John O'Keefe. You'll learn that Proctor failed to investigate anything or anyone who was in the Albert residence that night. You'll learn that he failed to investigate the antagonistic relationship between members of the Albert family and John O'Keefe. You'll learn that apparently nobody investigates the Albert family of Canton. Remember, on day one, Trooper Proctor was asked whether the homeowner, Brian Albert, would catch a lot of grief. And Trooper Proctor himself said it. No. Homeowner's a Boston cop too. So folks, the trial is now about to start and the witnesses are about to start testifying. On behalf of Karen Reed, I ask that you do two things during this trial. First, I ask that you pay attention to all of the evidence. The way trials work, the prosecution gets to present its case first. They conduct their direct examinations first. So we respectfully ask that you wait for us. We will get to cross-examine their witnesses, and you will find that cross-examination is the key that unlocks the truth. Wait for us. You'll be glad that you did. Second, I ask that you keep your eye on the ball. You have one job and one job only to do during this trial, and that job, quite frankly, is not to solve this case. Your only job during this trial is to determine whether the Commonwealth, the prosecution, has proven to you each and every element of the crimes they have charged, beyond a reasonable doubt, to a moral certainty. The prosecution will fail to prove this case to a moral certainty. They will fail to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. You will reasonably doubt their case because their theory of the case does not make sense. You will reasonably doubt their case because Karen Reed was framed, and the evidence shows that, despite the fact that the police never ever investigated that angle of this case at all. Because the prosecution will not prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt to a moral certainty, we will stand before you again at the end of this trial and ask that you find Karen Reed not guilty.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr.
I said
Kennedy.
end right there. Question at sidebar.
Yes.
He needed to end right there. That was a good ending. Okay, y'all, they having a sidebar.
In the evidence in this case, and I remind you, I defined for you what the evidence is and what isn't evidence. Please remember that the opening statements of lawyers are not evidence. You're about to hear the evidence starting now. So, Mr. Lally, your first witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth to call Mr. Paul O'Keefe to the stand.
Okay.
They said this is John's brother.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may take the stand.
Put this one down.
Anytime you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Paul O'Keefe, last name O''K EEFE.
And where do you live, sir?
I live in West Bridgewater, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived there?
10 years.
And who, if anyone, do you live there with?
My wife, Erin, our 2 children,
And how old are your children?
13 and 10.
And both daughters, is that correct?
Correct.
And how long have you and your wife been together?
Together, 24 years total. Married for 17 almost.
And what is your wife's name?
Erin,
And where did you grow up?
Braintree, Massachusetts.
And what are your parents' names?
My father is John, mother is Margaret.
And did you have any siblings?
Two, yes. My sister Kristen. And excuse me, brother John.
And what was sort of the order and age as far as the siblings?
My sister was the oldest. My brother was the middle. I'm the youngest, so my sister was 5 years older than me, and my brother was 3.5 years older than me.
And do you work, sir?
I do.
What do you do for work?
I'm in sales for a company, Simmons Industries, which is a manufacturer of plumbing products.
How long have you been doing that?
12 years now.
Does your wife work as well?
She does.
What does she do?
She's in marketing. She works for a mechanical contractor out of Randolph.
And about how long has she been doing that?
She's been with her company for a year and a half now. Before that, she had a job working out of Boston for about 13 years.
And your brother, John. Did you call him John, or was there like a nickname or anything else that you referred to him?
I mean, we all called him Johnny, especially if you're a family.
And what did Johnny do for work?
Boston Police.
How long was he a member of the Boston?
16 years.
And within the Boston Police, where specifically did he sort of work?
He started in Hyde Park, Mattapan area, which I believe is E18, and transferred over to Dorchester, which is C11, and then downtown Boston in the SOAR unit, which is the sex offender registry unit.
And when was it about that he started with the sex offender registry?
So after my sister had passed away in 2013, her husband passed away 2 months after that. My brother he took on responsibility of raising our niece and nephew. And so the Boston Police, to ensure that he was safe and protected, moved him to that unit in 2014.
And I'm sorry to ask you this, but your sister passed away in 2013, is that correct?
Correct.
And what did your sister Kristen pass away?
She had an aggressive brain tumor, which is called glioblastoma.
And about how much time was it between the time that she sort of received the diagnosis to her passing?
5.5 months.
And you mentioned that you had a brother-in-law, Kristen's husband, is that correct?
Correct. Stephen Furbush, yes.
And when was it that he passed in relation to?
2 months later, which was January 12th, 2014.
And they, and by they, I mean Kristen and Stephen Furbush, they had two children, is that correct?
Yes, 2 children, Kaylee and Patrick.
Which one is old?
Kaylee's the older. Patrick's a couple years younger than her, about 3 years.
How old are they now?
Kaylee is 16 and Patrick is 13.
And you mentioned, so initially when you're...
I'm going to say this, though. He got to be a functional alcoholic because he is remembering the hell out of some dates. Drunk or not, he's remembering the hell out of dates. He's remembering a lot. So he's clearly a very functional alcoholic because even if y'all say, oh, he's drunk, the man doing a damn good job up there drunk. He is calm. He's doing a good job drunk.
Your sister Kristen passed away. What was sort of the family's plan as far as Kaylee and Patrick were concerned?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. So initially when your sister Kristen passed away and her husband Stephen was still alive, what was sort of the initial plan as far as with reference to the children?
We were kind of in scramble mode to figure out, how we were going to move forward. My wife and I had talked about having the kids come live with us. We had 2 small children at the time. 3 and 8 months were my children. We didn't have a large enough house to take on 2 other children, so my brother stepped in, moved into the house in Canton and raised them for 8 years.
And so around this time of 2013, your sister Kristen and her husband Stephen's children, about how old were they at this time that Johnny sort of took over?
Kaylee was 6, Patrick was 3.
Now, when your brother Johnny what if any sort of legal relationship did he have to your niece and nephew, Kaylee and Patrick?
He was made a legal guardian.
And where did he move from, and where did he move to when he assumed that role?
So he was living in Dorchester in a condo. He was living by himself, so he pretty much moved into my sister and brother-in-law's house in Canton. Lived there for, I want to say, 4 years until sold the house and bought a different house, which is also located in Canton.
Now, the initial house that your sister Kristen and her husband Stephen lived in with Kaylee and Patrick, about how long had they been living there before your brother Johnny moved in?
They were probably there for 5 or 6 years.
Prior to that, where had your sister Kristen and either of the children lived prior to moving into that house?
Yeah, so Kristen and Steve actually moved in with Johnny in Dorchester when Kaylee was just a baby. Lived with him for approximately a year before they bought their home in Canton.
Now, you mentioned that at some point your brother bought a second house in Canton and moved in there with the kids. Is that right?
Correct.
Around what time was that?
I want to say 2017 or 2018 timeframe.
And they lived there up and through sort of January 28th, 29th of 2022. Is that correct?
Correct. Now,
around that particular time of January 2022, about how often did you see your brother Johnny and kids, Kaylee and Pat?
I would say probably every other week, twice a month.
And your brother in particular, how often would you communicate with him during that time?
Communicate regularly, mostly through text messaging, a couple days a week, I would say.
Now, over the course of time, you said about 8 years or so that Johnny had sort of custody of Kaylee and Patrick, correct?
Correct.
And over that course of time, about how many relationships well, let me phrase this question first. About how many long-term relationships did your brother Johnny have with women over the course of that time? And before you get to that, if I could just ask you what your definition of long-term relationship is.
Long-term relationship is, over a year.
And so how many of those types of dating relationships that lasted for at least a year did your brother have during that time that he had the kids? 2. And who were those 2 individuals?
Amy Fortney and Karen Reed.
And this other individual, Amy, when about was it that your brother dated her?
2016, 2017 timeframe, I think.
And did this other woman that he dated named Amy, did she have children of her own?
Yeah, she had 2 sons.
Now, you mentioned 2, so other than Amy, who was the other one?
Her 2 sons' names are Gabriel and Christian.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
In reference to, you mentioned 2 women that your brother had dated for a long-term period, correct?
Yes, correct.
And one of them was the woman, Amy, that you were just speaking about, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And who was the second one?
Karen Reed.
And is Karen Reed someone that you had met through the course of your brother dating her?
Yes.
So clear for the record, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today? Do you identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
Yep, she is seated right there between Mr. Giannetti and Mr. Jackson.
Just ask the record to reflect identification of the defendant by the witness.
No
Yeah.
objection.
Yes.
Now, Mr. O'Keefe, when was it that you first met Karen?
I believe it was Mother's Day, so maybe May of 2020.
Now, prior to that, were you aware of any other time when Ms. Reed and your brother, Johnny, had dated in the past?
They dated very briefly in 2004.
And had you had occasion to meet her during that brief period where they dated in 2004?
I did not meet her back then, no.
And so the first time you met her would have been sometime in the spring of 2020, correct?
Correct.
And what was your understanding as far as when they had reconnected or gotten back together in reference to when you met her?
They reconnected. I believe my brother reached out to her in March of 2020, right at the beginning of COVID. I think he reached out to her via Facebook Messenger and then, text.
And they resumed some kind of relationship, and you had occasion to meet or see Karen Reed over the course of hanging out with your brother at various occasions, correct?
Correct, yep.
Now, about how often would you see Miss Reed? Would it be the same, more or less than when you saw your brother?
Almost the same, maybe a little less. If my brother was just him and I or his friends, but for the most part, he was with Karen.
And as far as your understanding, what was sort of the living arrangements with regard to Miss Reed and your brother?
She has her own home in Mansfield, Massachusetts. She would stay at my brother's house in Canton, I would say 3, maybe 4 nights a week.
And that would be at your brother's house with both he and your niece and nephew, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to, you mentioned that they reconnected sometime around the COVID-19 pandemic, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And with regard to your brother and the defendant, Ms. Reed, and the children, what was sort of going on as far as school and work with regard to the pandemic, with regard to each of them?
So that was a period of time when schools were closed and kids had to do remote learning. So Kaylee and Patrick were both at home, remote learning, and my brother, didn't have a job where he can work remote, so he had to go into the office. And most of the time, Karen would be at home with the kids during the day while she worked remotely.
Now, you mentioned earlier that your brother had a legal guardianship role with regard to the children, correct?
Correct, yes.
What, if any, legal status or role did the defendant have with regard to the children?
She didn't have any.
Now, with regard to your brother and the defendant's relationship, what, if any, conversations did you have with your brother in regard to status of their relationship or any issues in their relationship?
He didn't say too much. If they were arguing, he might, give reference that they were arguing. Didn't really tell me what they were arguing about, but mostly kept that stuff to himself.
What, if anything, did he mention to you as far as reasons for an argument or sort of points of contention?
He didn't like, if she would spend a lot of money on the kids for gifts, or, I know there was some arguments over, what she fed them, whether it's, Dunkin' Donuts or whatnot, but it was things along those lines.
Now, what, if any, what if on What, if any, occasions, as far as they're arguing or anything like that, did you observe personally yourself?
Yeah, I witnessed. So they had rented a house down in Cape Cod. Say that was summer of 2021. I brought my two daughters down for a couple nights, and I witnessed, one intense fight between the two of them.
And as far as a fight, as you're characterizing that, was that anything physical or just verbal?
No, it was a verbal argument.
And what, if anything, was that verbal argument about?
It's hard to recall. I mean, I guess like typical couples fighting. There was alcohol had been involved.
Yeah. This case really does sound like everyone in the circle, they didn't know how to handle their liquor or their alcoholics, and they would go above and beyond what they should be drinking. Because, listen to what he's saying. Clearly, there was alcohol involved. This just seemed like a normal for everybody involved.
I recall her complaining that, he wasn't nice to her, or, something to that effect. And I was kind of the referee in that entire situation.
Then what was it about?
Now, when you make reference to alcohol involved, is that one or both, or
Both.
both your brother and the defendant?
Correct.
Now, if I could turn your attention to New Year's, and specifically New Year's Eve going from 2021 into 2022. You recall that time?
I do.
And do you recall where you and your family were for that sort of New Year celebration?
Yeah, so I was with my wife and her family. We went to Aruba the day after Christmas in celebration of my wife's mother's 70th birthday.
I'll set the siren.
Ms. Tallali, does it make sense that I give an instruction at this point? I'm going to see counsel at sidebar.
Nikki said they all be drunk and sleeping with each other. Let's see.
And why was it?
We were actually playing his son Benjamin, who Johnny is godfather to.
Organizer of that group that your brother was with?
Yes, a friend of ours, Laura Sullivan.
And how did you know
Thank you,
Laura
Emily.
I knew Laura through my brother. She had dated my brother's partner and one of his best friends, Pat Rogers.
And did Miss Sullivan and Mr. Rogers have a child together?
Yes, and a boy.
And at some point, did Mr. Rogers pass away?
Yes.
What was sort of the relationship between your brother and Miss Sullivan in relation to Mr. Rogers' child?
Johnny was, so she has a son, Benjamin, who Johnny is godfather to.
And sort of towards the end of your stay in Aruba, with regard to the pandemic, what, if anything, happened to you or any other member of the family?
So my older daughter tested positive for COVID. So her and I kind of got left behind, stayed for an extra 3-4 days, I believe.
So after you returned from Aruba, at some point, were you and your brother trying to make plans to connect or to hang out or see each other at some point in January of 2022?
Yes, we were actually planning on getting together on January 29th.
And do you recall what day of the week that was?
That was a Saturday.
And why was it Saturday? Why were you sort of targeting Saturday as a meet point?
A weekend, no work. Kids didn't really have much on the schedule.
By that, you mean your kids as well as
Correct.
Nephew?
Yes.
And then what, if anything, occurred with reference to those plans as far as them coming to a fruition or
A big snowstorm hit the area, and we said maybe it's probably better if we just stay home and off the roads. So we kind of canceled getting together the day before.
So initially had a meeting for the 29th, but canceled it the day before on the 28th.
Correct.
So this snowstorm that you were talking about that was coming in, is that something that you and your brother were aware of prior to that day it happened?
Yes.
And was that something you learned of? Where did you learn about that?
The news.
So sort of all over the news, is that fair to say?
Correct. Yes.
And as far as did either your children or John's children, for lack of a better term, niece and nephew, were there any sort of planned activities for that day that got canceled because of the weather or no?
On that Saturday, the 29th, I think everything was pretty much canceled. I don't know anything specific. We had, my daughters had basketball on Friday night, the night before, but we didn't really have any plans for the children on Saturday.
Now, turning your attention to that day of the 28th, so the day before that was a Friday, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And you mentioned that your daughters had basketball that evening, is that correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, role do you have in regard to your daughter's basketball?
I coached both of their teams.
And so you coached 2 games that Friday night?
Correct.
And about what time do you know that if you know, did you sort of get home from all of that?
First game was at 6, second game was at 7:15, so we got home 8:30ish.
And your wife was with you at both of your daughter's games?
Correct.
And when you got home, the snow that had been predicted, had it started at that point where you were?
I noticed the first flurries sometime between 10:30 and 11 p.m.
And if you know, approximately what time did you go to bed then?
Right around probably midnight.
And your wife, Erin, did she go to bed same time as you?
I think she went to bed a little before me. Yes.
Now, earlier in that day, that Friday, the 28th, what, if any, conversation by any means did you have with your brother John?
My last communication with him was on a group text exchange that included myself, Karen Reed, and my mother. And he was excited because our niece Kaylee had gotten accepted to Bishop Fee in high school. So he was happy, proud dad moment. And then, Patrick's national math scores came back and he scored extremely high. So he was extremely proud of Patrick that day as well.
So he had sort of sent, your brother John had sort of sent that to the group, which included yourself, your mother, and Miss Reed.
Correct.
And your niece Kaylee, as far as what grade was she in and what grade was she going into as far as that application to?
Yeah, so she was 8th grade going into 9th, freshman year in high school.
You go to bed at some point in the evening of the 28th, and you woke up on the 29th. Do you recall what woke you up on that morning?
Yes, my mother called me at 6:40 a.m.
Is that something typical?
No. She called and just said something happened to your brother. They found him in the snow, and they took him to the hospital.
And which hospital was it?
Good Samaritan in Brockton, Massachusetts.
And at that point, did you, or what, if any, other sort of information did you have as to what had happened to your brother?
I really didn't know much until I got to the hospital. While I was at the hospital, my cousin works 911 dispatch, so she came down because she had heard. And the only thing I was able to get was that, he was cold and they needed to warm him up. But didn't have much information other than that.
So you get that information from your cousin when you get to the hospital, correct?
Correct.
That cousin, what was her name?
Susanna Hensley.
If I could take you back to just prior, so you initially get the phone call from your mother, Peggy O'Keefe, is that correct?
Correct.
That's about 6:40 in the morning?
Correct.
And
Okay, I don't know if you guys caught what he said. He said that one of his cousins was there because she works 911 dispatch and she heard about what happened. So she left and she was at the hospital as well. Again, small community. People are sharing information and they know stuff about other people. That just another example of how information can be shared and dispersed through this is the city of Canton.
wife Erin is with you at that time, is that correct?
Correct.
And so you get that call and sort of what is it that you do, or sort of how quickly are you out the door?
I jumped out of bed, got changed, brushed my teeth, and I was out the door.
And you drove from your house to where?
Yes, I drove myself from my house to the hospital, Good Samaritan Hospital.
And what kind of car did you have at that point, if you know?
A Toyota 4Runner.
That's a SUV?
That's an SUV, yes.
What color was that?
Black.
And as far as the road conditions, visibility, sort of when you're driving from West Bridgewater to Brockton, what, if anything, did you observe as far as how the roads were?
The driving was very poor that morning and just continued to get worse throughout the day. So it took me longer than usual, than it typically would to drive that distance.
Now, as far as your parents were concerned, did they come to the Good Samaritan Hospital as well?
Yes, our friend Kerry Roberts picked them up in Braintree and brought them to the hospital in Brockton.
And when you say your friend Kerry Roberts, how do you know Kerry Roberts?
So we grew up in Braintree. She grew up in Braintree as well. 2 years older than me. Knew my brother. They went to homecoming together one year. And she also resides in Canton.
So she was someone who had grown up with you, and your brother was friends with you and also friends with your brother, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as your arrival at the Good Samaritan, who arrived first? Was it you, your parents, or something else?
I got there first.
And about how long was it, if you know, between the time that you got there and the time that your parents arrived there with Ms. Roberts?
Probably about 45 minutes.
And when you arrived at the Good Samaritan Medical Center, where within the facility did you sort of go?
Emergency room waiting area, lobby.
And at some point, did you, after your parents arrived, did you move from the waiting room area to somewhere else within the hospital?
So when my parents arrived, they brought us, in the double doors into like a little family sitting room.
And about how long was it that you were in the family sitting room before you went somewhere else?
So we were in that waiting room. Doctor and nurse came in and told us that all their efforts to save my brother were unsuccessful and that he had passed away. And then asked if we wanted to go see him, in which we said yes. So we left that room and walked down the hallway to his hospital room.
And that doctor you spoke to, do you recall what the doctor's name was?
Dr. Rice.
And when you say that we went down to the room where your brother was that everyone in the group?
It was myself and my parents, yes.
And Ms. Roberts, did she go as well, or did she?
No, she stayed out in the waiting area.
And as you were making your way down to the room where they had your brother, what if anything occurred along the way?
So I noticed Karen Reed was there. She was being restrained by hospital employees, and she was, screaming out to us, asking if he was alive.
Is that something that she screamed out once, more than once, or something else?
Several times.
Now, at some point you went into the room where your brother was, correct?
Correct.
And can you describe to the jury sort of what you saw as far as?
Y'all, hold up. I know we're watching Karen Reed, and I know we haven't really covered it much, but I did on my TikTok. So last week, while I was in Memphis, the rapper, what's this rapper's name? Sauce Walker, he and his artist were shot in Memphis. The artist died, unfortunately. So one of the young men it was like 3 or 4 men in the car. One of the young men that was in the car, they had his picture posted everywhere. So they just posted that he has been found dead in Houston, Texas. Why would you go to Houston if you know he's been found dead? Crazy. When I tell you, it's just so much to keep up with, so much going on and foolishness. But yes, Key, I just saw it because I'm trying to go see what Lauren sent me so I can have it posted for after we get done. And I just saw that this young man has been found dead. 7 days, Brianna. It's been a crazy weekend. That right there is. Why would you go to Houston? Is what I don't understand either. Key. Why would you go to Houston? Houston's not the place I would have gone. But I just wanted to say that because I just saw that.
As far as your brother was concerned?
I mean, he was pretty banged up. He had his eyes had swelled up. He had a breathing tube in, well, the mask anyway. Blood come down his nose, blood come down his mouth. But what really stood out to me was, the eyes. It was almost as if like there were ping pong balls under his eyelids. They were that swollen.
Now, in addition to what you observed as far as his eyes, what, if any, other sort of injuries did you observe on any other part of your brother's body?
I noticed some markings on his arm. Didn't look at his lower torso area at all because he was, covered by a sheet. So most of the injuries that, we observed was to the head area, face area.
And when you say his arm, do you recall whether that was one arm, both?
His right arm. I didn't notice anything on the other side.
You spent some time privately as a family with your brother. At some point you left, is that correct?
Yes, we were. I would estimate we were probably in the room with him for probably 20 minutes until we left.
And after about that 20 minutes, you come back out to the hallway, and where are you going?
We went back to the waiting area, trying to figure out, can we leave? Do we leave? So yes, we left. My mother drove with me. My father drove with Kerry Roberts. We went from the hospital at Good Samaritan in Brockton back to my brother's house in Canton.
And if I could just take you back for a moment. So as you exit the room where your brother is and you come back out in the hallway, what, if anything, occurred at that point?
Again, we saw Karen Reed being restrained by hospital employees, screaming the same things. Is he alive? Is he alive? Is he alive?
You, at any point, either before or after, respond to any of that screaming that you heard from the defendant?
I actually blew her a kiss.
Now, as far as your relationship with the defendant, Ms. Reed, prior to January 29th, 2022, how would you characterize it?
I thought we had a good relationship. I held her in very high regard. I thought she was a good influence on my niece and nephew. I appreciated all the help that she was providing to my brother with the kids. we'd go out together as, couples, a couple times. She became very friendly with my wife, but I'd say overall we had a good relationship.
As far as those positive feelings that you've had in relation to the defendant prior to January 29th, 2022, had you expressed those to either the defendant or any member of her family?
Yes. So Christmas Eve of 2021 was the first time I met her parents. My brother hosted Christmas Eve at his house. I met Mr. and Mrs. Reed. I offered to help Mrs. Reed, carry some things in from her car. And as we were walking to the car, I said, I just want to tell you, I think your daughter's great. I think very appreciative of what she's done for the kids and helping my brother.
Now, turning back to that day of January 29th, you go back out to the waiting area, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, happened? What did you see or speak to when you got out there?
I saw her father, Bill Reed, come into the hospital. He was picking up Karen as we were pretty much exiting the hospital to head back to Canton.
And did you have any conversation with him?
I did not.
Now, you indicated that you drove with your mother back to Meadows Ave where your brother lived, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Ms. Roberts drove with your father back to the same location, is that correct?
That is correct.
And as far as your understanding sort of on the drive back, where were the kids? Where was Kaylee and Patrick at?
So Kaylee was picked up by Mike Camerano, who's Kaylee's best friend's father. Patrick was at a sleepover the night before, so he was still with the family at the house where he slept the night before.
And you mentioned that the drive from your house from West Bridgewater to Brockton was somewhat difficult, correct?
Very difficult.
How would you characterize the drive from Brockton to your brother's house in Canton?
I mean, at one point I said to my mother, I don't know if we're going to make it back. Visibility was terrible. Couldn't see the roads. We made it back. It was just very, very difficult. Probably the worst driving conditions I've driven in as far as weather.
And so then at some point, you and your vehicle, Ms. Roberts, and hers and your parents, you arrived at your brother's house in Canton, correct?
That's correct.
Know about what time of day that was?
It was mid-morning, so maybe between 10 and 11 o'clock in the morning.
And was there anybody present at the house when you arrived there?
No.
And at some point, did other people come over, as far as specifically I'm asking about the children?
Yes, so Kaylee was dropped off shortly after we arrived. And then a little while after that, Patrick was dropped off from his sleepover. And
at some point, you were tasked with informing the children what happened to your brother, correct?
Correct.
At some point after you left the hospital in Brockton, what, if any, conversation or what, if any, phone calls did you receive in relation to the defendant, Ms. Reed?
Karen Reed called me, asked me if it was okay to come over and to see the kids, and I said sure.
And do you know how long that phone call went on for?
It was...
Erica, I wrote that down. I said, I wrote down that these children, like, that's traumatic. 8 years after losing both of their parents, they lose their other guardian. I was just like, man, I feel for the kids, because that's a lot for a child to go through. Your mom is diagnosed, and within 5.5 months, your mom is dead. Your father dies 2 months after that. Your uncle steps in and he takes you guys, he raises you, and then 8 years later, 8 years later, they're still minors, by the way. 8 years later, he dies. That is traumatic as hell.
Quick phone call, maybe a minute. I said she just asked if she could come over, and I said sure. And then she arrived at the house, shortly thereafter.
I'm sorry. You're right, Lauren, because I did not include Karen. They lost Karen too. If there were arguments that they were being spoiled by Karen, she obviously loved those kids. She poured into those children. She just met him. She's at his house working from home while those kids were doing online school. So she had to care about those kids in some form or fashion, right? She had to. I didn't even put her in that group, but you're absolutely correct. They lost Karen too.
When you initially arrived at the house, along with your parents and Ms. Roberts in her vehicle, what, if any, other vehicles did you observe sort of in the driveway at that time?
I only noticed, I think, my brother's car. I mean, I don't even recall seeing any other cars. It could have been a car in the garage, but I didn't notice really. Nothing stands out.
What kind of car did your brother have?
Chevy Traverse.
What color was that, if you know?
Like gray.
And if you recall, when you first sort of arrived there, where was that vehicle parked in relation to the front?
I believe it was the right side of the driveway, all the way down to the end of the drive, like the top of the driveway.
Now, you had the phone call with the defendant. You indicate it's fine for her to come over. About how long it was after receiving that phone call and when Ms. Reed arrived there?
20 to 30 minutes, maybe.
And when she arrived at your brother's house, who, if anyone, was she with?
She was with her father.
And at some point, was there anyone else from her family that came over the house that morning?
Her brother and his wife showed up shortly after she arrived with her father, yes.
And how many cars, if you know, come in between sort of the...
They each took separate vehicles, so 2 cars arrived.
And Ms. Reed's vehicle, do you know where that vehicle was in relation to your brother's house at that time?
It was either in the driveway or in the garage. I'm not positive.
So fair to say it was at the house, correct?
It was at the house, yes.
So between the Reed family, there's 3 vehicles at your brother's house now, correct?
Correct.
Now, the defendant, you mentioned that you had met her father before on Christmas Eve, is that right?
Correct.
Had you met her brother or brother's wife prior to that day?
No.
And you were in the house when they arrived, is that correct?
When Karen and her father arrived, I was shoveling the walkway out front.
And in total, about how much time was the defendant at the house that morning when she came in?
I would probably say about 30 minutes.
And at that point, when the defendant arrived, was either Kaylee or Patrick or both home at that time?
Yes. Kaylee had come home first, and then Patrick had come home. So I think Patrick may have come home while they were there.
And you mentioned when they arrived, you were out shoveling sort of the front walk, correct?
Yes.
And when they arrived, did you go in the house with them, or did you continue shoveling or something else?
I continued shoveling for a very short period of time, and went in the house like pretty much right after they did.
And when you got in the house, what was it sort of that you were doing at that time?
I mean, we had just told Kaylee what had happened, and we were waiting for Patrick to get home, so we were kind of just congregated in the kitchen.
When you say we, who exactly are you talking?
Sorry, myself, my mother, my father.
Was Miss Roberts still there, or is she gone home?
I don't recall.
And so, in addition to yourself, your mother, and your father, Miss Reed, her father, any other sort of members of her family, where were they within the house at that time?
So mainly the kitchen at first. When Patrick came home, we kind of took him to like the side room where the kids hang out. Talked to him in that room, and then we were in the kitchen. Then Miss Reed and her father went upstairs.
And when you sat down with Patrick to tell him what had happened to your brother, who, if anyone else, was with you at that point?
Karen Reed.
And at some point subsequent to that, you went back to the kitchen, correct?
Yes.
And where was it that the defendant and her father went?
Upstairs into the bedroom.
And if you know, about how long were they in the upstairs area of the house?
I would say 10 to 15 minutes.
And them as they came down the stairs?
Yeah, so I was on the phone a few times. So I didn't watch them walk upstairs, but I saw them come downstairs, turn the corner at the bottom of the stairs. She had some of her belongings that she had taken from the bedroom.
And where did she go with those belongings?
They left. Like I said, they were probably there for 30 minutes. They got in their cars and...
I'm going to stop and let's ask this question. Why do you guys think she was, when she got back, do you, and I'm sure we're probably going to hear this during testimony, but something that he's saying, I'm wondering, why did she feel the need to hurry up and go to the house and get her things? What was said? Wait a minute. No. I do believe I remember them saying that there were times where she thought she may have done it. So maybe that's why, let me go and get my stuff. I'm not going to be welcomed here after some time, because people said, I know that the state opened and said that she was saying, oh, I hit him. And maybe she said this at the hospital too, because my first thought is, being that she was around those kids so much, they didn't have any issues. I'm like, well, why was her first thought, let me hurry up and get to this house and get my stuff? But then I guess when you're thinking, you're putting that with the fact that she may have thought she did it. She was unsure of what happened. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Unsure of what happened. I think she second guessed herself because she was drinking. I get that, Valerie. And had to go home for work. Okay, Lauren. Then Lauren said she also had to go home for work. And then Aaron is saying, he was outside, so we don't necessarily know what was talked about at that point and whatnot. Got that too. Guilt. Sharona says guilt. Because Jen is the one who told Karen, do you think you may have hit him? And Karen said, I hit him? Okay. All right. They probably was mad at her. Ain't no telling what he said to her outside the hospital. Okay. I wondered if y'all saw that too, because I was like, well, she's coming in. She's calling to ask, can I come? And I think one of the answers that does resonate, she was unsure of what happened. And let me just go ahead and protect myself. Let me get my things because I may not be able to get them in the future.
Drove back to Dayton, Massachusetts.
And when you say got back in their cars, you mentioned 3 cars that had been there in the driveway or in the area of the house, correct?
Correct.
When the defendant left, how many of those cars remained?
0.
And as far as the weather conditions that you had mentioned that existed at the time that you drove from the hospital in Brockton to your brother's home in Canton, what, if any, improvement occurred with the weather during that time frame?
None.
So essentially the same, is that fair to say?
Yeah, it was still, the conditions were still poor.
Now, with respect to Miss Reed's vehicle, did you know what kind of vehicle Miss Reed had?
A Lexus SUV. I don't know the actual model.
Mr. Lally, that clock is actually wrong. It's just about 1 o'clock. So is this a good place to take a break?
Perfectly fine. Yeah.
All right, jurors, it's the luncheon break. We'll break for an hour. We'll be here ready to go no later than 2 o'clock.
All right, please.
folks, put them on your chair.
This is the one great thing about rewatches. We don't have to just sit here. We can just skip on ahead to the next part. So we're back. This is a natural breaking point. Yes. So now we are, this is after lunch. He has come back.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Mr. O'Keefe, you testifying before the lunch and recess before, you had indicated that defendant Ms. Reed had gone upstairs for some period of time. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's at your brother's house on Meadows Ave.
Correct.
And who, if anyone, had she gone upstairs with?
Her father.
About how long were they upstairs for?
10, 15 minutes.
And as far as, was there anyone else in the upstairs area of the home with them at the time that they were upstairs?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Now, as far as Ms. Reed was concerned, what, if any, conversation did you have with her while she was at the house for that period of 30 minutes or so?
None, really.
And as far as any other members of her family, without any reference to what it was, what, if any, sort of substantial conversation, what, if any, conversation did you have with either her father, her brother, or the brother's wife?
Again, none, not really. I didn't really have much interaction with any of them while they're at the house.
Now, you're obviously familiar with your brother's house on Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as the house itself, what, if any, sort of security did your brother have installed on that house on Meadows Ave?
He's got, a ring. He had a ring doorbell, and then a ring camera floodlight combination above the garage doors overlooking the driveway.
And when you say the doorbell, how many sort of points of, how many doors or entrances into the house were there?
With cameras, I would say 2. I mean, the driveway and then the main front door of the house.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Maybe just 3 photographs, exhibits 2, 3, and 4. If you could just look at those briefly and look up when you finish. And generally speaking, sir, do you recognize what's depicted in those 3 photographs?
Yes. The first.
Well, before we get to them, just in general,
yes.
do you recognize those? Okay. And what do you recognize them in general terms? What do you recognize them to be photographs of?
That's my brother's house at 1 Meadows Ave in Canton.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit 2 up on the screen. So I'm going to show my approach again, Your Honor. Yes. I'm going to hand you here as a laser point. Basically, just click this button here. Okay. And again, sir, what's up on the screen is exhibit number 2. What are we looking at?
That's my brother's house at 1 Meadows Ave in Canton.
And as far as the Ring doorbell camera that you were referring to, is that something that's visible in this photograph?
Not in that photograph, no.
And so typically when you would come over to your brother's house, what would be sort of the general points or door that you would use to go inside the house?
So either the garage door or there's a side door right behind that bush.
So behind that bush, is there any sort of like walkway or anything like that over there?
Yeah, so there's a walkway that leads up to a couple of steps and then to the entryway.
Is that where the Ring doorbell would have been located, labeled as sort of the front door?
Yes.
And the garage area with the driveway that you were referencing in relation to this photograph, it's not depicted in this photograph, is that fair to say?
Correct.
So which sort of, with relation to this photograph, understanding that it's not depicted in it, where would that be?
The driveway would be to the right side of the house as we're viewing it from here.
And if I could turn your attention to the next exhibit, number 3, Ms. Gilman, if I could have that. And what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as exhibit number 3?
Correct.
And whereabouts in relation to the house, what are we looking at here?
So that would be the driveway, right side of the house, 2 garage doors, the upstairs window, and the Ring camera / floodlight combination.
Now, with respect to the garage, was there a particular way that your brother would have kept sort of the garage area?
Yeah, he had on the left side, he had a 1971 Ford LTD parked over that side. And he would typically park his car on the right side.
So the car that you were talking about before, that being the Chevy Traverse, is that correct?
Correct.
And so the floodlight combination with the camera, that you see that in this photograph, is that correct?
Yes,
If you could, just using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to that.
right under the window.
And as far as these particular Ring cameras, driveway, garage one, and the front door, the sort of side entryway there, who, if anyone, as far as you knew, had access to those particular cameras? How would they be accessed?
Most likely through the Ring app on your cell phone. And I believe the only ones who had access to was my brother and Karen Reed.
And as far as your brother,
All right, I'll strike that, see if you can lay a foundation.
as far as your brother was, what if anything would he do with reference to those Ring cameras and his app on his phone when people would arrive at his house?
I mean, a few times he'd talk to me through the speaker. You know, if I pulled up to the house and he wasn't home, and he would speak to me on it, but I'm not sure if I follow the entire question.
No, and that's exactly, so there were points where you would come to the house, correct, and he wasn't there?
Yes.
And he would sort of talk to you through the Ring application, is that
Yeah.
fair to say?
Yes.
Now, as far as Ms. Reed was, when you say you believe she had access to it, what leads you to believe?
I believe the kids had mentioned it before. Kaylee and Patrick, mostly Patrick.
All right, I'm going to strike that.
Now, if I could direct your attention to the next exhibit before you, exhibit number 4.
I'm with the judge there. I was like, we're gonna have to strike that. Talking about, I believe the kids mentioned that before. If you can't tell me you know she had access, you saw her with access, save it, Paul.
And again, sir, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as exhibit 4?
Correct.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of what part of the house we're looking at here, and what, if anything, in relation to the Ring that you observed here.
That is also the driveway from a different view. Call it the top of the driveway looking down onto the street. Right in this picture here, the Ring camera or the floodlight ring is not visible.
And the walkway that you were talking about that was behind the bush, do you see that in this photograph?
Yes.
Okay. If you could direct the jury's attention to where that is. So if you follow that walkway sort of around to the bush, where does that lead?
Right to the like breezeway door.
If I may approach it.
Yes.
Now, Mr. O'Keefe, the Ring camera that we're talking about, have you seen those on like a disc form? Is that correct?
Have I seen them on a disc form? I'm not sure if I follow that question.
Sure. Have you viewed any Ring camera footage from either the the front door or the driveway to your brother's house?
No, I didn't have access.
Now, Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
One labeled Meadow Ave ring videos. Oh, sorry,
So they've already been
already
marked.
been marked.
All right, so the next, go right ahead.
No. Okay. So
And let us know if you want the lights dimmed at all, Mr. Lally.
yes, please, Your Honor.
Do you want that now?
Yes.
Would please? Thank you.
So, Ms. Gilman, if I could have from what's been marked as Exhibit 6, the driveway camera. If I could have video number 161. And if you could just pause that just for a moment. Now, Mr. O'Keefe, what's up on the screen there? Do you generally recognize what's depicted there?
It looks like Karen Reed's vehicle, my brother's vehicle, and it looks like another SUV behind it. I don't know the two people.
If you could, just using the laser pointer before, if you could just direct the jury's attention to which vehicle you're talking about when you, so starting with Ms. Reed's vehicle, where is it in this video that you observed?
I believe it's that one right there.
And your brother's vehicle?
Is back there.
And the vehicle you're referring to as your vehicle, where is it? And if you know, when about is this video depicting in relation to what you've described as the events of January 29th?
I mean, that would be in the morning coming back from the hospital, mid-morning.
And as far as the people within this video, do you recognize any of the people within?
That'd be myself. I believe that behind me could be Kerry Roberts, because I believe that's Kerry Roberts' car. She drove my father back from the hospital to One Meadows.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just run the video.
Oh, that's my mother.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, from the same exhibit, if I could have go mark 165. Again, Ms. Gilman, if you could just pause that briefly. Now, with respect to this video, do you recognize the vehicle that just pulled into the driveway?
Let me go ahead and address T-Friend. T-Friend, I was just saying that the way they were talking, I was expecting, they keep saying blizzard. So, I mean, I'm from the South, so I've never been in a blizzard. but I'm thinking like snow up to my knees. And for people to consistently walk past this body, not see it, I was expecting like a lot of like so much snow that it was possible he fell and just overnight got covered or something. So I was a little shocked to see this video. I just thought it would be more.
That looks like Karen Reed in the photo, on the video. I assume that's her father's car.
So this would have been the time that Ms. Reed, the defendant, arrived with her family from the hospital as well.
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just run that through.
Right, Key. I'm with you. 13. It got to be 13 feet or more.
Thank you. If I could ask for the next labeled video from Exhibit 6, number 166. Gentlemen, if I could ask you to pause there. Now, Mr. O'Keefe, with the last video, the two individuals sort of walking over to the house, do you recognize who those were?
Yeah, it appeared to be Karen Reed and her father.
And the individual who just got out of the same vehicle, do you recognize that person?
That appears to be Karen Reed's brother, Nathan.
And again, this particular day, January 29th, at your brother's house, that's the first time that you met him, is that correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just play this one again. Thank you. Ms. Gilman, from the same exhibit number 6, if I could have video 169. Just there for a moment, please. Now, as far as you mentioned earlier in your testimony that after Ms. Reed arrived at the house, that your nephew Patrick came home as well?
Correct.
And do you see your nephew Patrick in this video up on the screen now?
Yes.
So this would depict when he got dropped off, essentially.
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just run that, please.
Aaron, this is what Kaylan was just saying too. And let me just tell both of you guys, as someone from the South, when we hear blizzard, we're not thinking of wind. I didn't know that, so thank you guys for telling me that. I'm just thinking lots of snow. I could picture snow so bad that you can't see. So the visibility issue, I can definitely see. And I guess when I'm thinking like now, thinking about movies, I could see the wind aspect too. But hearing blizzard, baby, I'm thinking 20, 30 feet of snow. That's the first thing I'm thinking of, right? So thank you guys for clarifying that. Do understand that part of it, but I just wasn't expecting it to be here. I mean, to look like this. And then as Chatty was saying, they probably didn't see the snow because the body was probably in the house. I'm just not convinced yet, and I can't wait as we listen to more testimony. I'm looking over my notes, and I am not convinced that that lady hit that man. Not yet. And I know we just on the first person, but I'm trying to listen to him, listening to their story. I mean, nobody goes from just arguing with their boyfriend to I'm just gonna kill him, you know. Plus, can't trust everybody because I feel like they're all drunks. So then there's that. So we're gonna keep going, but that's just where I am right now.
Ms. Gilman, from the same exhibit 6, if I could have number 176.
I'm with you, Sharonda.
Pause that right there. Now, from this video, you referenced early in your testimony, Ms. Reed had gathered some belongings and then had left with all of the vehicles that her family came with, correct?
Correct.
And do you recognize anyone depicted in this video, number 176?
That's Karen Reed.
And what, if anything, do you observe in this video?
Hold on, y'all. No millionaire left behind. I got to tell Ash, you were talking about you were bored. It has picked up, okay? I can definitely get people being into the trial and trying to figure out what happened, what's going on. You missed a lot, friend. But this is only the first witness. FYI, it was really the opening statement that we went through. Right now, the brother is testifying, and he's just, what you're seeing is after they left the hospital, after the victim was pronounced dead, they went home. So right now, this is what we're seeing. And to give you some context, when we see this video, Ash, they were saying that he was buried in snow. Look at the snow on the ground. This is the snow that they're saying he was buried in. Someone should have been able to see him in this amount of snow. This is the sidewalk too. This is the side of the home. So we got to factor in some grass underneath it or whatever. But hey, Cass, factor in some grass underneath. But this is where we are right now. This is crazy already.
Her to have in her hand at this
time. Looks like some type of a bag.
Right, Ash.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just play this one.
Time out. We got another friend, Megan. I think their mere purpose here is showing Karen at the property after John had been pronounced deceased at the hospital. Her at the property. Her parents were with her. She's moving some of her things from the home to the car. So, and giving you a timeline is as far as this is a Ring camera, so it's time stamped. So you can kind of see what was going on. She is actively moving things from the car to the house. So they're showing that. And then also, so you can kind of see how his house is made. They're showing that, this footage, I think someone says at some point they want to bring up the Ring footage, but just showing that camera, showing that in order for them to get it in, they're going to have to show this too. In the prosecution, they said that they have to prove that he was out there since 12:30 a.m. when Karen hit him. And I do believe the Ring cameras are going to be used to kind of debunk that too. Well, Yates, we just started. This is the first witness, and I get the badness because, y'all, how long we've been on? We've been on 4 hours now. We've done some other chit-chatting, but primarily we've watched the case, and I have 2, 4, I've got about 5 pages of notes so far, and I am just confused. It's too many people involved for me. And I think that screams, that's a red flag for me. It's way too many people involved in this for me to just blame Karen already. But I'm still gonna watch. Still got a whole lot to go through, but it already sounds sketchy to me. No, we know this isn't where he was found, Kayleen. I was telling her that, unless somebody else said that. I was just making sure she knew this was after the deceased left, and she was moving stuff in. And I should have said John's home. She was moving stuff in and out of John's home, but I wanted Ash to know that this is like a sidewalk where he's found this in grass, but I still wanted her to kind of compare the amount of snow that she sees here and just imagine if this was on grass. You know, I wanted to make sure of that. It's too many related people, Key. It is too many related people. And if Karen is an outsider, I don't know. It's interesting. I'll say that. Yeah, I guess it's like a snowy place type of thing. They keep wiping these windshields off and snow is coming down. And why do they keep doing that?
Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could have from the same Exhibit 6, number 178. I could ask you to just pause right there. Now, Mr. O'Keefe, you were at your brother's house on Meadows Ave for a majority of that day, correct?
Yes.
Okay. About how long were you there into the evening?
Yes.
And at some point where...
Oh, no. Friend, what kind of break do you need? She said, "Ma'am, do we get a small break? What kind of break do you need? What kind of break you need, JT?" I don't think we've ever discussed that, but I thought most of y'all are at work. Y'all know I'll cut this camera and go black in a second if I need to use the restroom, if I feel like I want to have a snack or something like that. Y'all know that. Y'all need a comfort break. If you guys need a comfort break, let's agree to it now. Let's agree to the comfort breaks now, okay? Because I just thought most of y'all be at work and y'all probably just moving around. I do get that we might need a break because we're here for another 2.5 hours. So, I really tonight I need to do more research on how long this was because I'm thinking I have a crazy idea for how long I think I'm going to stream so we can get through it. But yeah. I don't understand why he blew her a kiss either. Oh, y'all don't need break. Okay. They said no break. Okay, great. I don't understand why he blew her a kiss when she asked if he's dead. But then you let her come to the house. I don't understand where the kiss came from either. I don't know. Okay, I just sit back down and tune in. Okay, great. All right, guys, we're going to keep moving. I'm the only one who needs the breaks then. Hold up. She said majority rules. JT, just come back up. I figured that's why it never occurred to me because I'm like, most of them are at work anyway. So y'all have headphones on. Y'all probably moving around with me. Y'all know who I didn't see. Lord. Y'all just made me, when y'all saying work and moving around, I just realized this. I didn't see Jaleesa. Okay. But yeah. All right. So we'll just speed up. I'm the only one who need the break then. Y'all think it was a kiss of death. Okay. Y'all are okay. Okay, you guys are thinking I just didn't get it, but now that you're saying it was like okay, I got. They said the kiss of death. All right, I get that. Okay, I get that. Okay, I'm happy that you guys are elaborating on that kiss thing, because I'm like, if she's trying to, I'm like, why? I'm picture her doing this, trying to get through. Well, where's John? Is he dead? Is he dead? And then he goes, like, I'm like, why would he blow a kiss at that lady? Why did my phone freeze right there? I'm like, why would he blow a kiss at that lady? I didn't get it either, Brianna. I did not get it. Hey, Jenny D. I didn't get it, but okay. And they just breezed right by the kiss like it was normal. But Amir, I hope it's Amir. If it was like a kiss of death, like people are saying, he said I blew a kiss to her. I was even thinking like he blew a kiss like I love you, you know? But if you guys are thinking another way, all right. She said, cause they hunching. Oh my God. It was weird, Red. It was weird. Okay. All right.
Attempts made in and around your brother's house, driveway, the walkway, things of that nature, as far as snow removal was concerned?
Hold on, y'all. I got to ask my ex-friend. Val, you don't think it was a kiss of death? You think it was really a kiss? He didn't know anything. He didn't know anything, Valerie. You're correct. He did not know anything at that point. You are correct. Okay, y'all are correct. He did not know anything at that moment. You're right. Why the hell that man bloody one? So it was like I was thinking. It is like I was thinking. I was just like, it's weird, but I'm just thinking he was just like he loves, like I love you, you know? Like I can't reach you, but I love you right now. Weird. Cause I'm just imagining y'all, let me just set the scene right now. She going crazy. I'm just trying to, hey Brashana, I'm just trying to imagine my sister blowing a kiss at Teddy Bear Eyes in my face. Not in my face, I'm gone. I'm looking up from heaven, and my sister is blowing a kiss at Teddy Bear Eyes. Girl, do I not go to the house and knock some shit over her house to scare her? Yes. Am I gonna be whipping her ass in her dream? Yes. Cause why are you blowing a kiss at that man? I'm sorry. Why is he blowing a kiss at that woman? Let me get back to reality. Why is he blowing a kiss at that woman? Weird, maybe, but he was showing love. I think so too, Valerie. I do. I don't. They kissy huggy type people. I thought he was. I think it's weird, but I will agree with that. I do think it's weird. But in Paul and Karen's case, I don't think he was being. It's weird for me. I wouldn't do it, but I don't think he was trying to be out of line. I think, like she said, just showing love. He couldn't get to her, so that's the best thing he could do. Or maybe, he couldn't do this. Put some praying hands up. Put some praying. They said drunk people. Megan said it was drunk people stuff. Well, Georgette, they said at the time they got to the hospital, he said like he didn't know what was going on, just that something had happened to his brother. And that's why he said when he went to go see him, he's like, dang, he looked like he had been beat up. They said drunk people are very hug and kisses all the time. Okay. All right. Hold on. Okay. Let me see. You can blow a kiss in different ways. Okay. Valerie, I'm gonna have to think about that one. That's not a normal reaction to someone that's in distress. I agree with that too, T-Boss. You think it was an FU response? Okay. It wasn't a Marilyn Monroe kiss. Okay. I could get with that one. Hey, Taylor, maybe it was a girl by kiss. I would love for at some point after this for y'all to show me all these different ways of blowing kisses. Because I'm trying to picture a girl by kiss. I'm trying to picture that. We're maybe, okay. Did she bail him out of jail? She has bailed him out of jail before. She has bailed him out of jail before. Okay. Let's see. Sound like a FU response. Okay, so I feel like the chat is kind of split on this kiss thing, but I think we can all agree that it was just not an appropriate reaction to her being in distress and trying to figure out if John was alive or dead. I'm imagining it. Well, I was just imagining like a, like I didn't think it was nothing sexual, but it definitely is weird to me because I'm like, why are you blowing a kiss at her? I think it's weird, but when I think of how he's framing their relationship, I just think maybe they just all weird drunk people, but I don't think it was nothing sexual, That's what I'm trying to say. I don't think it was sexual. Was it inappropriate? Yes. So I think we can all agree that it was an inappropriate reaction to her being in distress. Okay.
At one point, other than me shoveling, Patrick's friend's father came with a snowblower.
And so initially it was you shoveling. What if anything was your father doing while you were shoveling as well?
It was just me shoveling.
And do you recognize what's depicted up in this video as far as any individuals in this video?
I believe that is me standing there with the shovel.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just play this.
I don't think so. Still weird. Still weird. Why? The kiss. Why he couldn't just do this as he walking by y'all? Something like that. Something like that. Where we left teddy bear eyes on our birthday. Yeah. He could have just. He could have done that. I'm with you.
Ms. Gilman, from that same Exhibit 6, could I have video number 185? Ms. Gilman, if you could just pause it right there. Now, in reference to the snowblower coming out, or sort of the friend of Pat's, the father of Patrick's friends, you recognize anybody in this video here?
I'm assuming that's the father of Patrick's friend, but I'm not sure.
So fair to say this was later in the day after you were out there shoveling and after the defendant had left the house, is that correct?
Yes.
And with regard to that particular day of January 29th, do you recall any law enforcement, whether they be PD or state police, coming to the house while you were there that day?
Not on the 29th, no.
During the course of clearing the driveway out as far as snow or ice, what, if anything, did you observe as far as beyond just sort of snow and ice? Were there any sort of other items within the driveway that you recall seeing, or?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just play this video.
Now that is a lot of snow. Y'all see how deep the snow is after he's gone. It is a lot of snow, but it's important to note, as people have pointed out in here, as people have pointed out, that it was hours after John was allegedly murdered. The snow came hours after. So it's important to remember that, because now the snow is coming, right? It's coming. That's a couple inches of snow, but this is after. I meant the time of
And
death.
lastly, from this exhibit, Ms. Gilman, if you could, from exhibit 6.
Sorry,
pull up,
the time
video
of death,
number
right.
239. Mr. O'Keefe, what's up on the screen right now is that essentially what the driveway looked like at the end of sort of the snow blowing and the shoveling and snow removal that day.
Yes.
And that vehicle towards the top, that's your vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
And is it?
Hold on, somebody in the comments can help me explain this to Ash. Ash, you know we're from the South, so we're not used to any snow like this. Well, I know you live in the South. I don't know if you're from the South, but we're not used to snow like this. So maybe they had to do this so that people can get in the driveway and things of that nature. And the brother was trying to do it because they had just found out John had died. People are going to be showing up at John's home. So I think they were just trying to prepare their driveway for traffic coming in and out of the home. If I'm wrong, y'all help me out in the comments.
Is this around the time that you would have been leaving your brother's house on January 29th?
Yes.
Mr. Koros, we can have the lights back up. Thank you, sir. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
What's been marked as exhibit. Recognize that?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit 1 up. And Ms. Gilman, if you could just enlarge that a little. Thank you very much. Now, what's up on the screen, Mr. O'Keefe? Is that what you have before you as exhibit number 1?
Yes.
And what are we looking at in this exhibit?
That's my brother.
And as far as your earlier testimony in regard to the vehicle that he kept sort of on the left side of the garage, what, if anything, do you recognize?
It's depicted in the picture. It's a convertible 1971 Ford LTD.
And with reference to that vehicle, how did your brother feel about that vehicle?
He enjoyed it. He thought it was fun driving around, in a convertible. Nephew Patrick enjoyed, being driven to baseball games and whatnot in it. So.
And your niece, Kaylee, how did she feel about it?
She did not like it. Still doesn't.
Thank you, sir. May I approach this to retrieve your?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
All right.
Mr. O'Keefe, sir, I have no questions for you.
All right, Mr. O'Keefe, you are all set, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
1 second, Joe.
Why the hell would Paul be sending signals to his mistress on the stand, y'all? That's some ignorant shit. Why would he be doing that?
Your next
Come up
witness.
said, I'm sorry, come up will call Mrs. Erin O'Keefe to the stand.
Like, why would you be sending her any type of signal from the stand? Like, make that make sense. I'm gonna have to go dig for that after I get off. Up here talking about he been married 20. He been with his wife 24 years, married 17.
I promise to be able to give the court and jury in the case now and hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. You may take this.
Miss Erin.
Whenever you're ready, Ms. Delali.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name? For the record?
Sure, it's Erin O'Keefe, Okeefe,
And where is it that you live now?
West Bridgewater.
And who, if anyone, do you live there with?
I live with my husband, Paul, and our 2 girls.
And how long have you lived there in West Bridgewater?
Be 10 years this year.
And your girls, how old are your girls?
Now 13 and 10.
And what is your husband's name?
Paul,
And how long have you and Paul been together? How long have you been married?
will be 24 years this year and 17 years married this year.
And do you work, ma'am?
I do.
And what do you do for work?
Currently, I switch jobs. Currently, I work for a mechanical contractor.
And just sort of in general terms, what type of work is it that you do?
I'm their marketing director.
And you said you switched jobs, so how long have you been doing this sort of new job?
I'll be there 2 years in October.
And your husband, Paul, how did the two of you meet?
I was his waitress in a bar when he was in college.
And as far as your husband Paul is concerned, his parents, what are their names?
John and Margaret,
And your husband Paul, did he have any siblings?
2, an older sister and an older brother, John and Kristen.
And of the 3, John, Kristen, and Paul, who's the oldest, who was the youngest, and what is sort of the age difference between the 3 of them?
Kristen was the oldest, Johnny was next, and Paul being the youngest. And Paul's 3 years younger than Johnny? 4.
And your sister-in-law, Kristen, she was the oldest, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Was she married at some point?
Yes, her husband, Steve.
Do you recall about when it was that your sister-in-law, Kristen, and Steve got married?
They got married in 2006.
And your sister-in-law, Kristen, and her husband, Steve, did they have any children?
They did, Kaylee and Patrick.
And Kaylee and Patrick, about how old are they?
Kaylee is 16 now, and Patrick is 13 now.
Now,
Excuse me.
at some point, did their last name was Furbush, is that correct?
Correct.
And at some point, did your sister-in-law, Kristen, her husband, Stephen, and their children move to the town of Canton?
They did.
And about what time or what year was that?
2009, 2010, I believe.
And if you know, where had they been living previously before they moved to Canton?
They were renting out their townhouse in Abington, so they were living in Dorchester with Johnny.
And if you know, at the time that they were living with Johnny, were both Patrick and Kaylee born yet, or
Just Kaylee.
just Kaylee? So fair to say she was relatively young at that point.
Yes.
Now, at some point, your sister-in-law, Kristen, got sick, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall when about that was that you learned of that?
It was June 2013, beginning of June.
And do you recall what she was sick from or what the diagnosis was?
She was diagnosed with glioblastoma.
And at some point subsequent to that, she passed. Is that correct?
Correct. 6 months later,
Sometime in fall, November 2013.
November 11th, 2013.
Now, at that point in November of 2013, as far as you and the rest of your family was concerned, what was sort of the plan or the expectation as far as what was going to happen with the children, Patrick and Kay?
I know that my in-laws were helping while Steve was still here. Steve passed away 2 months later, but my in-laws were helping Steve kind of get acclimated.
And what, if any, role did your brother-in-law, you called him Johnny, is that correct?
Yes.
So what, if any, role did your brother-in-law Johnny have with respect to the kids during this time?
He was very involved because he was very involved when my sister-in-law was sick. I think he was out on, he'd hurt his hand or something when he was working out on the, when he was out on the streets, I guess. And so he was on disability and was helping and going to the hospital all the time and being with Kristen.
And you mentioned he was out on disability and that he was working. What was it that your brother-in-law, Johnny O'Keefe, what did he do for work?
He was a police officer in Boston.
Now, you mentioned that shortly after your sister-in-law Kristen passed away, her husband Stephen also passed away. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so what, if anything, sort of became the plan, or what happened with respect to your niece and nephew following their father's death?
Paul and Johnny went out to lunch one day, and we had kind of assumed because Johnny was out on, the streets doing his job like that Paul and I would take the kids, and Johnny said he was going to do it.
So he sort of volunteered or stepped up to do it, correct?
Correct.
And pursuant to that, where did Johnny go to live? Where did the kids live when he did that?
Johnny moved into their house in Canton, the original house that Steve and Kristen had bought. He moved in with the kids there.
And about how long was it that Johnny lived there with the kids, sort of assumed that role?
Maybe 4 years, 4 or 5 years. I don't remember the exact year that he bought the new house.
And so they lived there for 4 or 5 years, and then you mentioned that he bought a new house. Where was the new house that he bought?
The new house is the house now on Meadows Ave in Canton.
And so from whenever time Johnny bought that house, he lived there basically with the kids, Kaylee and Patrick, until he passed away as well, correct?
Correct.
And with respect to your niece and nephew, what, if any, sort of legal relationship did Johnny have with respect to the kids, Patrick and Kay?
He became their guardian.
And during the time that, from the time that your brother-in-law Johnny sort of took over that guardianship with respect to your niece and nephew, as far as dating was concerned, what, if any, sort of long-term relationships did he have during that period? And before you answer that, if I could just ask you for your definition as far as what do you...
I can't stand when he does that. He will ask a question and say, well, before you answer that, let me ask you this question too. How about just ask me that one first? He did that with Paul too. And it's crazy because one of the times I remember him doing it was him asking about long-term girlfriends.
Team or term as far as a long-term relationship?
1, 2 years, I guess, as a start, 2 years.
So during that time, after he assumed sort of guardianship of the kids, about how many of those relationships, 1 to 2 years or so, did Johnny have during that time?
2.
Right.
And what were the names of the people that he had those relationships with?
The first was Amy, and then Karen.
And just to be clear, by Amy, that was, where she lived, what town?
She resides in Westwood.
And she had children of her own, is that correct?
Yes.
And the second that you mentioned was Karen, is that correct?
Correct.
What is Karen's last name?
Reed.
Just for clarity purposes, do you see the person, you knew Karen Reed, correct?
Yes,
So just for clarity purposes, the record, you see Karen Reed in the courtroom?
I do.
Could you just identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing?
Black or blue blazer.
And I just asked the record reflect the identification of the defendant by the witness.
Yes.
Now, with regard to Ms. Reed, as far as her relationship with regard to your niece and nephew, what, if any, sort of legal relationship did she have with regard to either your niece or nephew or to your brother-in-law, Johnny O'Keefe?
Legal, none.
Now, as far as over the course of, when was the first time that you recall meeting the defendant, Ms. Reed?
I believe it was in June of 2020 during COVID.
Based on sort of your understanding, when was that in relation to when they began sort of their relationship?
I think it was in February or March of that same year.
So right around the time that the pandemic caused a sort of general shutdown, correct?
I think so, yes.
Now, as far as you were aware, did you know of any sort of pre-existing relationship or any time that they had dated in the past prior to that February, March of 2020?
I learned that after the fact.
So fair to say during any sort of previous time that they may or may not have dated, you hadn't met Ms. Reed, you weren't aware of her at all?
Correct. I had not met her.
And do you recall sort of where you were or what the circumstances were the first time that you met the defendant?
I believe we were all coming to our house. It was either, it may have been a birthday party or Father's Day, but we were out on the patio. I think it was June.
So John O'Keefe, Ms. Reed, as well as the children came over to your house for some kind of holiday or something like that?
Correct.
Now, from that time sort of going forward, how would you describe sort of your relationship with the defendant, Ms. Reed?
I liked her a lot.
And as far as prior to January 29th of 2022, would you consider yourself or characterize your relationship as friends?
I would.
And about how often, sort of from that time of when you first met her in June of 2020 through January, the end of January 2022, how often would you see sort of your niece, your nephew, Mr. O'Keefe, and or Ms. Reed?
1-2 times a month. It was COVID, so when we could be outside or all get together, or if there was a birthday.
And were there any occasions where you would have occasion to spend time with or hang out with the defendant outside of either your husband or your brother-in-law, Johnny O'Keefe?
Yes, and we talked quite often.
And just in regard to sort of in person, about how many times was that?
Without them, I don't recall.
Now, as far as your understanding of sort of the living arrangement around it, how often, what was your understanding as far as the relationship and sort of where everybody lived or where everybody stayed or how often, things like that?
I believe that Karen was there most times. I do know that she liked to go home on Mondays just to kind of have a fresh time by herself, and Thursdays she was teaching an online class, so she would be home on Thursdays as well. But for the majority of the time, I believe she was over there.
Now, just to be clear, when you say over there, you mean the house on Meadows?
Correct.
When you say she was home, where else did she have a home during that time?
In Mansfield.
And had you had occasion to be over her house in Mansfield at any point in the time that you were friends?
I had gone over once, yes.
Now, with respect to their relationship, what, if anything, were you aware of as far as fights, arguments, issues, anything like that?
I think normal relationship, you know, the stuff everyone goes through.
If I could ask you just if you could expound upon that a little as far as when you say normal relationship stuff, what exactly do you mean?
I know that, you know, my in-laws being there often could be stressful. And, you know, two people with kids and life, normal everyday relationship.
Now, during this time frame, you were living in West Bridgewater still, is that correct?
Correct.
And where were you, like what town were you working in at that point?
At that time, I was working in Brighton.
So fair to say, relatively long commute between Brighton and West Bridgewater on a daily basis?
Correct.
And so during that sort of long commute, what, if anything, would you do with reference to the defendant, or who, if anyone, would you typically talk to on those long commutes?
I would text her or call her and say I'm hey and driving, and or she would call me and we would just shoot the breeze and just talk.
And was that something, how often would you do that?
Quite often.
Now, as far as your relationship with the defendant, Ms. Reed, you considered yourself friends or friendly, is that correct?
Correct.
Is that something that you communicated to her, or she communicated to you in any way?
Yeah. And yeah, we would say how well we got along, and she would say if they ever broke up, she hoped that she and I would stay friends.
Now, Mrs. O'Keefe, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022 into January 29th of 2022. Actually, first, let me bring it back a little bit further. So New Year's Eve going from 2021 into 2022. Do you recall that time frame?
I do.
Do you recall where you were or who you were with around that time of New Year's?
We were in Aruba for my mother's birthday.
And when you say we, who, if anyone, were you in Aruba with?
My mother, father, sister, husband, and our two girls.
And over the course of that, were you also aware of where your brother-in-law, Johnny O'Keefe, and Miss Reed, and children, Patrick and Kaylee, were at that time as well?
They were also in Aruba.
And so where they were situated in Aruba, where was that in relation to where you were situated?
We weren't close. You'd need a cab. It was not the other side of the island, but far enough away you'd need to catch a cab. They were more downtown.
And what, if anything, did you know about sort of who they were with or how they had come to be there in Aruba at that time?
They were with a large group of people. I don't know how many, but there was a large group of people that was going down.
And as far as you knew, was there any one person, excuse me, in particular that organized sort of that trip? Or
Yes, Laura Sullivan.
And do you know Laura Sullivan?
I do.
And how do you know Laura Sullivan?
I know Laura through Johnny. He's her son's godfather.
And fair to say, as far as you knew, that Mr. O'Keefe, Johnny O'Keefe, and Laura Sullivan had known each other for some time?
Correct.
Now, at any point when you were in Aruba around the time of New Year's, did you ever meet up with or connect with Miss Reed and Johnny O'Keefe?
We did not.
Now, at some point in time when you were in Aruba during that same time frame, what, if any, conversation did you have with Miss Reed, the defendant?
I don't believe any with Johnny. Karen texted me on the flight down. The flight attendants were Karen and Erin, and we were trying to arrange and see if there was a time we could get together.
So the flight attendants on their flight down had the same names as both yourself and Miss Reed?
Yeah, she texted me and said that.
And so you had been trying to arrange some time or some day to sort of meet up, is that correct?
I don't know. I don't recall. I had texted her on New Year's Eve to see where they were.
And what, if anything, did she reply? Did she reply in text?
She did. It wasn't until later in the evening that she had caught Johnny kissing Laura's sister in the lobby of the hotel.
And what, if anything, further did she indicate to you in regard to that?
Just that they got into an argument about it.
And so did the two of you, and by the two, I mean it's sort of the two groups of families, did you ever connect or meet up at any point when you were in Aruba?
We did not.
Do you have any further conversation with Ms. Reed in reference to what she had indicated occurred at their resort?
Time out. So everyone went to Aruba, but I thought it was a family trip. But now it's sounding like they just happened to be in Aruba at the same time. She was celebrating her mom's birthday, and John and Karen were at another resort. She got all the tea, Missy. She knows everything. I don't think it's weird that John didn't have kids. Some people, they just aren't fortunate enough to have kids. That wasn't weird to me. I mean, especially when you couple that when the sister got sick, he was off and he immediately stepped up. You know, he was a great uncle. Some people, that's how their life is. I won't beat him up for not having kids, but baby, I am wondering how, like the lady said, you know, we tried to meet them. They never linked. They're in the same country, like they never linked. She said they went with a large group. She said that was a swingers trip. She said that was a swingers trip. Brianna said that too, Key. Brianna said these are swingers. She said these are swingers too. Pretty said they were with a large group. Yeah, I was sitting here like, wait a minute. So when he said they never linked up, I'm like, well, why wouldn't they link? I thought everyone was there for the mother-in-law, for her mother's birthday. Johnny was in the streets with J Money. It's crazy.
I responded and said, like, kissing, and I don't recall what her response was, but I had missed the next text. She said did I want to meet up? She had freshened up and did I want to meet up? But I had missed it and was either already going to bed or just missed it until the next day.
So she had indicated to you via text that they had got into an argument and then further indicated or asked you if you wanted to meet up, correct?
Correct.
All right, Ms. Tillelli, I'm just going to give a brief instruction at this point. All right, excuse me. So, folks, you just heard testimony about statements that were allegedly made by the defendant. You're really not to use the statements for the truth, but you can consider them solely on the limited purpose of the defendant's state of mind and as they go to the nature of the relationship between the defendant and John O'Keefe. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, between that time in Aruba and January 28th of 2022, had you had occasion to meet up with Johnny O'Keefe and or the defendant Karen Reed or the kids or anybody from that Canton house?
No, our older daughter tested positive and she and Paul had to stay back in Aruba. So we didn't have, and then by the time they got back, it was back to school and we didn't have a chance.
So your oldest daughter was quarantined along with your husband in Aruba, and they came back sometime after you and your younger daughter?
Correct.
And with respect to that, that sort of weekend of January 28th and January 29th, what, if any, plans did you have initially to meet up with your brother-in-law, Johnny, and the defendant?
Johnny had been communicating to Paul that wanted to get us together on the 29th. And I said, there's a big storm coming. I don't think that's going to happen.
And so you were aware somehow of a big storm coming in on that weekend as far as the 29th was concerned?
Correct.
And what, if anything, do you recall sort of about what you were aware of as far as that storm, like how severe, what kind of storm?
I don't recall specifics, but I knew that it was a big storm that was coming for Saturday with a lot of snow.
And so you didn't think that was a good idea to set up a time to meet up with that?
Correct.
Now, on that date of January 28th, what, if any, conversation did you have with Ms. Reed on that day?
She had texted me while I was waiting for the school bus asking if there was any chance I was out without Paul.
Was that a typical thing that she would text you as far as the without Paul part?
No,
And you indicated that you were waiting for the school bus, is that right?
correct.
And at that time in January of 2022, you had two daughters, correct?
Yes, correct.
Were they sort of in the same school as far as on the same bus?
No, they were not. They're separate schools.
So fair to say one was maybe in elementary, one was in middle school?
Correct.
So as far as around that time that you received the text, would that have been the younger daughter or the older daughter that you were waiting for the bus?
The younger daughter. It was after 3:00.
And who comes home, or at that time, who came home first, the younger daughter or the older daughter?
Our older daughter.
And when you received that text from the defendant, what, if anything, did you, or how did you respond to it?
I said that I was waiting for the school bus and we had basketball on Friday nights.
And the basketball on Friday nights, was that something that was one of your daughters or both?
Both.
And do you recall, well, let me ask you this. With regard to your daughter's basketball, at least at that time, what, if any, sort of relationship did your husband have to those basketball teams?
He was the coach for both of them.
And was that something that was sort of like a local league? Is that correct?
Town league.
Town. And did all of you, and by all, I mean yourself, your husband, and the two girls, did you all go to both games that night?
Correct.
And do you recall about what time those games were?
6 or 7.
Now, Ms. Reed reached out to you and texted you, and then you responded as you described. What, if any, further conversation did you have with Ms. Reed on that day?
I asked her if everything was okay, if something was up. And she responded and said, just another day, I wish I didn't talk to an O'Keefe after 2004.
And how did you respond to that? If you...
I said, what happened? What's going on? And they had bickered, I guess, about her taking Kaylee to Dunkin' Donuts in the morning before school.
And just to be clear, when you say they, you mean Johnny O'Keefe and Karen Reed?
Correct.
It's really petty, Aaron, and what's pissing me off is her saying that. That's just normal. That's normal stuff you'd say. Nothing, girl. Just wish I would have left it in 2004. Just, and then for it to be over Dunkin' Donuts, it sounds like Mr. O'Keefe was petty. I mean, Dunkin' Donuts.
Do you recall sort of how that conversation evolved, or what, if anything, else was said during that time?
I just knew that they had gotten into some type, I don't know if it was an argument or there was something. They bickered about her taking them, and he said that she spoiled them.
Arguing about
now, as far as your conversation with Ms. Reed,
we're arguing about spoiling kids who lost 2 parents. And it's freaking Dunkin' Donuts. My Dunkin' Donuts was near Mariah's high school. Sometimes we'd leave earlier just so I can stop her by Dunkin' or Starbucks. They were right there in the same shopping center. She's a Starbucks girl. I like a coffee from Dunkin'. But anyway, there's like this special little frap that they have. But anyway, my point being, damn, it's Dunkin' Donuts. You act like the lady was really, Johnny was doing too much. It's not crazy. So you bringing this out in trial is something you probably could have left out, because now they're like, damn, why he's so petty? And that's most certainly not something you kill somebody over.
Reed, in regard to the weekends, what, if anything, did the two of you talk about as far as sort of plans for the weekend?
I said I was anticipating a storm, so was probably going to hang in the neighborhood with everybody.
Now, as far as later on in that afternoon, what, if any, sort of further communication did you receive from Ms. Reed that day?
I think the last text was a picture, something that popped up in her memories of my children and Kaylee and Patrick from the Cape that summer, and said, this just popped up in my memories and made me smile.
Now, did you have occasion to talk with Ms. Reed any further on that day, the 28th?
No, that was it.
And so you went to your kids' basketball games, came back to your house, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you recall about what time you went to bed that night?
It was either close to midnight or after, because Paul and I were sitting up watching TV.
Do you recall what you were watching on the TV?
Yellowstone.
Was that sort of a binge watch that you were doing?
Yes.
Now, before you went to bed, did you have occasion to sort of, knowing that the snow was coming, did you have occasion to sort of look out and make any observations about what the weather was like before you went to bed?
I noted that while we were still up watching television that it was snowing already.
And did you have occasion to see whether or not it was sort of sticking to either the pavement or the grass or anything like that?
I looked out on the deck and it was starting to accumulate on the deck, sticking to the deck.
You know about what time that was?
Probably around 10:30 or 11.
And this is at your house in West Bridgewater.
Correct.
Now, you go to bed and at some point you wake up on the 29th. And if you recall, what is it that wakes you up the next morning?
I woke up to my husband on the phone with his mother saying he's going to be okay. He's going to be okay. And they got off the phone and I said, what happened? And what's going on? And he said they found Johnny in the snow this morning.
And after that phone call, what is it that your husband Paul did?
He's pacing around and he goes to the bathroom to brush his teeth because he said that he was going to drive to the hospital.
And do you know what hospital he was going to drive to?
Good Samaritan.
And based on the weather and sort of the road conditions, what, if any, concerns did you have about that plan of your husband's?
I was concerned with him driving because the roads weren't good.
Now, as far as your in-laws, so your father-in-law is John O'Keefe Jr., is that correct?
Senior.
Senior. And your mother-in-law is Margaret or Peggy O'Keefe? Is that
Correct.
And what, if any, information did you have as far as were they going to the hospital, and if so, how were they doing?
They were going to the hospital and Carrie Roberts was going to pick them up because they didn't have a car that could drive in the snow.
Now, was Carrie Roberts someone that you knew prior to this date?
I knew her from when Johnny moved to Canton.
And at some points, do you recall approximately how long was it between the time that the phone call comes in and the time that your husband left your house?
10 minutes.
Relatively quick. I'm sorry, you just have to.
Yes, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. So then, when your husband is leaving, what, if any, similar to earlier the previous evening, what, if any, observations did you make as sort of the weather and what was going on outside at the time he was leaving?
It was snowing when he was leaving. Heavy.
Now, at some point, you're at home and your children are at home with you, is that correct?
Correct.
And at some point, who, if anyone, do you reach out to sort of find out what's going on?
When Paul was brushing his teeth, I said to him, where's Karen? Where is she? Is she okay? And I called her and I could hear the phone pick up and she didn't say hello. I just said, Karen, what the hell is going on? And she just yelled back in the phone, John's dead. And Carrie Roberts grabbed the phone from her and said, no, he's not. He's at the hospital. They're working on him. And I didn't know what was going on. didn't know not, and Carrie won't say hello. I
You're at home and your children are at home with you, is that correct?
correct.
I had to go back, guys, because I needed to hear. Remember, we were talking about like him blowing that kiss, and why wasn't he going to Karen? So I wanted to hear this again. T Fran said, "Are we sure Paul wasn't drunk the next morning? Still hungover or something the next day?" Why did I think that immediately when they said, "Well, why were you scared for him to drive?" I thought she was going to say he had been drinking. She didn't. She blamed it on the weather. But anyway, I need to hear this part again, because we're trying to figure out why Paul didn't go to Karen's aid. Why was he keeping his distance? And I was wondering, I wanted to hear that part of her testimony again, because if she called Karen and she was able to get Karen on the phone, and then the other Carrie Roberts gets on the phone, and there's like this conflicting information, maybe they said something which prompted her to call her husband. I wanted to hear that again.
And at some point, who, if anyone, do you reach out to sort of find out what's going on?
When Paul was brushing his teeth, I said to him, "Where's Karen?"
And that's the part I needed to hear. Was Paul already at the hospital, or was Paul still with her in the house after this phone call? Paul was still in the house with her. He was still in the house with her when all of this was going on. So I just wanted to know that.
Where is she? Is she okay? And I called her, and I could hear the phone pick up, and she didn't say hello. I just said, "Karen, what the hell is going on?" And she just yelled back in the phone, "John's dead." And Carrie Roberts grabbed the phone from her and said, "No, he's not. He's at the hospital. They're working on him." And I didn't know what was going on.
Was there any further conversation on that initial phone call that you made to?
They were in Carrie's car waiting for an ambulance to pick up Karen, and then Carrie was going to pick up my in-laws.
As far as sort of going through that day, what was the next learned as far as your brother-in-law, Johnny, and who did you learn from?
When I spoke to Carrie in the car, I asked her to take my phone number. I knew she was going to the hospital, and I was nervous that Paul was going to be there by himself, so I asked her to please keep me informed as to what was happening when she got there.
And without any reference to anything that Ms. Roberts may or may not have said to you, did you further updates from Ms. Roberts throughout the course of that morning?
I think I called her every 5 minutes.
Dang.
And at some point, did you learn what sort of the status was in regards to John?
I think it was, I don't recall the exact time, but Carrie had texted me or called me to let me know when they were finally called in by the doctors from the emergency room.
And what, if anything, did you learn once they had been called in by the doctor?
Objection.
All right, sustained.
At some point later on in that day, did you have further conversation with the defendant this week?
I did.
And do you remember approximately what time that was?
I think it was around 1 o'clock.
And if you recall, was that a situation where you called her or she called you, or?
I called her because I didn't know what was going on. And I kept saying to my husband, "Has anyone checked on Karen? Is Karen okay?" So I called her.
And when you called her, what, if any, conversation did you have with her at that time?
She answered the phone and said that I was on speaker and she was in the car with her dad, and they were driving to Dighton.
And What, if any, questions did you ask her about what had happened, and what, if anything, did she say?
I asked her, I said, what the hell happened last night? And because I couldn't understand first how they were together, if they had been arguing earlier in the day. And she told me that they were out, that
First of all, let me just say this. She said, I couldn't understand how, if they had been arguing earlier during the day, how they were together. Because they're a couple? Like, hold up. Okay, I'm finna go look. Because they're a couple? Like, what do you mean I couldn't understand how they've been arguing earlier in the day and then they were together? They're a damn couple. Baby, you can argue with your husband and be at dinner with him 30 minutes later. Like, it's weird. I feel like this lady's trying hard not to implicate Karen in her testimony. T-Fran, I don't know if that's it. I just posted this in the comments. I really do think her and Paul were told something before he got to the hospital, because it is very odd that he did not try to go comfort Karen. So I'm gonna listen to the rest of her testimony, but something is odd.
she dropped him at a party afterwards, didn't feel like going, so dropped him and went back to Canton.
What, if anything, did she say occurred after dropping Johnny off?
She said she went back to Canton and I think woke up around 4:30 and couldn't find him, and woke up Kaylee to see if Kaylee had heard from him at all.
What, if anything, did she say happened after that?
She said that she went to go out and look, but the roads were bad, so went back and called Kerry and Jen so that they could drive together.
And by Kerry, you understood that to mean Kerry Roberts?
Kerry Roberts.
And by Jen, who, if anyone, did you understand that to mean?
Jen McCabe.
Is that someone that you knew or were familiar with at that time?
I had never met Jen.
And what, if anything, did she say happened after that when she went out with Kerry and Jen?
I don't, is it possible to refresh my memory on that?
Without getting into that, just as far as beyond sort of what happened, what, if anything else, did the defendant say to you as far as
She told me that she had to remember the bad times, which struck me as an odd comment to say, but I assumed since she was at the hospital that maybe she was medicated, but it just struck me as something odd.
now, in addition to the having to remember the bad times, what, if anything else, did she say to you at that point during that phone call?
She said, I don't think I'm ever going to see you guys again. And I said, of course you will. We're friends.
Now, following that conversation and that day, did you ever speak with the defendant, Karen Reed, again?
No.
Ma'am, one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
I think she may have been under the influence too, though, Valerie. And I get what you said too. She was probably like still unsure about the events that happened, which means she had to be drunk out of her mind.
Just one last question, ma'am. So in regard to those last two statements that you had testified about, was that all part and parcel of the same conversation when the defendant indicated she was driving back with her father to Dighton?
Correct.
So there was no further conversation after that conversation shortly after 1 p.m.?
No.
I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor. We have no questions.
All right, Ms. O'Keefe, you're all set. Thank you. Mr. Lally, your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Officer Stephen Sarif to the stand.
I don't quite know how to explain this. It maybe it's just from watching Blue Bloods or something, because their father looks just like a white man from Boston. Their father is really giving me Boston vibes. He looks like he could have been on that show. He really could have been on that show. Where's Bargy? I don't know how to explain it, but he looks like he could have been on Blue Bloods. No, yeah, my birthday was Saturday. It was Saturday. They do like to drink, Your Honor. No, T, not watching anything because I'm going
Just officer, you should give the court and jury the case. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do think so.
You can sit or stand, whatever you want to do.
Thank you.
Just ask that you speak into the microphone, please. Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Officer Sarif, Saraf, Canton Police Department.
And how long have you been a member of the Canton Police Department?
About 27 years.
Now, were you working with the Canton Police Department on January 28th into January 29th of 2022?
I was.
Do you recall what shift you were working on that occasion?
I was working midnight to 8 shift.
Midnight to 8 a.m., is that correct?
That's correct.
And were you dispatched to a call at approximately 6:05 a.m.?
Yes, I was.
And if you recall, what was the dispatch in regard to and where specifically were you?
Let me check. I wanted to see. He might be our last witness of the day. Yes, he'll be our last witness of the day, y'all. And then I have something that Lauren sent me, and we can recap on how we're feeling after day one. I can't believe y'all know they have about let's say between 77 and 80 witnesses. So we got 2 down, 2 witnesses down.
You dispatched?
It was a call of a person that was unconscious outside, I believe it was 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
Now, that particular area of Canton, are you familiar with that area of Canton?
Yes.
And as far as the town of Canton is concerned with respect to police department, is there sort of different sectors within the town that you would be assigned to patrol?
That's correct.
And the area of Fairview Road, would that be within your sector that you typically patrol?
That was West Sector.
And how many sectors within the town of Canton are there?
4.
Now, that particular area of Fairview Road, what type of area is that? Is it residential, commercial, or something else?
It's residential.
And the roadway of Fairview Road, there's houses on that roadway, is that correct?
That's correct.
Is there any sort of, it's a paved roadway, is that correct?
It is, yes.
The lanes, are they divided by any sort of lines in the middle of it?
Yes.
And who, if anyone, owns or maintains that particular roadway?
The town of Canton does.
Now, you received that dispatch. Where were you, if you recall, when you received the dispatch?
I was, there's a church right next to the police station. I was in that parking lot.
And with respect to the evening of the 28th into the morning of the 29th, what, if anything, were you aware of as far as sort of forecast of the weather or anything sort of impending coming?
Yeah, it was snowing pretty good that night. It was a snowstorm that evening.
So there's a snowstorm that had been predicted, is that correct?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. There was a snowstorm actually occurring around that time, just after 6 a.m.
That's correct.
And at the time that you're responding, a little after 6 a.m., was light out, dark out, or something?
It was dark out.
And the time, if you know, how much time elapsed sort of between the time that you received the call and the time that you arrived in that area of Fairview?
It's pretty close, so a couple of minutes maybe, because I didn't obviously go as fast as you could go because the roads were pretty snowy.
During the course of, you have been working sort of since midnight, correct?
Correct.
And over the course of your work throughout that evening, had you, or what if anything, had you noticed with regard to snow removal as far as town plows or anything like that?
I don't understand. Were they plowing? Is that your question? They were plowing the roads.
Okay. So there had been some sort of treatment or plowing to the roads prior to your response, as far as you know?
Yes.
What were sort of the road conditions or the visibility or anything like that, if you recall, during your response time?
It was snowing pretty well. The roads were definitely slippery. It took me a while to get to the destination.
And if you recall, sir, what was sort of the path of travel that you took from, you mentioned you were in the church parking lot next to the police station, correct?
That's correct.
And where is the police station located in
So the police station's on Washington Street, 1492 Wash.
And so what was sort of the path of travel that you took from the church lot next to the police station to Fairview?
So I went past the police station onto Chapman Street, and then from Chapman Street, I went to Fairview Road.
And when you were approaching Fairview Road, are you taking a right or left or something?
So right.
And as you were taking that right onto Fairview, what, if anything, happened with your vehicle as you were taking that turn?
Nothing that I recall.
And that particular, coming from that Chapman side of Fairview, Fairview goes from Chapman and then it goes down to sort of, let's say, the bottom of the street. It connects with another street. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what is the street that?
Cedar Crest.
Cedar. And if you're coming from the Chapman side down to the Cedar Crest side, what, if anything, is there as far as an elevation? Like, is it uphill, downhill, or flat?
It's down. It's down a hill, fairly decent sized hill.
And as you are driving down Fairview, what, if anything, I mentioned it was dark outside, correct?
That's correct.
So what, if anything, beyond sort of the headlights on your cruiser, did you utilize for assistance as you were driving down Fairview?
I had a spotlight on the driver's side, a handheld spotlight to try to locate the house in question.
And if I could just ask you a little bit about the type of vehicle that you were driving. So was it, what kind of police cruiser were you driving on?
Explorer.
So SUV, is that right?
Yes, SUV, yes.
And as far as those, or the particular cruiser that you were driving on that occasion, what, if anything, is it equipped with as far as cameras or anything like that within the vehicle?
Yeah, it's equipped with a camera for front and back, and in the rear seat of the cruiser.
And so as you're driving down Fairview, you reach out and start to utilize your spotlight sort of on, where is that located on the cruiser?
It's on my left-hand side.
And is that a spotlight that's outside of the cruiser or inside of the cruiser? Where is it located
On the outside of the cruiser, but there's a handle that manipulates it so you can point the spotlight where you want to go.
Okay. So you have some sort of tool within the cruiser where you can manipulate where it points?
That's correct.
And as you're coming down Fairview, utilizing that spotlight, what, if anything, do you observe out in front?
Well, as I got to my destination, I saw 3 people on the lawn of in the snow, waving at me.
And initially, when you see these 3 people in the snow, do you have any idea sort of who they are, or male, female, anything like that?
There were 3 women and later learned it was a male subject on the ground.
And so when you initially are sort of approaching or getting to the residence, you indicate you see the three women waving at you. Could you see, or what if anything, could you see the body at that point?
I saw that there was somebody on the ground, yes.
So you could see the three women and you could see a person on the ground.
That's correct.
And at some point, subsequent to this, did you learn the identity of the person on the ground?
I did.
And who did you learn that?
John
person?
O'Keefe.
And prior to this dispatch, did you know John O'Keefe in any way?
No.
Now, the three females that you saw sort of around Mr. O'Keefe's body on the ground, at some point later, did you subsequently identify who those three people were?
I did.
And who did you identify?
One was Karen Reed. The other one was Miss McCabe and Miss Roberts, I believe.
All right, sir, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, okay, or speak into the microphone.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Now, you arrive on scene and I'm assuming you get out of your cruiser, is that correct?
That's correct.
What, if anything, did you do from there?
I walked over to the scene. I first asked, is this person, a drug user? He's have an issue with drugs. Somebody said, no, he's a Boston police officer. I said, okay. I checked for a pulse. I couldn't find a pulse. Then I went back to my cruiser and tried to find the AED, which is an automated external defibrillator.
Back just for a second. So you indicated that you checked for a pulse, correct?
That's correct.
And where on Mr. O'Keefe did you check for?
On his neck, it's carotid.
So if it's carotid, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you made contact with sort of the skin area in his carotid area on his neck, what, if anything, did you observe as far as Mr. O'Keefe when you did?
I couldn't find any pulse or anything like that, and he was cold to the touch.
Now, when you did this, Mr. O'Keefe, you mentioned, was sort of on the ground, correct?
That's correct.
And how is he sort of positioned on the ground?
He was lying on his back.
And as far as your observations of Mr. O'Keefe during this initial time when you're checking the pulse, what, if anything, did you observe sort of on him or around him or anything like that?
I didn't really.
Let me ask it a different way. So as far as you mentioned that when you arrived there, it was snowing out, correct?
Correct.
And so how much snow was in and around or on top of Mr. O'Keefe when you first observed?
It was about, I would say about 6 inches on the ground. There was a light dusting on top of him, I would say.
And what, if any, observations did you make of Mr. O'Keefe and sort of how he was dressed at this time initially that you observed?
I don't recall what he was wearing.
Now, with reference to the residence at 34 Fairview Road, if you're standing in front of the house on the street facing the house, which side of the property was Mr. O'Keefe lying on his back?
As you're facing the house, it's to the, I'm sorry, go again. Can you say that again, please?
So if you're standing on the street facing.
Okay, we're in the comments going, we're kind of going back and forth. Why was the first question he asked about drugs? I think Valerie has given us the best answer, and that is, do we need to get Narcan? Because if it is drug related, if it's a potential overdose, we need to know immediately so that we could save his life. Thank you, Valerie, because I was not thinking about the Narcan. But I think that is absolutely why he asked that first. I was typing and then Valerie's comment came up. I said, you know what, that's right. If it's a potential overdose, then I need to go grab that Narcan now because every minute counts. So, okay, I think that is absolutely right in the world we're living in today. That's absolutely right. Yates, I don't know. She said that's very common. I don't have a lot of run-ins with the law, whatever. But I was like, Keisha, I'm like, yeah, why did they ask that first? But the Narcan makes it, oh my God. I'm thinking that. I'm thinking about the Barry too, because he said a light dusting on top of him.
In the house, was Mr. O'Keefe more to the center of the property, the right of the property, or the left?
He was on the left of the property, yes.
Now, in addition to Mr. O'Keefe, in this sort of area on the left side of the property, what, if any, sort of other landmarks or other things that you observe on that side of the property?
To the left of the property, there was a fire hydrant, a bush, and a flagpole, I believe. To the left, to the farther left, like more near the property line, I would say.
Yes, Keith?
Now, with reference to, mentioned that it was snowing out and there was snow on the ground, correct?
That's correct.
What, if anything else, did you note as far as the weather conditions, as far as wind, temperature, or anything like that?
I would say it was near blizzard conditions. It was snowing really, really hard.
And how cold? Obviously, January, it's snowing out, it was cold, but how cold was it, if you know, when you first arrived?
Less than 32 degrees. I don't know exactly. I mean, it was cold.
So you pull up in that area with the three females. Are they to your right or to your left?
I pulled up, basically, I had my cruiser straight on.
And so which side of the cruiser were the three females and Mr. O'Keefe when you pull up and stop?
We're straight ahead.
Straight ahead, okay. And
a little to the left.
so, and what, if any, other vehicles did you observe sort of in the roadway in that area where three females were and Mr. O'Keefe?
There was another vehicle in the roadway on the side of the road. I parked basically right behind that.
And do you recall anything about that vehicle, like what type it was, what color, or anything like that?
I don't recall.
Now, with regard to the three females you identified as Ms. Reed, Ms. McCabe, and Ms. Roberts, do you recall where they were in relation to Mr. O'Keefe, each of them, when you first sort of pull up and get out of your cruiser?
So when I arrived, I saw Miss Reed looked like she was giving CPR to him, and she had blood on her face.
Now, in addition to yourself, there are other sort of first responders that are dispatched to the scene as well. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And of them, who, if anyone else, was on scene at the time that you arrived?
When I arrived, I was the first to arrive. Then there was Officer Mullaney that came a few minutes later, and then the fire department came after him, and I believe Sergeant Good came at, like, within that. I don't know how many minutes, but it was pretty close.
You're first to arrive on scene, and then Mullaney comes a couple of minutes later?
Yes.
About how long was it between when Officer Mullaney arrives and when the fire department arrives?
Couple minutes. I don't.
And at some point after that, a Sergeant Good comes, is that correct?
That's correct.
Sergeant Good is a sergeant with your department?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, the fire department, when they arrived, do you recall what type of apparatus they had that arrived on scene?
I believe it was an engine. They usually come with an engine and an ambulance.
So to your recollection, it was at least an ambulance and an engine?
Yeah. Yes.
When you were in transit, sort of coming from the church parking lot next to the station, 234 Fairview, what, if anything, did you have activated on your cruiser as far as lights or sirens or anything like that?
I believe I might have my blue lights on. I'm not sure.
As far as the time that you're coming, this is shortly after 6 a.m. in a blizzard, was there, what, if any, sort of other vehicular traffic did you observe en route from church parking lot to 34 Fairview?
There wasn't any that I can recall.
So you go to get your AED device from your cruiser, is that correct?
That's correct.
And around that time that you're retrieving that, what happens?
The FD, the fire department, came on scene, and they took over care of Mr. O'Keefe.
Now, beyond sort of just checking pulse, as far as around that time when you were checking the pulse in the carotid area for Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, other observations did you make with regard to any injuries or anything else on Mr. O'Keefe?
Well, when I first got there, he had blood on his face and it was just wiped away. So that's the only.
So there was blood on his face that was wiped away?
That's correct.
Now, when the fire department arrives on scene and they sort of take over resuscitative efforts with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, is that correct?
That is correct.
And the person you identified as Ms. Reed, firstly, do you see that person in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you just identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing?
Seating at the table right there, black.
Honor, does that record reflect identification done by the witness?
Yes.
After the fire department arrived, when they sort of take over resuscitative efforts with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, observations did you make of Ms. Reed and what she was doing or saying at that time?
Ms. Reed was visibly upset. She kept saying, this is all my fault. This is my fault. I did this. And she was very hysterical. And she kept asking, he's dead. Is he dead? Is he dead?
And with that specific phraseology, that's something that she kept saying?
Yes.
And by your repetitive nature, I'm assuming it was something that she said more than once, correct?
Several times, correct.
And when she's saying this, can you describe sort of how she's saying this? I mean, is it a whisper? Is it a scream? Or is it something in between?
She was yelling pretty good.
And with regard to her repetitive question, as far as is he dead, what, if any, response did you provide to her in regard to that?
I just said they're doing the best that they can. I don't know.
Now, at some point, did you direct Ms. Reed, the defendant, to somewhere else away from Mr. O'Keefe?
Yeah, I tried to get her out of the elements. I put her in a car. I don't know if it was my cruiser or another cruiser there, but I had her sit in the back seat just to get out of the snow.
And did she stay in that cruiser for any?
She stayed in for a few minutes and then she was like up and down, up and down.
So sort of in and out of whatever car you put her into?
That's correct.
When she would come out of the car, where would she go?
She was just walking around. From what I remember,
Now, with reference to Mr. O'Keefe, he's laying on his back on the ground. That location, where was that in relation to the roadway of Fairview Road?
I would say about 20 feet off the road.
So if it's 20 feet off of the road, is it fair to say that was on sort of the front lawn of 34 Fairview?
Yes, that's correct.
And at some point, the fire department takes Mr. O'Keefe's body off of the lawn. Is that correct?
That is.
And where
correct.
were you in relation to Mr. O'Keefe when that happened?
I don't remember.
And if you don't remember, do you recall anything about sort of what the ground looked like when Mr. O'Keefe was lifted up?
I don't recall. I didn't.
Now, that area around where Mr. O'Keefe was, when you initially come up, you see him on the ground and you check for a pulse. If anything, did you note around Mr. O'Keefe's body as far as the condition of or disturbance of the snow around?
I noticed that there were footprints and track marks around the body itself. There was none coming from the residence or the area. It was just right around the body itself.
And so the position that Mr. O'Keefe is lying on his back on the lawn, correct?
Correct.
Is his head closer to the house or the street or something else?
I believe his head was closest to the house.
And the footprints that you're talking about, was that between sort of his feet in the street or above his head, or where was it in relation to
Basically all around him because people were walking around him.
And as far as beyond sort of the immediate area above his head, between his head and the house? What, if any, footprints, or what, if any, disturbance in the snow did you observe up there?
I didn't see any.
Now, Officer Saraf, about how long was it that you were on scene?
I want to say about an hour and a half.
And at some point, the fire department transports Mr. O'Keefe from the scene, is that correct?
That is correct.
And do you know to what facility he was transported to?
I don't recall where they went.
And after Mr. O'Keefe was taken away by the fire department, as far as the three females, Miss Reed, Miss McCabe, and Miss Roberts, do you know where they went or what they did following that?
They, after talking to Sergeant Good, they left in their car. I don't know where they went. The car that was there, they left.
Now, at any point in the time that you were on scene before they left, did you have any conversation with any of the three of them?
I asked, where were they, what happened? And what were they doing?
And who specifically did you talk to, if you recall?
Well, I asked Miss Reed, and she couldn't really tell me too much about what happened. Miss McCabe said that they were drinking in a couple bars downtown.
Let me just stop you before, as far as, so just sticking with Miss Reed. You asked her what happened and you indicated she didn't really tell you much.
No.
Why not? What was her condition like at that point?
She was very upset.
So the same upset that you were describing earlier, did that sort of continue throughout the time that she was on scene while you were there?
I would say yes.
And at some point, did you speak to Miss McCabe without reference to what she told you?
I'm sorry.
At some point while you're on scene, did you speak to either Miss McCabe or Miss Roberts without reference to what they told you?
No. I mean,
let me rephrase.
Yeah.
At some point when you're on scene, did you have occasion to have a conversation with Miss McCabe?
Yes.
And at some point when you were on scene, did you have occasion to have a conversation with Miss Roberts?
I didn't speak with Miss Roberts, I don't believe.
Was there someone else from your department that was speaking with Miss Roberts on scene?
I believe Sergeant Good or Officer Mulaney was.
One of the other two officers that were there.
Correct.
Now, following Sergeant Good's arrival, who, if anyone else from your department, arrived on scene at some point?
Detective Sergeant Lank, and Lieutenant Gallagher.
And if you know, when was their arrival in relation to sort of when you arrived?
It was light out, so I want to say maybe 7 o'clock-ish.
And so for the period that you were on scene, you said it was about an hour and a half, is that correct?
That's about right.
The weather conditions that you described sort of when you first arrived, what, if any, change occurred in the weather conditions from the time that you arrived and the time that you left?
The conditions lightened up a little bit. I mean, it was still snowing, but.
Still snowing, still cold, correct?
That's correct.
The wind, was that still persistent as well?
I would say yes.
Now, at some point after Miss Reed, the defendant, left the scene, did she come back?
She did.
And do you know how long a period it was that she was gone between when she left and when she came back?
Just a few minutes.
And do you know why she came back?
I don't know.
And when she returned to the scene, who, if anyone, did you speak with her further at that point?
No.
Who, if anyone, did you observe her to be speaking?
I don't recall.
Now, the initial ambulance that showed up took and transported Mr. O'Keefe, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, after that ambulance left and Ms. Reed came back to the scene, what, if any, other apparatus from the fire department arrived on scene at that point?
Another ambulance came.
And who, if anyone, went in that ambulance for transport?
They took Ms. Reed to the hospital.
And do you know what hospital that she went to?
I don't recall.
May I have one moment, Ron?
Yes.
Took and transported Mr. O'Keefe, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, after that ambulance left and Ms. Reed came back to the scene, what, if any, other apparatus from the fire department arrived on scene at that point?
Another ambulance came.
And who, if anyone, went in that ambulance for transport?
They took Miss Reed to the hospital.
And do you know what hospital that she went to?
I don't recall.
May I have one moment, Ron?
Yes.
And, Your Honor, if I may request the lights be dim.
Okay, could we dim, please?
Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 8 up on the screen. Thank you very much. Now, Officer Sarif, do you recognize what's depicted up on the screen as exhibit number 8?
Yes.
Or what do you recognize as?
It's the house, 34 Fairview.
And that's the house that you responded to on that date, is that correct?
That is correct, yeah.
And what's contained in that photograph, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed roughly when you arrived on that date?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Direct your attention to this. This is just a laser point.
Yep.
I'm trying not to point it in anybody's eyes. So basically, this button here, if you just click on that,
Mhm.
that will shine wherever you want. So from this photograph in exhibit number 8, sir, where Mr. O'Keefe's body was when he first arrived, is that visible in this photograph or no?
I would say it would be over more to the left.
Okay, so further off to the left, is that correct?
That's correct.
Before we get to that, just briefly, Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 13. Could please enlarge, thank you. Now, Officer Sheriff, do you recognize what's contained in this exhibit number 13?
It's a street.
Fair enough. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes. Now that looks like a lot of
Sorry.
snow. For me, y'all know I'm from the South.
So what I placed before you as exhibit 13 is that what's up on the screen.
Yes, this is.
And is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what Fairview Road looked like around the time that you were dispatched and arrived on scene?
Yes,
Absent the lighting condition, you mentioned it was dark when you arrived, correct?
that is correct.
So this is sometime after when the sun has come up.
Correct.
If I could ask you to flip to the next exhibit number 14, if I could have that one. And again, officer, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as exhibit 14?
Yes,
And you were testifying earlier about sort of footprints in and around where Mr. O'Keefe was, is that correct?
that is correct.
And what's depicted on the screen in exhibit number 14, is that fair and accurate portrayal of the footprints that you were talking?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Ron?
Yes.
Yeah. People from North.
So now I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit.
People from up north
kill me when, we're from down south. We don't get a lot of snow. Every time we bring up, like, y'all hear I said, that looks like a lot of snow. Gwen said, I'm from Minnesota. That's a bit of snow. Y'all killed me. Y'all know we don't see snow like this at all. We don't see this.
18. Thank you, Ms. Cameron. If you could enlarge that just a little bit. Thank you so much. Now, from this photograph, first and foremost, do you recognize what's depicted up in Exhibit 18 on the screen here?
Yes,
And this is 34 Fairview Road, correct?
that is correct.
And in regard to, you had mentioned some sort of landmarks off to the left side of the property, you're facing the property from the street, correct?
Yes,
And if you could, using that laser pointer that I placed up there before you, if you could direct the jury's attention to first those landmarks that you observed. I'm sorry, officer, if you could, while you're.
Oh, sorry.
You could just describe what you're.
So there's the flagpole right there, there's a bush there, and right there, I believe, is the fire hydrant.
And so where in relation to this photograph, if you can see it here, was Mr. O'Keefe's body when you first got it?
It's right in this area right here.
Now, if I could turn back just a moment, when you indicated that you were coming up to the scene and you could turn.
Right in this area right here.
You can see it.
Flagpole right there, there's a bush there, and right there, I believe, is the fire
I need
hydrant.
to hear this again, y'all.
And so where in relation to this photograph, if you can see it here, was Mr. O'Keefe's body when you first got it?
It's right in this area right here.
Now, if I could turn back just a moment.
I can kind of see how nobody saw his body, y'all. I do think somebody put his body there, but what I'm saying is I thought it was closer to the front door. The fact that it's snowing and he is like towards the front right of the home. Yeah, okay, let's go through this because Valerie said, and no one saw his body. It looks like he's closer to the end of the street. Are you guys operating? It was only 6 to 8 people at the party, and it sounds like most people are carpooled. Are you operating that someone may have parked near the street? Is that what you guys are thinking? Because is that it? Is that it? No, y'all, I definitely believe that someone in that home did something. What I'm saying is, when we kept saying, and nobody saw his body, do you think if you're trying to get to your car, just hear me out. If you're trying to get to your car, if you're trying to get to your car, where this man is pointing that this body was at, right? Do you think you would have seen the body? Hey, Taylor. Y'all think so? Y'all think there's no way. Let's just operate on the fact that that body was there when people were leaving. Y'all think that you would have seen the body? Okay, so Gwen is saying the yard is bigger than what it's appearing to be in this picture. I mean, the yard isn't as big as it looks in the picture. Yeah, they say they didn't see it because it happened like after the party. I mean, I'm just operating in the mind that it's cold, it's dark. You're trying to get to your car, and if they're parked in their driveway, why would they look that way? Are you a RP right now? No, y'all listen to what I'm saying. And they just all stayed the night. No, Megan, I think they all left, right? Didn't they all leave? Guys, no, this is hold on before, because Alice said, am I a reasonable person? No, this is what I'm saying, y'all. I don't believe, well, so far, we'll see what the evidence says going forward. I don't believe Karen did this. But what I was just asking, if we are operating in the mindset that his body was in this yard, you know how we were saying, I kept asking this myself, how didn't they see him? How didn't they see his body, right? It looks like his body is closer towards the street, but away from the door. I'm trying it. Like, do y'all get what I'm saying? Away from the door. He wasn't a small person, true. on top of the snow, and he was wearing dark clothing. So that means we would have seen the dark clothing in the snow. That's what you're saying. I check all my surroundings when I'm getting in and out of my vehicle. Okay. Let me see what else we see here. Yates said, if it's dark, I could believe no one saw it. Or if they saw something, they didn't care to see what it was. Yates, this is kind of where I think I am with it. I am not. And I guess for me, I'm just thinking about leaving somewhere late if you've been drinking, because it sounds like they all drank. If you had been drinking and it's that far away from the door and you try to run to get to your car, like their driveway seems to have enough space where 4 cars could fit in that driveway. So if they're running from the door to the driveway, I could understand why nobody saw it and it being late at night. I mean, just think about you drunk or you've been drinking. They turned their headlights on. So your key now, that is going to assume that they turned and went past it and then look it. Why would they look at, you think they're looking in the driveway? It wasn't snowing a lot at that time. My whole point was, I just thought the body placement was closer to the door. I thought the body was closer to the door, and then that's the mindset that's the mind state I was operating in when I was like, how did they see the body? Seeing the picture of the front door, flagpole, and where the body was found, I'm like, dang, I can kind of see how if you're drunk late leaving a party, you don't see it. So that was my only point. But multiple people are looking out the window. Oh, the investigator in me I need some measurements or something and go outside, because I can see it. Now you guys are saying the yard is much smaller without snow. And that may be it. Maybe the picture is making me think it's this really big yard, you know? And if you guys are saying that it's much smaller, then okay, I'll take it. And it'd be hella dark when it's snowing. Yeah. So that's all I'm saying is, if this setting from this picture, I could see how they missed the body. But let's see. Dante, I've heard Dante.
When you indicated that you were coming up to the scene and you could see the 3 females sort of waving and Mr. O'Keefe on the ground, correct?
That is correct.
About how far away were you from them when you first observed them or first saw them?
About 20 feet or so.
And when you are driving down Fairview, if you could describe to the jury, where is your direction? Sort of, where are you directed as far as you're driving a vehicle? Are you looking straight in front of you, or are you looking out the window? A combination of both, or?
I was looking for the house numbers, trying to find the house where it was, and I saw the motor vehicle parked on the side of the road.
And that sort of leads to my next question, sir. So what did you see first? Did you see the vehicle parked in front of you, or did you see the people off to the side of you?
I saw the vehicle.
May I approach this to retrieve now?
Yes.
Do you want this?
So, Officer Saraf, you had testified earlier in regard to a camera within your cruiser, correct?
That's correct.
And subsequent to that day, have you seen the video of your arrival to the scene from the cruiser camera perspective?
I saw it once.
Okay. And Your Honor, I would seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibits the cruiser camera stream 1 from cruiser 683.
Or is there an objection?
There you go.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I can reach across. I'm sorry for the back and forth, Mr. Officer, but if I could ask the lights again. Ms. Gilman, if you could play what's now been marked as Exhibit 25. And if you could just pause it right there, Ms. Gilman. So, Officer Sarah, what's up on the screen? Is that what you recall as far as the sort of visibility and the roadway conditions when you first left the church park?
I was over here Googling who was calling so I could know. I said, this got to be some more trial talk that I have yet to discover. I said, let me Google it because Brooke just popped out a small victory for a young man whose life has been harmed. He's not included as a third party. I didn't know what was going on. I said, let me Google this so I can see what's going on here.
Yes.
And this is you sort of leaving from the church parking lot as you're going to 34th Fifth, correct?
Yes.
Now, there are a number of different sort of things up on this screen. There's an indication as far as the speed that the vehicle is going at, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And where is that located, if you could, with the laser pointer there?
Sorry. Whoops, sorry.
Now, along sort of the bottom of that particular video, there's an indication as far as mic, brakes, lights, sign, correct?
Correct.
If those are activated, is there any sort of change in sort of the depiction there? Does it change sort of color or anything like that that you're aware of?
I don't know.
Okay. And the 683 on the bottom right corner, is that the cruiser that you were in that day?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, as far as sort of the top middle of this video, there's a date and a time. Is that correct?
That's correct.
As far as you're aware, that date and time that's up there, that's accurate to when this occurred, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So we're sort of looking in real time, correct?
Correct.
Brooke, so you understand, a lot of you guys have already watched the trial. It's my first time watching. In YouTube, when you're doing anything, people will come in and it'll be a spam or a troll account. So earlier today, someone commented about Chloe being rehomed. I didn't know what they were talking about. I thought they were trying to spam the chat. So no, we're not blocking you, Brooke. What she's saying is when you said Colin, I immediately I'm like, let me get on Google and make sure this is somebody in the trial and it's not a spam account because I didn't want to accidentally block somebody who's talking about the case. I don't know anything about the case, Brooke. So a lot of people in the chat, you see how they're responding to your comment. They have watched the trial. They know about it. They're just rewatching with me. Oh no, Brooke, you can talk. Just no spoilers. You can talk about new updates, whatever you like to talk about in the chat. We just don't want to we don't want the witnesses spoiled for us. But please, that's what the chat is for. It's a community here, and there are people in the chat who have watched the trial, so they'll get what you're talking about. I just won't, but I'm not blocking anyone else because there's so much in this trial that you have to keep up with. I'm just going to assume that that's what it is. Yeah, so there are a lot of people who have watched. So have fun in the chat, Brooke. Have fun. Just no spoilers for us. But you know, if you're talking about people being ruled out, all of that, that is absolutely fine. That's what the community is for. That's what we do when we watch trials together.
So Ms. Gilman, if you could just let it run from this.
Oh, well, Brooke, here we go. We're going to watch the whole thing over here. Oh, Miss Sheila, you know I like to watch it because that's why people are like, can you skip this person? Like, I don't want to skip it, only because they may say something that I need to hear.
Sarah, this road you're traversing at this point, this is Washington Street, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And at some point, you're going to then travel through and then take a right onto Fairview, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. If you could, just for the jury's sake, as you approach Fairview and as you're taking that right turn, just direct their attention to the fact that that's when you're turning onto Fairview.
Sure.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, you can go ahead.
Yes, Gwen, you have to see it all because I really hate when people bring up something and I can't remember it. You have to see it all. That's why I try to take notes too, because I'm going to have a couple videos on TikTok later. I had so many notes. need to come up with a phrase to start these videos so people know I am rewatching for the first time. I'm watching for the first time.
So this right here is Chapman Street.
This only the third witness, BG. This is day one, third witness. I think so too, Glenn. BG said, "Don't try to catch me up." This is literally day one of the trial, so it's like 80 witnesses, BG, and we've only been through 3. This is our last witness of the day. We haven't got into anything.
This right here is Fairview.
Let's go in if you could get some positive points. So, officer, similar to as the turn onto Fairview, at some point, if you observe the point at which you believe you sort of illuminated your spotlight on the side of the cruiser, if you could just speak up and draw the jury's attention to that as well.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you could continue.
I think you'll be good, BG. Like I said, this is only the third witness. After this, we're gonna watch something from the, I think it's the DA. We got a website I'm gonna post that Lauren has. Lauren showed me, and it has a flow chart. So we are Karen Reed ready. And plus, we got people in the chat who have watched. If you're confused on something, they're able to help us understand what's going on.
Right about now, I believe I put the spotlight on.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry, Ms. Gilman, if you could just sort of run it from this point till about the 4-minute mark, and then I'd ask you to.
Right there.
Lauren. No, Lauren, you have to maybe do the Karen Reed Millionaire Ambassador. That's, you know, Dante, it feels like it. I was just like, I know someone lost their life, but this case is like.
Sarah, this is you were testifying earlier as far as the vehicle in front of you that you observed first, and then sort of the parties off to your left as far as the 2 females waving and Mr. O'Keefe on the ground, correct?
That is correct.
And if you could, just using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to number 1, where the vehicle is that you observed in front of you, and then number 2, where you observed the 3 females and Mr. O'Keefe on the ground.
So here's the vehicle right there, and the females are right there.
Thank you, sir. Now, Ms. Gilman, if you wouldn't mind just running this straight through until about 7.5 minutes.
I was like, damn, he ain't even got the car yet. 6:10 a.m. Is it me or there seems to be no sense of urgency? Did I miss and get out the car? Maybe I missed him get out the car. Lord. Oh, poor. Which one is Jen, y'all? Is Jen right here in the coat with the hoodie? Is Jen in that? Karen is screaming. I'm from Memphis, Dante, period. Karen is the one with these blonde highlights running around screaming. Is that Jen in that navy blue coat? If that's Jen, if that is Jen, she too calm for me. If Jen is in this blue jacket with this fur, she's too calm for me. I need to know who is Jen and who's Carrie. She too damn calm. Y'all not sure which one is Jen. We're gonna have to figure that out, guys. We gotta figure out which one is Jen. Okay. We gotta figure that one out. Jen, wait, whoever blue coat is with the fur around the hood, too calm. Too damn calm. This lady is frantic. Yes, Jen is Albert's sister.
Sure.
I'm sorry. Prosecution.
Thank you, Lauren. Valerie, are you sure Jen is blue coat hood?
I have no further questions to this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Will there be a cross-exam? Because this may be a good time to stop if there is.
There will be a cross-examination.
Okay. So jurors, we're going to stop for the day. I have to caution you those same 3 cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read.
Well, here's the thing. Gwen, she Googled it again. Oh, she Googled it again at 6 something. They said that, but she Googled it at 2 a.m. as well. Why would she Google it again? Okay. Valerie is saying that it's Jen. That is Jen. EBS, she too damn calm for me. Let's go back and look at that. Look at when he pulls up. She too calm for me. Yes, Jasmine. So there's this blue jacket who seems to try to comfort Karen. Look how she just walk over, let the trunk down. Look how frantic she is. Jen just. Jen has no fur. Well, damn. Because no, the fur is really nonchalant. See, Brooke said they were all drunk. Something, Key. Yes, they just casually standing there. And look how she go to the side of the car. She texting or something. Oh, she on the phone. Who you talking to, girl? Why are they upset? Like, she clearly loved the man. Is the most normal. Yes, that phone, Key. Who was she talking to? I agree, Alice. I agree. Who you on the phone with back there? I don't know who that is and who you on the phone with.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Let me find this Lauren. I want to know who you on the phone with. Let me. I'm finna pull up Lauren sent us something. Let me pull it up. There we go. So this is something she said the DA put out before the trial. Before the trial took place, and had tons of misinformation in it. So I don't know how to feel, y'all. Day one down. How y'all feeling? Okay. Y'all know we do a poll. Day one. Hold on, Dante. I got you. Day one is down. Okay. We have finished day one at 4:40. I don't think I'm gonna stop though. We're gonna take a break and we'll watch this. But I think I'm gonna keep it going because I really wanted to stream until about 6 or 7 every day because I'm playing catch up with I'm trying to beat the new trial starting. So yeah, but day one for guilty, 2 for not guilty. How are y'all feeling about Karen? And keep in mind we've only heard opening statements and three testimonies. 3 testimonies. Key said the people in the house. Monique said confers me. You think he drunk? He was drunk and he slipped? I'm seeing 2s right now. Dante, I don't know what that Q means. Oh, Dante has a 1. Destiny says she's confused. I could see that. But 3 ain't no answer over here, Destiny. 100. It was a setup. Okay. 2s. Valerie says 100% not guilty. Hold on, y'all. Let me stop because I want to see if we can get here. Yeah, I think I'm gonna run through day 2 because it's not even that long. Hey, Lexi. So now that is something new. I'm gonna have to hear the medical examiner because I think they said he had like 3 lacerations on his head. But the people that are saying he slipped, how do you take in account his like hand, all of that bruising on his chest? He wasn't falling from stories high. If y'all think he slipped, how do you account for all of the bruising on him? Oh, Dave, you said you feeling left behind. No. We're gonna do a recap. Yeah, it's the cuts, the bruises, which could have come from that dog. But how do you account for he slipped on someone's fist, more like it? Manner of death was undetermined. It's the behavior. All of this. She's not guilty, but I'm going to get my day.
Your dad? It's your dad's birthday, Miss Sheila. Tell him happy birthday. I believe a fight happened in that house. Okay. I agree. Day 2 is only 4 hours. So I think I'm gonna go ahead and run through day 2. And plus, I want to run through day 2, y'all. I'm not ready to stop. This is the problem with that job. I like this. I'm not ready to stop. I'm really anxious to see the questioning of the officer too. So yeah, hold up. Okay, y'all. Give me just a second. All right. Let me pull this up. Okay, it's 5 minutes, so it's quick. So we'll take this break. We're gonna take a break before we start day 2. We're gonna go over this video. This is the DA giving like a 6-minute summary of it's not facts because they say it's a lot of misinformation, but hey, Destiny, you already know it. Okay, Dante, we're gonna keep going. It's only 4 hours next, and keep in mind they're gonna take a lunch and all of that, so it's really maybe 2.5 hours. Factor in all of our talking, it really might be 4. So we'll probably be off here 7:45, 8 o'clock, something like that, which is fine with me. Okay, y'all, here's his statement.
Of its kind in my dozen years as Norfolk District Attorney. The harassment of witnesses in the murder prosecution of Karen Reed is absolutely baseless. It should be an outrage to any decent person, and it needs to stop. Innuendo is not evidence. False narratives are not evidence. However, what evidence does show is that John O'Keefe never entered the home at 34 Fairview Road in Canton the night he died. Location data from his phone, recovered from the lawn beneath his body when he was transported to the hospital, shows that his phone did not enter that home. 11 people have given statements that they did not see John O'Keefe enter the home at 34 Fairview that.
I just got to say this. The location data shows that he did not enter into that home. Baby, my location data right now would tell you I'm probably three apartments over. I just don't trust that. And the fact that he would get up here and say that is bothering me. I don't trust that. The location data wouldn't, sometimes it's not exact. It is not exact. Like, sir.
That night, 0 people have said that they saw him enter the home. 0, no one. Some have, without any evidence, pointed to 18-year-old Colin Albert, a nephew of the homeowner, and accused him of attacking John O'Keefe as he entered the home. But phone evidence shows O'Keefe never entered the home at all. Testimony from witnesses tell us that 18-year-old Colin Albert had left his uncle's home before John O'Keefe and Karen Reed had arrived outside the residence. There was no fight inside that home. John O'Keefe did not enter the home. Colin Albert, the young man being vilified, was not present when Reed's vehicle and John O'Keefe arrived on the street. This is a false narrative. Colin Albert.
Now, here's the thing. My question would be, why are you going so hard for Colin? Why are you going so hard for Colin, sir? And I would question why a prosecutor would fix his mouth to go in here and try to prove the innocence of someone. You don't do that unless you are friends with that person, their family. You've got some type of interest in that person not being guilty, because he's going real hard right now.
Didn't commit murder. Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, and Brian Albert. These people were not part of a conspiracy and certainly did not commit murder or any crime that night. They have been forthcoming with authority, providing statements, and have not engaged in any cover-up. They are not suspects in any crime. They are merely witnesses in the case. To have them accused of murder is outrageous. To have them harassed and intimidated based on false narratives and accusations is wrong. They are witnesses doing what our justice system asks of them. The autopsy of John O'Keefe was conducted by a forensic pathologist from the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. The doctor found that the injuries that left John helpless in the cold were not a result of a fight. She further found that the line of abrasions on his arm was consistent with blunt trauma, not an animal attack. A grand jury of everyday citizens heard the documented evidence and testimony before making a decision. The subject of that murder indictment enjoys the constitutional presumption of innocence. Why should the witnesses who have committed no crime be afforded less by members of the community? They should not be harassed for telling the government what they heard or saw. I'm asking the Canton community and everyone who feels invested in this case to hear all the actual evidence at trial before assigning guilt to people who have done nothing wrong. And certainly before taking it upon yourself to harass citizens who evidence shows have done nothing in this matter but come forward and bear witness. We try people in the court and not on the internet for a reason. The internet has no rules of evidence. The internet has no punishment for perjury. And the internet does not know all the facts.
And you do.
Conspiracy theories are not evidence. The idea that multiple police department, EMTs, fire personnel, the medical examiner, and prosecuting agencies are joined in or taken in by a vast conspiracy should be seen for what it is, completely contrary to the evidence and a desperate attempt to reassign guilt. Michael Proctor, the state police trooper, being accused of planting evidence outside 34 Fairview Road, was never at Fairview Road on the day of the incident. Proctor and his state police partner traveled together the entire day while other officers were processing 34 Fairview. Trooper Proctor was not there and did not plant evidence at 34 Fairview Road. In addition to having no opportunity to plant the evidence, as has been suggested, Proctor would have no motive to do so. Trooper Proctor had no close personal relationship with any of the parties involved in the investigation.
I don't even know what I'm watching right now. I don't know what I'm watching right now. How is this man comfortable with sitting up here? The lady hadn't even gone to trial yet. You're basically saying she's guilty and these people aren't, and here's why they aren't. He's not. No, this is the district attorney of the Karen Reed case. How do you get up here? And I don't know why y'all worried about Colin. Colin ain't do nothing. And then y'all worried about the average. Y'all need to be doing that. Y'all have all these conspiracy theories. Y'all don't, what? And then we got to hear from the defense, and I can't wait till they go on how y'all never investigated the Alberts, but you want to believe it wasn't a cover-up. Like, worse than funny, Miss Sheila, because not he got up here and he is pleading on their behalf.
And had no conflict. And he had no reason to step out of this investigation. Every suggestion to the contrary is a lie. This should be seen for what it is and not used as a pretext to attack and harass others.
This is insane.
What is happening to the witnesses, some with no actual involvement in the case, is wrong. It is contrary to the American values of fairness and the constitutional value of a fair trial. It needs to stop now. I am releasing this recorded statement rather than holding a news conference because my remarks need to be so narrowly tailored to the issue at hand while the prosecution is pending in Superior Court.
He doesn't want
but the message is the same. What is happening to these innocent people, these witnesses, is wrong and it needs to stop.
and he's angry. It's wrong and it needs to stop. Sir. Sir. You know, you just know something just gonna be crazy, but you just have to keep going. You have to keep going. How could we stop? We cannot stop. Hold on. And it's probably not gonna even be a full 4 hours because she's coming back. Okay, y'all. How can we stop? Is that day 2? Yeah, this is day 2.
Morning.
Morning, Your Honor.
So in mind, you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
Cheer. Yes, sure.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Officer Sheriff. Good morning. Is there anything that you would like to change or amend or modify about your testimony yesterday that you thought about overnight?
No.
Did you discuss your testimony with any person between the time you got off the stand yesterday and coming back to the courtroom?
No.
Officer Sheriff, I want to ask you a couple of questions about something called a dispatch log. You know what a dispatch log is?
Yes.
What is a dispatch log? Can you describe to the jurors?
Just notes saying what time calls come in and sometimes a short synopsis of what happened on the call.
It's an official document generated by the Canton Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
And it's kept in the ordinary course of buyes.
Yes.
It's created at or near the time of the event that it's recording.
Yes.
And it's supposed to be accurate.
Yes.
Is that yes?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And in fact, what it has is the dispatch details of the event that's in question. Whatever officers show up, what time they show up, the order in which they show up, the location to which they're dispatched, things of that nature, correct?
Yes.
Have you looked at the dispatch log in this case?
No, I have not.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
This has been pre-marked as Exhibit 27. Take a glance at that and tell me if you recognize that document.
Nemo, this is the first officer on the scene.
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize it?
It looks like the log in question.
Okay, so that's the dispatch log for what date?
The 29th.
Do you see your name somewhere on that dispatch log?
Yes.
To the right, one of the 3 officers that was called to the scene?
Yes.
And that looks like the dispatch log for the call out that you were testifying about yesterday. Is that right?
That's correct.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I publish this as we
Yes.
discuss it? That is really small font. May I approach one more time?
Yes.
Yeah.
This is not an eye contest.
That I would not.
Eye exam, I should say. Oh, look at that. The magic of technology. All right. You can either look up on the screen or look at the dispatch log that's in front of you. I'll try to look at the one on the screen, but my eyes aren't that great either. If you look to the right, there appear to be 3 entries for the dispatch of the officers that were on the scene about which you testified yesterday, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, it has this dispatch log shows that you and then Officer Mullaney and then Sergeant Good all arrived to 32 Fairview that morning within 7 seconds of each other, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
It actually has Officer Mullaney arriving first at 6:09:26. You see that?
Yes.
And you see that it also has 3 seconds later at 6:09:29, you arriving. Is that right?
6:29 it says. Excuse me, it's 6:09, yes.
6:09 and 29 seconds.
Yes, I'm sorry, yep.
That's okay. And then it has Sergeant Good arriving 4 seconds after you at 6:09 and 33 seconds, correct?
Sure, yep.
So all 3 of you, according to the official document generated by Canton Police Department for this event has Officer Mullaney arriving first, you arriving second, Sergeant Good arriving third, all within 7 seconds of each other, correct?
Correct.
That is completely false, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, you've looked at.
I said either we're crazy or somebody's lying on that form, because I didn't see 3 police officers there within 7 seconds of each other, because the footage that we saw, which I know we were only seeing one angle, but I think we saw like 3 minutes. And I remember him saying on the stand, I was the first to arrive on the scene. I don't think he would have said that if they all like were right there within seconds of each other, you know?
Your dispatch, your dash cam, correct? And clearly, we saw it yesterday. You arrive and there's nobody else on scene.
Correct.
That was at about 6:10 a.m. that you arrived, correct?
About that, yes.
And then Officer Mullaney actually arrives after you about 6:11 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
And Sergeant Good does not arrive, according to your own dash cam, until about 6:16, a little after 6:15.
Yep.
All right. So right off the bat, the official Canton Police Department dispatch log, one of the first documents generated in any investigative event, that's completely wrong, right?
The times are, yes.
Well, the times and the orders, right? I mean, not only did Officer Mullaney not arrive first, you arrived first.
That's correct.
And then he arrived.
Sure.
So that's 2 things that are wrong about just that, correct?
Sure.
And then it has Sergeant Good arriving 4 seconds after you, which is also incorrect.
Yep.
He didn't arrive until about 6 or 7 minutes after you, right?
Sure.
All right. Have you reviewed this document in the past?
Yeah. No.
You've never seen the dispatch log?
No.
Did you ever seek to make sure that the dispatch log that's so important and so vital in an investigation was actually accurate before it was turned over to the defense, for instance?
No, I didn't.
All right. But without that dispatch log, without your dash cam, we would be relying on your dispatch log to be true and accurate. Is that right?
Other than what I'm saying that would happen, correct.
And do you think it's accurate otherwise? Yeah.
Not in order, no. It's not. Not in order, no.
Other than the order and the time that the officer's responding, is it correct in all other respects in your mind?
Can you rephrase?
Sure.
Say it one more time.
Let's take away the order and the time that the officers responded. Ignore that.
Mhm.
Is the dispatch log otherwise accurate?
Yes.
Take a look at the left-hand column where it's highlighted in green. What's that address?
Hold on, y'all want to answer JT's question. JT, so, and people can help me out in here in the comments, but from my understanding, the niece wakes her up. He's not home. They are frantic. They go look for him. Jen and Carrie come over. They pick her up. They go back to where he was. That video that we saw with this officer there, that's when his body is in the lawn. He's pronounced, he's dead. They leave there and they go to the hospital. Now they send Carrie back to go pick up the children or go be with the children. I thought Paul said pick up the children. I thought that's what Paul said. But anyway, the children ended up back up at the home they lived in with their uncle. And then the family comes back to the home. But when Karen gets back to the house, remember, she doesn't know, did I do this? Do they think I did this? What's going on? And that's why she gets her things and she leaves. So she was there as much as she could be there. Hold up. I know that's right, Keisha.
Highlighting green?
On the screen, it's highlighted.
I'm sorry. I don't have the document.
That's okay. It says 32 Fairview.
Did you arrive to 32 Fairview Road?
No.
You arrived to 34 Fairview Road,
That's correct. Yep.
So that even the location on the dispatch log is faulty. Is that right?
Sure. Yep.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
Did y'all hear me? Just like, sure.
Yep.
Why don't they ever care when they have mistakes like this? Like they never really care.
You testified at a grand jury in April of 2022, correct?
I did.
At that grand jury, do you remember telling the grand jurors what address you actually responded to?
The lights, please.
Don't recall. Probably what I said in the grand jury.
Refresh your recollection if you took a quick glance
Sure.
at a copy of your grand jury testimony. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Officer Sheriff, I've done you the favor of highlighting a page on page 9. Where did you indicate to the grand jurors that you actually arrived?
It says 35 Fairview.
I know what it says. I'm asking if it refreshes your recollection that you actually testified under oath that you responded to 35 Fairview Road.
Yes.
And that is incorrect as well, isn't it?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Have you reviewed any of the other officers' reports that relate to your dispatch out to the location that you've been testifying to?
No, I did not.
Did you ever review Sergeant Good's report?
No.
Are you aware that have you ever discussed with Sergeant Good that he wrote in his official report that you responded to 32 Fairview Road?
No.
And of course, we just talked about the fact that the dispatch log lists 32 Fairview Road and not 34 Fairview Road, correct?
Correct.
So none of the initial police reports, not the dispatch log, not your police report, apparently not Sergeant Good's, list 34 Fairview Road as the actual location where you responded that morning, correct?
As far as I know, yes. Yes, sir.
Was there an effort on your part or anybody else's, to your knowledge, to mask the actual address of Brian Albert's house as 34 Fairview Road?
No. No.
All those were just mistakes,
Yes.
over and over and over.
Yes.
When you made contact with the victim and the women that you described yesterday, did you see any evidence that any of the women had been engaged in life-saving measures?
Yes.
What did you see?
It appeared that Karen Reed was doing mouth-to-mouth on John O'Keefe.
You saw, I don't want to get too graphic, but you saw blood on her face?
Yes, I did.
You saw blood on his face?
That's correct.
You saw blood in her hair?
No, I didn't see anything.
You didn't notice that?
No, I didn't notice that.
Okay. But certainly blood on her face from having engaged in some sort of CPR activity?
Yes.
Mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, you said?
It looked like it, yes.
Okay. You also saw Carrie Roberts seemingly assisting with chest compressions. Is that right?
I'm not asking a question.
Sorry?
Objection? There's just no question.
No, you can ask it. The question hasn't been asked yet. Finish the question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did you also see Carrie Roberts seemingly assisting in chest compressions?
I don't remember who exactly it was, but it appeared that somebody was doing
What about
purchase.
the third woman, Jennifer McCabe?
They were all around the body.
Did you see Jennifer McCabe ever engage with John O'Keefe as he lay on the ground and assist in any life-saving measures? Did you witness that?
I don't recall.
But you do recall my client engaged.
Yes.
Isn't it true that Jennifer McCabe pulled you aside while my client and Carrie Roberts stayed with John O'Keefe and began engaging you in a conversation?
Yes.
And she was providing some sort of a narrative to you, correct?
Correct.
While the other two women are trying to save John O'Keefe's life, she's talking to you.
For brief seconds, I would say.
For brief seconds?
Yes.
You saw that the Dashcam video was those several minutes on the Dashcam video where she's standing and having a conversation with you. Are those the brief seconds?
I don't know what time frame you're talking about.
Right after you got there.
Right after I got there.
Correct. Did you ever see Jennifer McCabe do anything physically to help John O'Keefe?
No, I didn't see anything.
Did Jennifer McCabe offer to you during that brief seconds that you described this narrative that she was having, this conversation she was having with you, did she ever offer the fact that she was standing in front of her sister's house?
No.
Did she ever offer the fact that her brother-in-law, who lives in the house, is a first responder?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you apprised at any time while you were out there that the homeowner was a first responder?
Objection.
Sustained.
Based on your observations between Karen Reed and Jennifer McKay, which one of those women appeared to be more focused on trying to save John's life in the moment?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Can you repeat the question, sir?
Between Karen Reed and Jennifer McKay, which one of those two women, based on your observations, appeared to you to be more focused on physically trying to save John O'Keefe's life in the moment?
At that point, it was Karen Reed.
You would agree with me, Officer Seraph, that in any investigation, details matter, accuracy matters, correct?
Sure.
Reports are written in police investigations in order to memorialize observations, things heard, seen, experienced by the officers, correct?
Yes.
And generally speaking, you're trained to write those reports and memorialize those observations as quickly as possible so that things are fresh in your memory.
Correct.
You don't want to write a report about an incident that you respond to today, 2 years from now.
No.
As a matter of fact, you're trained exactly the opposite. When you respond to a scene, somewhat important, you need to get it down on paper as quickly as possible for detail and accuracy, right?
Yes.
You did, in fact, write a report, a supplemental report for this investigation where you laid out your observations of that morning, correct?
That's correct.
These are called incident reports, correct?
Yes.
I'm holding what appears to be a multi-page document that is entitled an incident report. May I approach?
Yes.
Take a look at the tab page
Mhm.
and tell me if you recognize what's on that page.
I'm sorry.
Do you recognize that? All I'm asking you is,
Oh,
you
yes.
recognize that as your report?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sorry.
Did you write that?
Yes, sir.
When did you write that?
I believe the morning of,
So that would be January 29th,
that's correct.
a little bit later in the morning after you left the scene.
Yes.
And you were reflecting back on what had just happened minutes or hours before, correct?
Yep.
And you were trying to be as truthful as possible, correct?
Yes.
You were trying to be as accurate as possible,
Yes.
as comprehensive as possible,
Yes.
and as thorough as possible.
Yes.
You wrote in that report, quote, Karen Reed kept screaming, "Is he dead? Is he dead?" She was severely distraught and not able to tell me what happened. Correct?
That's correct.
May I approach?
Yes.
There was no limit to the amount of words that you could put on the page, correct?
No.
Matter of fact, there's a ton of white space. It's left unutilized, right?
That's correct.
You could have taken as much time as you wanted to in writing this report. Is that right?
Sure.
And is that yes?
Yes.
There was no reason to abbreviate anything. Is that right?
No.
And you tried to be as accurate as you possibly could in that moment
Yes.
and put everything down in that report that reflected what you experienced, what you observed, and what you heard that morning, correct?
Yes.
And the only statement you attribute to my client on that morning, just hours after the incident or minutes after the incident, was she kept repeating, "Is he dead?" Right?
Yes.
You were interviewed by Michael Proctor the next day, weren't you?
I don't know what day it was, but.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at a report?
Sure.
May I approach you on?
Yes.
take a look at that report that's dated March 15, but reflects an interview on January 30, and then tell me if you recognize it.
Looks like his report.
Okay, that's that's Trooper Proctor's report of an interview that he did with you, correct?
Yes.
And if you look on the second page, paragraph about what you stated to Trooper Proctor.
That's highlighted?
I highlighted it for you, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell Trooper Proctor, let me withdraw that, ask it a different way. Were you trying to be as thorough and comprehensive with Trooper Proctor as you were in your own report?
Yes.
You weren't holding anything back in that interview, correct?
No.
You wanted to be as truthful and as honest as you possibly could?
Yep.
And as comprehensive as you possibly could, correct?
Yes.
You told Trooper Proctor that you could, quote, hear Karen Reed continually state, "Is he dead?" as the paramedics treated the victim. Officer Seraph then seen Karen inside her friend's vehicle, correct?
Correct.
So the only statement you attributed to my client the day after this incident was those 3 words, "Is he dead?" that she continually repeated. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
In the 2 times that you were asked to reflect back on exactly what happened that morning, on January 29th and January 30th, both times you attributed only 3 words to my client having been repeated continually in her distraught state. "Is he dead?" Right?
Yes.
And she wasn't saying that calmly, I'm assuming.
No.
Matter of fact, you used the word she was severely distraught. Is that right?
That's correct.
When you say severely distraught, we saw part of that on your dash cam. She was emotional,
Yes.
upset,
Yes.
focused on John,
Yes.
trying to save his life,
Yes.
and asking, what was the question that she asked?
Is he dead?
Over and over and over, correct?
Correct.
Then you were asked to testify in April of 2022, April 14th of 2022, at a state-run grand jury by the Commonwealth.
Yes.
Matter of fact, Mr. Lally was the fine prosecutor who was asking you the questions, correct?
Yes.
Between the time you wrote your report on January 29th and you gave a statement officially on January 30th, between that time and when you testified in April of 2022, do you have any meetings with anybody from the Massachusetts State Police?
No.
Do you have any meetings with Mr. Lally?
No.
Did Mr. Lally put you on the stand without talking to you first?
No. For this trial?
Nope. I'm just, the dates in question are up to April 14th, 2022, at grand jury.
I don't recall.
You don't recall if you met with either Mr. Lally or any of his contemporaries to discuss your potential testimony?
Not. I don't recall meeting with him for that. No. One time I met with him in his office was a couple of weeks ago with this.
In preparation for this testimony?
Correct.
But your testimony now is that he didn't meet with you or you did not connect with him to discuss your testimony before the April grand jury?
I don't recall.
When you did testify in that grand jury, you changed your story, didn't you?
No.
You believe you testified completely consistently at that grand jury as you had in your report?
I testified for what I remember what happened, sir.
I see. Was your memory better in April than it was minutes or hours after the event?
Was it better?
Was it better or worse?
I don't know. Do
Do you think your memory gets better as time goes on?
Not usually, no.
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 Usually it's the opposite, isn't it?
Yes.
Memories get foggy, they fade.
Yes,
Which is why you write reports the day of the incident. You can, correct?
yes.
Do you remember what you testified to at the grand jury in April of?
Aaron, now this is the defense's questioning of the first police officer that was on the scene. And basically, it's a lot of stuff wrong with the reports. And they're saying, why were you saying things in April that you did not put in your report in January? Good question. And so now that's what he's questioning him about.
Of 2022?
The whole thing?
No, sorry, that was a bad question on my part. Just as it relates to statements attributed to my client,
Yes.
what was your exact testimony in April of 2022?
I'd have to look at my,
Would it refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of your
sure.
grand jury transcript? May I approach?
Yes.
Look at page 18. Let me know once you remember it, once you review that and tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
I like
Yes, it does.
In fact, on April 14th, 2022, months after this event, for the first time, you said, quote, and these are your words, tell me if I get them right. She, this is my fault. I don't know. She said, I can't believe this happened. I mean, she kept asking if he was going to die, if he's dead. And, I just basically said, we're doing the best that we could, end quote.
That's correct.
May I approach?
Yes.
So in April of 2022, for the first time, you attributed the phrase, "This is my fault. I can't believe this happened," to my client, correct?
That's correct.
But nowhere in your official report did you say that.
That's correct.
And nowhere in your interview with Trooper Proctor the next day did you say that.
That's correct.
You think that was a pretty important omission on your part?
It was an oversight.
An oversight.
Yes, sir.
That a woman whom you made contact with, standing over the body of a fallen police officer, said to you, "This is my fault." Just missed that one. Yes?
Yes, I missed it. Yeah, I didn't write it down.
And then, of course, you testified yesterday and your statement changed again, right?
I don't.
Remember what you said yesterday, these jurors?
I don't remember word for word.
Well, I wrote it down. Let's see if this helps. Yesterday you said, my client said, quote, "It's all my fault. I did this," end quote.
Yes.
Remember that? Is that yes?
Yes, sir.
But you didn't say that at the grand jury.
No.
And you didn't say that to Trooper Proctor.
No, sir.
And you didn't put it in your report.
That's correct.
Hold on, y'all. I got to go back. Hold on.
I don't.
And then, of course, you testified yesterday and your statement changed again, right?
I don't.
Remember what you said yesterday, these jurors?
I don't remember word for word.
Well, I wrote it down. Let's see if this helps. Yesterday you said, my client said, quote, "It's all my fault. I did this," end quote.
Yes.
Remember that? Is that yes?
Yes, sir.
But you didn't say that at the grand jury.
No.
And you didn't say that to Trooper Proctor.
No, sir.
And you didn't put it in your report.
That's correct.
If you were to testify in another 2 or 3 weeks, you think your statement would just keep evolving?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now I want to shift gears for a second and talk about what Ms. Reed actually said that morning. You said that you reviewed your dash cam video, correct?
Once.
Do you remember when you arrived, one of the first things out of your mouth was the question, what happened?
Yes.
That would be a natural question to
Sure.
ask,
Yeah.
right? You assess the scene and assess the situation.
Absolutely.
And you would want to listen closely to what that answer was, correct?
Sure.
Ms. Reed did in fact answer you, didn't she?
I don't recall what she said.
She said, quote,
I
my
don't like him,
boyfriend,
y'all.
I left him and he never came home, end quote. Correct?
I don't know. I don't recall.
You agree, we've already agreed, that details matter in any investigation.
Absolutely.
They certainly matter in this investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'd like you to take a look at what's been pre-marked as Exhibit 26. This is about the 3:50 runtime. I'm not looking at the actual I'm not looking at the actual time of day over here. I'm looking at the runtime, which is down at the bottom. So if Mr. Bates, you could put this in. Can you pause it? Just to orient everybody, does this appear to be your dash cam?
Yes, sir.
Same dash cam you were looking at yesterday?
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it, Mr. Bates. And pause it. Officer Seraph, just like it's not an eye exam, it's not a hearing exam either. I'm going to do the best I can to raise the volume. And Officer Seraph, I want to focus your attention, if you wouldn't mind, on 9 seconds after you say what happened. Just count in your head and listen very, very carefully to the woman's voice that responds to what she says. Go ahead. Very, very hard to hear. Have you listened to that before?
No.
Does it appear to you that she said, my boyfriend, I left him and he never came home?
I couldn't understand anything.
Okay. Let's replay it one more time. Turn the volume up one more time right at that moment. Listen for a woman's voice just under.
I'm hearing what you're saying.
Sorry, I was asking Officer Seraph, please listen to, there's a din of noise, obviously, road noise, wind noise, etc. It's your dash cam, the audio from your dash cam. Once you close the door, listen very carefully, about 9 seconds after you say what happened, for a woman's voice, and see if you can make out what that voice says.
Sure.
Stop. Did you hear? I left him and he never came home.
I couldn't understand what they were saying.
You couldn't understand that?
No.
Do you want to hear it one more time?
No,
I don't think it.
no. Turn the lights on, please.
Is that the judge? Boy, is that the judge that said no?
If my client had said,
I couldn't make it out either.
But was that the damn judge? that goddamn judge said no. Oh my God. Bev said we're not doing it again. Hey, baby, Bev said we're not doing it again. You didn't hear it? You didn't hear it. We're not doing it again. Y'all, she said, no. Damn, y'all, that is crazy. But honestly, I'm not too mad about it. It's just the manner in which she said it, because I couldn't make out what he was saying. And he played it 3-4 times. I still didn't hear it. She said no.
My boyfriend, I left him and he never came home.
I didn't hear that.
Would that be something that you would find important to put in your report?
Objection.
Sustained.
Let's move to another area of the dash cam video.
I'm starting to watch
I'm
Bev.
going to keep playing it at the 28-minute mark, 28-minute and 20-second mark or so.
So can I see Council sidebar for just a minute, please?
Big bag Bev.
Do you recognize your dash cam video being on the left of the screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you looked at Sergeant Good's dash cam video, which is squared up on the right side of the screen?
No.
You've never seen it?
No.
Okay. Does it appear to you that these are two different perspectives of the same scene? In other words, you see the car or the SUV on the left side of the screen right here, correct?
Yes, sir.
See that same SUV right there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does that appear to be two different perspectives, two different angles?
Yes.
But basically the same thing?
Yes.
Okay. I want to draw your attention to the individuals to the left of the SUV right here. There's a person wearing a hood with fur on it. Is that Carrie Roberts? To your memory?
I don't know.
Okay. There appears to be another person with a darker jacket standing just in front of that person with the hood and fur. You see that person?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to focus on the person in the darker jacket.
Sure.
I believe, and the only reason I'm asking you to focus at this point is because I want to try to play this just once and see if you recognize what's depicted in the video.
Sure.
What I expect you may see is this person move out of sight behind the SUV, and then in the background, there's an SUV parked in the driveway. Pay special attention to that portion of the SUV and see if you see that person in the dark jacket pass from right to left in front of that SUV as if they're going to the house. Let's go ahead and play it. Go ahead and pause it. Have you seen the person in the dark jacket leave the view?
Yes.
Did she appear to go behind the SUV?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and play it. Go ahead and stop track. And now I'm going to ask to draw your attention to that car with snow on it. Pay special attention to that car as the film continues to run. Go ahead. Pause. Do you see a person standing in front of the car?
It appears to be a person. Yes.
Walking from right to left?
Yes.
Would that be toward the house?
Yes, it would be.
Okay. And also, if you wouldn't mind switching your perspective, now you're looking more at the front of the house. Continue watching the film and see if you see that same person walking toward the house. stop? Did you see that?
No, I didn't see. Oh, yeah, yes, I saw the shadow, yes.
Right. Shadow of a person
Yes.
walking
I
toward the
gotta
front of
see
the
it
house.
again. Sorry, y'all.
Stop. Did you see that?
No, I didn't see. Oh, yeah, yes, I saw the shadow, yes.
Right.
Y'all, is he talking about like right here? Can y'all see my, I don't know if you can see my cursor. Is he talking about right there, y'all? Could y'all see my cursor? She said sounds like the slot machine. Oh, okay, y'all, but I need to, now I know the area I'm looking, I need to go back again. So hold up, y'all. So, oh, I see it. Right damn there.
Stop. Did you see that?
No, I didn't see. Oh, yeah, yes, I saw the shadow, yes.
Right. Shadow of a person
Yes.
walking toward
I
the front of
saw
the house. That was Jennifer McCabe going into the house, wasn't it?
I have no idea.
Was it a person going into the house?
It was a person, yes.
Did you give anybody any permission to go into the house?
No, not my own.
Would you think that a witness in a homicide scene, we can go ahead and raise the lights. Thank you. Would you think that a witness at a homicide scene being allowed to go into a house to make contact with other witnesses?
I didn't know it was a homicide scene, sir.
If I could
Well,
finish
did
my
good.
question. Do you think it's appropriate for a witness at a potential homicide scene,
Okay.
an unconscious person scene, whatever, crime scene,
Yes.
to make contact with other witnesses and begin discussing the situation unsupervised?
Can you rephrase that question, sir?
Do you think that's an appropriate thing to have happen?
He know not. He know it's not.
I have no answer for that, sir. I don't know what you.
Now he gonna piss me off. I'm not even a police officer, and even I know that when he had no idea she had any relation to the people in the home. Okay, what the hell is she going in the house for? And why y'all didn't ask her? Why didn't you make sure the witnesses stay out? Talking about I didn't know it was a homicide. All that damn blood, you didn't even think it was a potential homicide. The big dumb turtle is right, because now he pushing. I don't have an answer for that. Baby, where's your police training? Oh, now Olivia Benson would never.
Asking.
Officer Seraph, when you go to a crime scene,
Yes, sir.
one of the first things that you'd want to do is secure the scene and separate witnesses.
Yes.
So that interviews could be conducted, correct?
Sure.
You wouldn't want witnesses just cavorting together and getting their story straight, right?
Correct.
You'd want to avoid that at all costs, right?
Yes. Yes.
And why is that?
So they can't collaborate their story.
Now he got it.
There was a woman, there was a person walking from the area where a body was found in the lawn of a house, walking into the house to make contact with other individuals, correct?
It appeared that way, yes, sir.
Does that seem appropriate to you?
No.
Of course not. We've talked a bit about what you did and didn't hear at the scene from my client. At any point when you were at that location, did you hear my client repeating the phrase, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
She said, I hit him? No, I didn't hear that part.
You never heard her whisper it, yell it, say it, or otherwise?
Not that I recall.
If you had heard that statement, you likely would have written it down, wouldn't you?
Yes.
You likely would have reported that to Trooper Proctor the next day, wouldn't you?
Yes.
You likely would have mentioned it in your grand jury testimony, correct?
Yes.
And you did none of those things because you did not hear that statement, correct?
I did not hear that, no.
Sir, you were at 34 Fairview for more than an hour before you cleared the scene, right?
Yes.
What?
You were at the location of the body of John O'Keefe.
Yes.
In other words, you just didn't stay in your cruiser. You walked out to where John O'Keefe was.
No, I was in my cruiser at different times. I
Must have been a bad question.
Okay.
You didn't just stay in your cruiser. At points, you got out of your cruiser, walked over, made contact with the women, And you were standing next to the body.
Yes,
And you were obviously looking around. You noticed some footprints,
yes,
and you even noticed some lack of footprints.
that's correct.
So you were being observant at the area of the body
Yes,
and the area adjacent to the body.
yes,
You were looking for anything that might have been out of place,
yes,
anything of any evidentiary value, correct?
yes,
You never saw or otherwise observed, located a single piece of taillight material, did you?
no,
You certainly didn't see 45 pieces of broken plastic or taillight material, did you?
no,
You never located or otherwise observed John O'Keefe's missing shoe
no,
or any other clothing of his.
I didn't, no,
Officer Schraff, did you ever think to look inside the house
No.
no,
for that missing shoe?
no,
That never crossed your mind?
no,
You think that might have been a smart thing to do at the time?
Objection, Your Honor.
Rephrase the
It's the
question.
word
Sure.
smart.
Do you think that would have been appropriate protocol when dealing with a body laying on a lawn that is partially unclothed to look inside the house of the lawn?
Of the
No.
lawn.
You didn't think that would have been an appropriate protocol
no,
for you or anybody else?
no,
Obviously, you did not conduct a search of that house, did you?
nope,
And he happy about it.
And you're aware that to this day, no law enforcement officer ever conducted a search of that house.
I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Y'all, this is crazy. The body found on the front of a lawn, and you don't think I need to go search their house and make their house a potential crime scene?
No further
Now,
questions,
this
Your Honor.
some
Thank you.
bullshit.
Anything,
I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Lally?
Briefly, Your Honor.
Okay.
Bullshit. I'm sorry. I think I'm gonna stop saying that word on live. Golly. This some BS, y'all. This is
Morning.
This is BS.
You were asking questions, you were shown a dispatch log, is that correct?
I got to pause. I am stuck on the fact a body is found on the front of a lawn. A girlfriend has said, "Oh my God, I dropped him off and he didn't come home. I dropped him off at this house that you see his dead body at. And you didn't think to go knock on their front door. You didn't treat their home like a crime scene, a potential crime scene. The owners didn't even come outside. Let me tell you, if you die on my front lawn, I don't care if I don't know you. I want to know who you are and why you have to die on my damn grass. I want to know who you are and why did you die on my grass. You can message me on IG Latoya. Who are you? And why would you choose to die on my grass? Making my house a crime scene. Like, I want to know. You're not finna tell me. Some of the milk ain't clean, baby. Is it the milk ain't clean? You're not gonna tell me this is how it went. You're not going to make me believe that man died on that lawn. And you see police all out in front of your house. You don't even wake up. Then Jen sneaking her ass in the house.
Correct.
That's correct.
And dispatch log, as far as the Canton Police Department is concerned, are you aware of sort of how or when or who creates that?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of how that document sort of comes into being?
So when a call comes in, an officer is at the desk and, usually the first thing they would do is dispatch, get people going to the scene and get everybody rolling as far as if they need FD, police, whatever resources they need. And basically then type in what the call is and who's going.
So fair to say it's more important to get assets allocated to a scene, especially in the case of an emergency, which is why someone's calling 911, than to ensure that the dispatch time is correct down to the second.
Absolutely.
Now, you were asked some questions about different things that you heard the defendant say, correct?
That's correct.
And you were shown specifically some grand jury testimony from April of 2022 in which you indicated during that testimony that the defendant stated, "This is my fault."
Yes.
And is that based on your memory of what she said?
Yes,
And you also testified yesterday along those same lines, correct?
correct.
What you testified to before this jury, as far as your memory, is that accurate as to what happened on that scene, January 29th, 2022?
Yes,
Now, prior to this call, did you know Kerry Roberts?
no,
Did you know Karen Reed?
no,
Did you know John O'Keefe?
no,
Did you know Jennifer McCabe?
no,
Based on what you've seen as far as the dash camera, would you be able to differentiate between Jennifer McCabe or Kerry Roberts from that dash camera footage?
no,
Now, while you were on scene, did you see anybody from 34 Fairview Road from that address come outside?
no,
Did you see anybody from any address on that entire street for the entire 90 minutes that you were there come outside?
no,
Now, you were asked some questions about some different addresses on Fairview, whether they be 32 or 35. Do you know where either 32 or 35 is located in relation to 34?
it would be next to each other, sequential.
Nothing further.
Okay.
Nothing wrong. Thank you.
All right, you're all set, officer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Lally, who is your next witness?
Your Honor, the call of the call officer, Stephen Mullaney, to the stand.
Okay.
Stephen Mullany.
L-A-N-E-Y.
And how are you employed, sir? Morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Stephen Mullaney, M-U-L-L-A-N-E-Y.
And how are you employed, sir?
I am employed by the Canton Police Department as a patrolman.
How long have you been a patrolman for the Canton Police?
Since July 2020 and a full-time officer since August 2021.
And if I could call your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022 into the morning of January 29th, 2022. Were you working on that occasion?
Yes, I was working the 11:45 p.m. to 7:45 a.m. patrol shift.
And were you dispatched to a call shortly after 6 a.m. on the 29th?
Yes, I was.
And where were you dispatched to and what was that in regards?
34 Fairview Road for a unresponsive party.
Now, if I could turn back just for a second, as far as when you're assigned as far as a patrolman with the Canton Police, are there different sort of geographic sectors within the town to which you're assigned?
Yep, I was assigned to the east sector.
And is Fairview Road within that east sector?
It's the west sector.
So you were assigned to the east sector, but dispatched to a call in the west sector. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you know why that was?
Yes, east. The east sector backs up the west sector.
Prior to this, on the 28th, going into the 29th, were you
Why
aware?
don't you hold on a minute for them? Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
No, thank you. So on the 28th, going into the 29th, what, if any, awareness did you have as far as the weather forecast or sort of what was predicted as coming?
I believe around midnight it began to snow.
And that's why you're on shift, is that correct?
Yes.
When you're on shift and you're on patrol, particularly when there's a weather situation as far as snow or something like that, what is it that you're doing on patrol?
Well, I stayed in the parking lot that shift, so didn't get stuck anywhere.
And as far as the snow that was predicted and the snow that fell, how much precipitation, what kind of a storm was it?
Well, by the morning it was pretty heavy snow.
And by the morning, by what time?
Well, around 6 a.m.
So by the time that you were dispatched to that call, we were just talking about the snow was picking up and getting heavy.
Yes.
And As you were, so you were at the station when you received the dispatch, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
And where is, well, about how far away is Fairview Road from where you were at the station?
Mile and a half, 2 miles.
And can you describe to the jury sort of the route that you took going from the station to Fairview Road that
Yep.
morning?
I took a right onto Washington Street from the station, and then I took a right onto Dedham Street from Washington Street, a left onto Cedar Crest from Dedham, and then a left onto Fairview Road from Cedar Crest.
And so Fairview Road runs sort of between two other more major roads in Canton, fair to say?
Yes.
And you mentioned Cedar Crest, is that correct?
Yes.
Cedar Crest is off of Dedham.
Correct.
And so what is the other sort of major road on the other sort of intersecting side of Fairview Road?
Chapman Street.
So when you're coming from Cedar Crest onto Fairview, about how far into Fairview is 34?
2 houses down on the right.
So the house would have been on your right, is that correct?
Correct.
And in addition to yourself, who, if anyone else from your department was dispatched to this call as well?
Officer Sarif.
And who, if anyone, arrived first?
Officer Sarif had arrived prior to my arrival.
And Officer Sarif, as far as which direction was his cruiser facing? The same as yours, directly at yours, or something else?
I don't recall.
You recall seeing Officer Sarif during your en route time, sort of between the station and arriving on the scene?
I do not know.
Now, as far as when you're driving from the station to the scene, what, if anything, do you recall about sort of the road conditions, visibility, anything like that?
Visibility was difficult. I don't exactly recall how far you could see, but it was definitely coming down.
And at this point in time, on January 29th, just after 6 a.m., what is sort of the lighting conditions? Has the sun come up yet? Is it dark out, or what's going on?
It was still dark out.
And if you recall, what was sort of the vehicular traffic on the roadway between the station and your arrival on Fairview Road?
I don't recall there being any traffic.
Now, as far as when you are coming to the scene, do you recall whether or not you had to activate sort of your lights or your sirens or anything like that?
I believe I would have used the blue lights.
You recall using sirens?
I do not recall whether or not I used sirens.
And if you know, about how much time elapsed between the time that you received the call and the time that you arrived on Fairview?
3 minutes, approximately.
And when you arrive there, what, if anything, is sort of the first thing that you see?
I saw Officer Sarif towards like the front lawn, kind of surrounding the victim. There's a couple other people as well. And the fire department was on arrival right about the same time.
And so beyond yourself and Officer Sarif from the Canton Police, were there other sort of town assets that were dispatched to this call as well?
The fire department.
And when you say the fire department, how many sort of vehicles or what was their response as far as?
I believe they had a fire engine and ambulance.
And do you recall if the fire engine and the ambulance came from sort of the same side as you from Cedar Crest, or did they come into the scene from from the opposite side as far as from?
I think they had come down Chapman Street to Fairview, and they were facing towards Cedar Crest.
Now, so you arrive there, you see Officer Sarif and people from the fire department, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated that you saw a person on the ground. Is that correct?
Yes.
And just for clarity purposes, at some point subsequent to this, you were able to identify the person that was on the ground. Is that correct?
Yes.
That was John O'Keefe. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And where the other people that you indicated were there, where were they in relation to John O'Keefe?
I think I don't really recall where everybody was upon my arrival, but I think everyone was kind of like in the vicinity around the curb to the street.
Now, as far as when you're first arriving, you're pulling up to the scene, were you able to see Mr. O'Keefe on the ground at that point, or
I saw people around him, but I had to get closer before I saw the victim on the ground.
And so the other people that you saw around him, were they kneeling down, standing up, or something else?
I believe Officer Saraf was still standing up. I don't recall anyone else.
And so fair to say you saw Officer Saraf standing up near Mr. O'Keefe before you actually saw Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Now, this particular area where you saw Officer Saraf standing up and Mr. O'Keefe, Officer O'Keefe on the ground, what, if any, sort of additional ambient lighting did you observe in that area? Was there any street lights or anything like that around there?
Not that I recall.
Now, in addition to Officer Saraf, at some point did you encounter some other individuals or civilian people on scene?
Yep, Miss Jen McCabe.
And in addition to Miss McCabe, were there any other female parties there as well?
Carrie Roberts.
And in addition to Miss Roberts, was there any other female parties there?
Yes, Miss Reed.
And just to be clear, do you see Miss Reed in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing?
Black dress.
That's a record reflect identification.
Gary sent a $19.99 super chat and said, "Here's a bottle of wine on behalf of the chat." Gary, I think I'm going to need it after this. I feel like I'm starting to see why y'all be cutting up online about this case, because it's literally crazy. And you can't be saying, if you listen to this case and you don't think that we're not being told something. I mean, the man just told you he pulled up to a house with a dead body on the lawn. Saw one of the witnesses go into the home and didn't think, I might need to make that home a crime scene. I might need to go in and search that house. He didn't think so. I might need that wine, Gary, okay? He said getting drunk like them folks. Like, it's literally crazy. And we're on day 2. We're on day 2. So maybe at the end of day 2, my mind will change. And maybe I'll say, oh, but right now it's too many people involved, I think. It's too many people.
Yes.
Now, prior to this call, did you have any prior sort of familiarity with Karen Reed?
No.
With John O'Keefe?
No.
With Jennifer McCabe?
No.
With Carrie Roberts?
No.
And when you arrive and you make those sort of initial observations, where is it that you go? What, if anything, do you do?
Fire department began their life-saving measures, and at one point we were able to get him onto the stretcher, or onto a backboard, I believe it's called, and then onto a stretcher.
And what, if any, involvement did you have with that?
I assisted the fire department in placing him on the backboard and then helping get him onto the stretcher.
Now, as far as you mentioned that where you came and located Mr. O'Keefe, you recall sort of what position his body was in when you first observed him?
He was lying face up, as was back on the ground.
And you recall where he was in relation to the roadway, if you could tell?
Yeah, he was on the front lawn. So, I didn't know exactly where the curb was, but I would think about, approximately 10 feet from the curb.
And so you mentioned that you couldn't tell exactly where the curb was. Why is that?
There was snow on the ground.
So the snow sort of covered the curb at that time that you're there, is that correct?
Yes.
But you approximate it was about 10 feet into the lawn.
Yeah.
And the snow on the ground that you observed at the time when you first arrived, about how much snow had accumulated on the ground?
I'd say at that point, approximately 6 inches.
And what, if any, snow did you observe on any part of Mr. O'Keefe's body when you first saw him?
There was really no snow, but you could tell that he had been in the conditions. It was almost as if it was like water, kind of like frozen on kind of to his face.
And did you make any observations, or what, if any, observations did you make beyond his face as far as sort of the rest of his body?
I don't recall really any other observations.
Do you recall how he was dressed?
I do not.
Do you recall what, if any, snow was on any other part of his body?
I do not.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, what, if any, observations did you make as far as any injuries to Mr. O'Keefe at that initial time?
I did not recall any injuries.
So nothing stood out to you, is that correct?
No, correct.
And you assist the fire department getting him onto a backboard, correct?
Yes.
And where did Mr. O'Keefe go from there?
So when he says, like, I don't recall any injuries, I'm just assuming the man's face wasn't bloody as hell. Because the other officer, maybe he's not associating the blood with injuries. The man's eye. How do you not recall that? How do you not recall the way that man's face looked? Even if they put him on the stretcher, I would imagine you could see his eyes. You get what I'm saying? Like, I would imagine you could see his, even, let's just say for shits and giggles, he had on a long sleeve shirt. It was cold, so he couldn't see his arms or something. The man's face literally looked like he'd been beat. So for him to sit up here and say he doesn't recall any injuries, like, huh?
To the ambulance.
And Gary, I keep hearing about Trooper Paul, Gary, so I can't wait to get to him too.
Did you go to the ambulance as well?
Not that I recall, no.
So fire department sort of takes over care of Mr. O'Keefe at that point.
Yes.
So after Mr. O'Keefe is lifted up, when he's lifted up, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the grounds that had been underneath Mr. O'Keefe and where he was?
I didn't recall anything. Observe anything? No. No.
You recall even looking sort of in that area?
No, I think he was in front of me, so I wouldn't have seen what was under him.
And so after Mr. O'Keefe is taken by members of the fire department over to the ambulance, what is it that you did?
Officer Saraf, at that point, we were trying to identify the victim, so I spoke to Ms. McCabe.
And without sort of anything that Ms. McCabe told you, about how long period of time did you talk to Ms. McCabe gathering information?
Approximately 2 minutes.
And who, if anyone else, did you speak with attempting to gather information regarding Mr. O'Keefe?
Ms. McCabe is the only one I recall speaking to.
Now, as far as the defendant, Ms. Reed, what, if anything, do you recall her sort of doing as you're on scene and as you're going about what you're trying to do?
She was screaming, is that my boyfriend? Is he dead?
And when you say screaming, in a fairly loud voice, correct?
Very, very loud, yes.
And as far as that sort of phraseology, as far as is he dead, how many times was that something she said? Once, more than once, or something?
Repeated many times.
And with the same sort of volume that she had said it with, as you described the first time?
Yes.
And as far as, if you know, about how long was the ambulance on scene before it left to go to the hospital?
10 minutes, approximately.
Do you know what hospital it went to?
Good Samaritan.
And after the ambulance left and went to the hospital, where did the three women that you're talking about being defendant, Ms. McCabe, Ms. Roberts, where did they go?
I believe they left the scene.
So did you have any, or what, if any, conversations did you have with any of them following that?
None.
Now, as far as Ms. Reed, the defendant, is concerned, what, if anything else, did you observe as far as her saying or her demeanor or anything like that?
Just the screams and she was very distraught.
Now, at some point, did Ms. Reed sort of stay in one place, or where did Ms. Reed go sort of around the cruisers and the ambulance and all of that?
I believe she went into one of the vehicles. I don't know if it was a cruiser or one of the cars. Just stay warm.
And the other two women that were with her, as far as Ms. McCabe, Ms. Roberts, were they in the same general vicinity as the defendant, or were they separated, if you recall?
I don't recall.
Now, at some point after they had left the scene, what, if anything, were you advised by your dispatch in regard to Ms. Reed?
We were dispatched that, or Canton Control had advised us that she's making suicidal statements.
And so based on that, what, if anything, did you or the other officers that you were on scene with do at that point?
I don't recall exactly who, but someone had called Ms. Roberts to have Ms. Reed come back to the scene, and we section 12 there.
And so about how much time elapsed between the time that you learned that from dispatch and the time that Ms. Reed arrives back on scene with Ms. Roberts?
5 minutes, approximately.
Now, you mentioned that there may have been other officers on scene, correct?
Yes.
So in addition to yourself and Officer Saraf, who, if anyone else from your department, arrived on scene while you were there?
Sergeant Good arrived, Sergeant Lank at the time, and Lieutenant Gallagher.
And when was that in relation to when yourself and Officer Saraf arrived on scene?
Sergeant Good was there shortly after, and then Sergeant Lank shortly after him, and then Lieutenant Gallagher after that.
And in total, as far as sort of the earliest to the longest, about how long was it until Lieutenant Gallagher arrived on scene?
I would say less than 45 minutes.
And in total, how long was it that you were on scene that morning?
90 minutes to 2 hours.
And during the course of time that you were on scene, at some point, did the sun come up?
Yes.
And during the time that you were on scene, as far as the conditions, and let me ask just a little bit more about that. So you indicated something about snow being on the ground and not being able to see the curb, correct?
Yes.
What, if any, sort of other things in addition to that, from a weather perspective? What was the temperature out at that time?
It was very cold. It's cold.
Could you, or do you have any estimate as far as to how cold?
25, and it was windy.
And when you say windy, could you expound upon that as far as like what kind of wind? Are we talking constant wind, gusts, or something?
I would say gust to constant.
And fairly strong winds, light winds, what kind of?
Not necessarily strong, light winds, but it was definitely windy.
And during that sort of total time, about 90 minutes or so that you were on scene, was the weather consistent throughout that entire period that you were on scene?
That I recall, yes.
Now, in the area where you first observed Mr. O'Keefe's body on the lawn, after his body was removed by the fire department, what, if anything, did you observe sort of in that general area?
Nothing.
Now, again, you said that Ms. Reed was brought back to the scene or around Fairview Road at the same time by Ms. Roberts, correct?
Correct.
You know where she went from there?
She was transported to Good Samaritan.
Different ambulance than had taken Mr. O'Keefe?
Correct, different ambulance, yep.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, you assisted getting him onto the backboard, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you also assist getting him onto the stretcher?
Yes.
And beyond sort of the visual observations that you made, did you have occasion to, in that process, have any sort of tactile observations? Did you come into contact with Mr. O'Keefe's body at any point?
No.
Beyond what you've already testified to, did you make any other observations at any point of Mr. O'Keefe, his body, or any injuries?
No, not that I recall.
Sir, I'm gonna direct your attention up to the screen over here. Ms. Gilman, if you could just put up Exhibit 25 and just sort of pause it as soon as it comes up. So, Officer Mulaney, I'm directing your attention to the screen and what's been marked as Exhibit 25. Generally speaking, what's depicted up on the screen here, is that consistent with what you recall as far as the conditions when you were responding to Fairview Road that morning?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I could ask for exhibit number 3. Yes. I'm sorry, exhibit number 9. That's and Officer Mulaney, directing your attention to what's up on the screen has been previously marked as exhibit number 9. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
What do you recognize?
That's 34 Fairview.
Is that how it's depicted in that photograph? Is that a relatively fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed of the residents on the morning of January 29, 2022?
Yes.
Now, with regard to the residents, if I'm standing on the street and I'm facing the residents as in the previous photograph, the area of the lawn where you first observed Mr. O'Keefe laying on his back with his face up, would that be to the left of the residents, the right of the residents, or dead center, or something else?
Left.
And what, if anything, did you observe sort of in that general area as far as any sort of landmarks or things that were in that area?
A fire hydrant and a flagpole.
And may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
So, sir, reason this, I'm going to try not to blind anybody. This is a laser point, which we can push that button there. And
Okay.
So, officer, if I could ask you, using that laser pointer directly, if you could direct the jury's attention to where in that photograph, if anywhere, you recall Mr. O'Keefe's body being located when you first
Like right in this area.
Thanks. If I may have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
And officer, you can.
Y'all get to answer Kylie. I said, I'm on live. I'm going to call you back. She said, you always on live, and hung up the phone. Y'all have to help me
I
out.
have no further questions to this witness, Your Honor.
Right, cross examination.
Thank you, Ron.
Okay, there was a facial expression.
Good morning, officer.
Good morning.
Officer Mulaney, you and I have never met before, correct?
Correct.
We've never spoken about this case.
No.
Is it fair to say that when you were dispatched to 34 Fairview Road on January 29th of 2022, you were a part-time officer at that point?
No, it's full time.
When did you start at the Canton Police Department?
July 2020.
Did you start as a part-time officer?
I did.
Oh, I see. I misunderstood your testimony. You actually became full-time in August of 2021.
Correct, sir. Yes.
All right. So you had been full-time at that point for about 6 months when you received this call, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's fair to say that you were the junior officer on scene?
Yes, it is.
You had testified that you approached Fairview from the Cedar Crest side, correct?
Yes.
Can't skip them.
34 Fairview Road is much closer to the Cedar Crest side than it is to the Chapman side, correct? And when you take a left on Cedar Crest to enter Fairview Road, 34 Fairview is the second house on the right. Does that make sense?
From Cedar Crest, yes.
Yes. And you were quickly surmising that whatever action was taking place there was taking place on the front lawn of 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes, sir.
And one of the first things that you saw was there appeared to be a woman giving CPR to somebody on the ground.
Yeah, yes.
You didn't know who that woman was at the time, correct?
No, sir.
But you later learned her identity.
Yes, I don't recall which female it was that was given CPR though.
Okay. So you don't recall that it was Karen Reed who was giving CPR to John O'Keefe?
I don't know who it was.
At some point in time, you came in contact with Karen Reed, correct, while you were on scene?
Not direct contact, but I was on scene when she was there.
I mean, you were there until about 8 a.m., correct?
Yeah. Yes.
And you were dispatched shortly after 6 a.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
You were there for approximately 2 hours, correct?
Yes.
You were there when Karen Reed was there when you showed up, correct?
Yes.
She left and she came back to the scene, correct?
Yes.
And you were there when she came back, correct?
Yes, sir.
So with regard to your contact with her, she certainly was within eyeshot, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you actually at some points were closer to her than you are to me right now, correct?
Yeah.
How close did you get to her?
10 feet.
All right. With the court's permission, I'd like to walk toward you and have you stop me when I'm at the point when you were at your closest to Karen Reed. What can I do that, Your Honor?
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
Right there.
Okay. And when you were this close to her, and you're estimating this to be about 10 feet, correct?
Sure.
When you were this close to her, was there anything blocking your view of her face?
Not that I recall.
All right. You noticed, obviously, that she had blood on her face, correct?
I did not notice that, no.
You didn't notice that she had blood in her hair?
I did not notice that.
I'm just going to say this. I watch too many movies where you find people who have been in the military, people who are police officers, even firefighters. They're just very observant. He didn't notice a damn thing. You mean to tell me you get to this scene, the scene of this crime, and you don't notice a person with blood all over their face? He does not remember a thing. Key. And then you ask yourself, why as an officer, why don't you remember shit? Damn, I'm gonna quit saying that word. Why don't you remember anything? I mean, the man can't remember anything. I would remember if I saw any person with blood all over their face. Okay? I better not be in Kroger and catch you walk past me with blood all over your shirt. Okay? I'm going to take note. Blood on any person in their hair, and there was a lot of blood out there in their hair, your face. This is not normal. You're going to take note. And if you're a police officer, you should really be taking note, because if I'm on the scene, I need to know why the hell you have blood on your face and I have a person that's dead right here. I need to know. And Missy, and this is why I'm bothered by him. Karen is white, BG. I'm sorry, BG. We did not tell you. BG, the case we are watching, there is a white victim and a white defendant. Karen Reed is a woman. She was dating her boyfriend, John O'Keefe. That is the victim. He was a police officer. So the story that let's just say the story is she and her boyfriend were drinking at a bar. The state is alleging that she accidentally ran him over, left him there to die, and then came back, and here we go. Her defense team is alleging that she left him at that party, went home, noticed he didn't come home, came back and found him dead. So what her defense team is saying is that because the home that he was found dead at, these people are pretty prominent in their town. They're thinking that they are, it's a cover up and they're trying to have her take the fall. Lauren said everyone is white except one person in this town. So I just want to make sure BG knew where we are. But yes, that's where we are here. And right now, this is what you're listening to. And BG, I'm so sorry. I did see you on the stream. It just slipped my mind to go through this like this. So my apologies. What we're listening to right now, BG, is the second officer on the scene. There were 3 officers that pulled up initially once the call came up, and this is one of those officers.
You did notice that she was absolutely hysterical.
Yes.
She was completely distraught.
Yes, Claudia.
Yes.
She appeared to be in shock.
Yes.
And there was a contrast between that demeanor that you observed with regard to Karen Reed.
I got to stop because, BG, I think you read my mind. I didn't want to say it because didn't want to sound like I'm just being foolish, but that was my exact thought. Seeing blood on any person is crazy, right? But I compare my skin to Karen Reed's skin. You're really going to see blood on her face. You can't miss it. So the fact that he's sitting here saying he did not see blood on this woman's face when the other officer said it was all over her face it's just insane to me. I don't know how we got there.
And the demeanor of one of the other women on scene, Jennifer McCabe, was there not?
Can you kind of explain further?
Sure. Karen Reed was screaming, correct?
Yes.
She was yelling, correct?
Yes.
She was hysterical and distraught, correct?
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe was not.
Correct.
And you actually had more direct contact with Jennifer McCabe that morning, correct?
Yes.
And you spoke to Jennifer McCabe for a good 2 minutes, correct?
Yes, sir.
Face to face.
Yes, sir.
You were closer to Jennifer McCabe than you ever got to Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
You were able to observe her demeanor.
Yes.
You were able to hear her tone of voice.
Yes.
You were able to hear how loudly she was speaking, correct?
Yes.
You were able to hear how quickly she was speaking.
Yes.
During those 2 minutes that you were face to face closer to Jennifer McCabe, she was not screaming, correct?
Correct.
She was not yelling.
Correct.
She was not hysterical.
Correct.
She was not distraught.
Yes.
She was calm.
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow it, but let's move on.
Jennifer McCabe didn't have any blood on her face, correct?
No.
And you didn't see any blood in Jennifer McCabe's hair, correct?
No.
Now, with regard to what you heard Karen Reed scream that morning, I just want to make sure I get your testimony correct. I believe on direct examination, you stated that she kept repeating 2 phrases, one being, "Is he dead?" and the second being, "That's my boyfriend," correct?
Yes.
And how many times do you think that she repeated those 2 phrases?
It's quite a bit, more than 10.
Okay, like almost too many times to count, really.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
And each time she said, "Is he dead?" what was her tone of voice?
Screaming very loudly.
Each time she said, "Is that my boyfriend?" what was her tone of voice?
Same.
And you got there not long after Officer Saraf, correct?
Correct.
In any of during the time that you were on scene and you heard Karen Reed screaming and yelling in this distraught and hysterical manner, you never once heard her say, "I did it," correct?
I did not.
You never once heard her say, "It's my fault," correct?
I did not.
You never once heard her say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, correct?
I did not.
If you had heard any of those statements, you would have recognized that those would have been important to note, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you would have noted those in your police report, obviously, correct?
Yes.
Because you know that when you're drafting a police report, you want to include all the important details, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you want to be precise and accurate, correct?
Yes.
And so,
Baby, and now we done clocked our 8 for the day. We have clocked our 8 hours for the day, and I feel amazing because when I was in Memphis, y'all, I didn't do nothing. I couldn't stream, and I was tired. I was like, y'all, I'm not tired, say it. It's like, I can't wait to get back home because I'm going to go back to streaming because I got to get my day back popping. So thank you guys for being here with me. Everybody who's been on, what time we get on today? At like 10:20, around that time. But my plan is to do my streams really from about 9:30 to 6. We might go to 7. You know how we get. But at least 9:30 to 6 every day. I appreciate you guys for being here. Because like I said, we done clocked our 8 for the day. So thank you. And all of my Twitter people who I talked to on Twitter and you were watching this case, thank you, but not thank you. Because y'all have brought me into the madness. And this just day 2. I don't even know what I'm going to do the rest of the days. But I do know I'm going to have to go ahead and get ready to get in the field in my TikTok comments. My IG comments might not be so bad, but these YouTube comments and the TikTok comments, I'm ready to get in the field about it. But thank y'all for being here. Thank y'all.
you didn't put those statements in your report because you never heard those statements come out of Karen Reed's mouth.
Yes, sir.
Now, while you were on scene, at some point in time, you were asked to participate in a search for evidence on that front lawn. Were you not?
I was standing by. I didn't directly search for anything that I recall.
All right. And when you say you were standing by the area where John O'Keefe's body had been, correct?
Yes.
And how close were you to that area?
I was like right off the curb at that point on the street.
How many feet from where the body had been?
10 to 12 feet. 15 feet.
So maybe about the same distance as when I walked toward you, around that distance?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
And how much time did you spend around that distance from where John O'Keefe's body had been?
I don't recall.
You were there for 2 hours, correct?
Yes.
So is it fair to say that you were sort of in and around that area multiple times during that 2 hours?
Yes.
Did you ever see anybody put up any crime scene tape at all?
I don't recall that.
You recall other officers sort of searching that area, correct?
Yes.
And while you were near that area, you were certainly paying attention to it, correct?
Yes.
Did you see officers use any equipment to clear some of the snow in that area?
Yes, sir.
What did you see?
There was a leaf blower.
Where did that leaf blower come from?
I don't know.
Who had the leaf blower?
I believe it was Lieutenant Gallagher.
When did Lieutenant Gallagher arrive on scene?
45 minutes after I did, approximately. I don't know. I don't recall the exact time.
And how big was that leaf blower?
Not too big.
Was it handheld or was it something that you pushed?
Handheld.
And who used the leaf blower?
Lieutenant Gallagher.
At what area or on what area did he use that leaf blower?
The front lawn.
And would that have been around the area where John O'Keefe's body had been?
Yes.
And you were watching him as he did that?
Hold on, y'all. Hold up.
Yes.
Because I was responding to something and trying to listen, I got to hear that again. Because what did he just say?
When did Lieutenant Gallagher arrive on scene?
45 minutes after I did, approximately. I don't know. I don't recall the exact time.
And how big was that leaf blower?
Not too big. It was
Was it handheld or was it something that you pushed?
A leaf
Handheld.
blower?
And who used the leaf blower?
Lieutenant Gallagher.
At what area or on what area did he use that leaf blower?
The front lawn.
They said go back some more.
Wait.
Maybe I missed.
Correct.
Sorry,
See
y'all.
anybody put up any crime scene
Okay, here
tape
we go.
at all?
I don't recall that.
What?
You recall other officers sort of searching that area, correct?
Yes.
And while you were near that area, you were certainly paying attention to it, correct?
Yes.
Hold on, y'all. They tell me go back some more. Hold up. Hold up.
Direct examination, you stated that she kept repeating two
Okay, we can start here.
phrases. One
I heard
being,
this. We can start
is
there.
he dead? And the second being, that's my boyfriend,
Babe, I got
correct?
notes.
Yes.
And how many times do you think that she repeated those two phrases?
It's quite a bit. More than 10.
Okay, like almost too many times to count, really.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
And each time she said, is he dead? What was her tone of voice?
Screaming very loudly.
Each time she said, is that my boyfriend? What was her tone of voice?
Same.
And you got there not long after Officer Saraf, correct?
Correct.
In any of during the time, let me strike that, during the time that you were on scene and you heard Karen Reed screaming and yelling in this distraught and hysterical manner, you never once heard her say, I did it, correct?
I did not.
You never once heard her say, it's my fault, correct?
I did not.
You never once heard her say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, correct?
I did not.
If you had heard any of those statements, you would have recognized that those would have been important to note, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you would have noted those in your police report, obviously, correct?
Yes.
Because you know that when you're drafting a police report, you want to include all the important details, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you want to be precise and accurate, correct?
Yes.
And so you didn't put those statements in your report because you never heard those statements come out of Karen Reed's mouth.
Yes, sir.
Now, while you were on scene, at some point in time, you were asked to participate in a search for evidence on that front lawn, were you not?
I was standing by. I didn't directly search for anything that I recall.
All right, and when you say you were standing by the area where John O'Keefe's body had been,
Yes.
correct? And how close were you to that area?
I was like right off the curb at that point on the street.
How many feet from where the body had been?
10 to 12 feet. 15
Okay,
feet.
so maybe about the same distance as when I walked toward you, around that distance?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
And how much time did you spend around that distance from where John O'Keefe's body had been?
I don't recall.
You were there for 2 hours, correct?
Yes.
So is it fair to say that you were sort of in and around that area multiple times during that 2 hours?
Yes.
Did you ever see anybody put up any crime scene tape at all?
I don't recall that.
You recall other officers sort of searching that area, correct?
Yes.
And while you were near that area, you were certainly paying attention to it, correct?
Yes.
Did you see officers use any equipment to clear some of the snow in that area?
Yes, sir.
What did you see?
There was a leaf blower.
Where did that leaf blower come from?
I don't know.
Who had the leaf blower?
I believe it was Lieutenant Gallagher.
When did Lieutenant Gallagher arrive on scene?
45 minutes after I did, approximately. I don't recall the exact time.
And how big was that leaf blower?
Not too big. It was
Was it handheld or was it something that you pushed?
Handheld.
And who used the leaf blower?
Lieutenant Gallagher.
At what area or on what area did he use that leaf blower?
The front lawn.
And would that have been around the area where John O'Keefe's body had been?
Yes.
And you were watching him as he did that, correct?
Yes.
What other officers were in that area sort of watching what was going on or participating in the search for what was going on?
I don't necessarily recall where everybody was, but I believe it would be Sergeant Link and Sergeant Good.
And they were superior officers, correct?
Correct.
And you understood that these brother officers of yours were looking for evidence, right?
Yes.
They were looking for clues about potentially what had happened to John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And you were paying attention too as they were doing their work, correct?
Yes.
You were looking for anything that might have been out of place, correct?
Yes.
Nope.
If there was something large there that didn't appear to, be appropriate for a front lawn, you would have made note of that, correct?
Yes.
And if there was something small there, you would have still made note of that if it didn't appear to belong on a front lawn, correct?
Yes.
At any point in time, either before or after the leaf blower was taken out by Lieutenant Gallagher, did you see 45 pieces of bright red, black, and clear plastic pieces
Come on.
scattered all over the scene?
Come on.
I did not.
Yeah.
Did you find even or see even one piece of broken plastic?
I did not.
Now, when you came to the scene, John O'Keefe was still lying on the ground, correct?
Yes.
Did you see whether or not there were any blankets on scene?
No.
Did you know that one of the women on scene had a sister who lived in that very house?
I did not.
When you were speaking with Jennifer McCabe, at any point, did you learn whether she had actually gone into that house at all?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you see Jennifer McCabe approach that house at any point when you were on scene?
No.
Were you alerted at any point by anyone that she went into that house while you were on scene?
No.
Did you ever see Jennifer McCabe come out of that house with blankets or anything else that might comfort John O'Keefe?
No.
What was your state of mind regarding whether there were any first responders in that house?
I wasn't aware of that.
Nobody told you?
No.
You had testified that at one point you saw Karen Reed being escorted into a motor vehicle,
Yes.
and that was one of the women on scene, her motor vehicle?
Yes, it was either that or a cruiser.
All right.
Both kind of the same area.
But you'll agree with me, at no point in time did you see Karen Reed and Jennifer McCabe in a vehicle together?
Not that I recall, no.
And at no point in time did you ever hear Karen Reed ask Jennifer McCabe to Google anything?
No.
I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you, officer.
Officer Mullane. you been to other scenes in which there is a deceased person on scene, family members or friends around?
Yes.
And of those other scenes, does everybody who's a friend or a family member of the person who is injured or deceased, do they all react the same?
No.
Is every single one of them screaming and yelling different things?
No.
And there are actually 3 women on scene that morning, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so there was Jennifer McCabe, there was the defendant, Miss Reed, and there was Kerry Roberts, correct?
Correct.
And did you see any blood on Miss Roberts's face or hair?
No.
Okay, was she screaming and yelling things and moving around the scene?
No.
Now, as far as the residence in 34 Fairview Road, did you see anybody go in or come out of that residence during the time that you were on scene?
No.
And as far as any of the other residences on the entire rest of the street, did you see any of the neighbors or anybody else come outside at any point in time?
I did not.
Them people must have been asleep. They may have been asleep.
I have nothing further on.
You can do this yourself, maybe.
One question, if I might.
Okay.
Recross.
Sure.
And I don't mean to be a wise guy, sir, but did any of the other neighbors on the entire street have the body of a dead police officer on their front lawn?
Objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, so that's sustained. All right. You are all set, sir.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, folks, it's 11 o'clock. We'll take our morning recess, 15 minutes.
All right, please. Close your notebooks. Make sure.
Okay, hold on. Let me skip this.
Stan?
Stand, face the clock. Can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now and hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
You can stand or sit, whatever makes you more comfortable, sir.
And just bring that microphone down to you. Thank you.
How's that?
Okay. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
He's too damn excited.
Timothy.
Is he gonna be this damn excited his whole testimony? Because he sounds too excited to be there. See, friend said, "Oh, this joker." He sounds too damn excited to be there. Look at Timothy. He is ready. This man is damn. He's too damn ready for me. Another Ken inbred. Oh God.
Nuttall. Last name is Nuttall. Nuttall.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a firefighter paramedic with the town of Canton.
And how long have you been a firefighter paramedic in the town?
I believe 5 years and coming up on 6.
And prior to working in that capacity with the town of Canton, what, if any, other employment have you had within sort of the same field as far as being a paramedic?
To back up significantly, I got my EMT certification when I was still in high school through CMTI out of Weymouth. They're now owned by Brewster.
Let me just say this right damn now, Mr. Not All. Not Mr. Not All. Did y'all hear what he just told that man? To back up significantly. Did y'all, I accidentally hit that T-Frame. Did y'all hear what the hell that man just said? Just giving, bolstering that man to back up significantly. I had my EMT in high school. Like, he too damn excited for me. Calm down. Ain't nobody asked you for that. We didn't want to start at high school. We want to start right where we said 5-6 years ago. This job right here, damn it. He too excited for me, y'all. Okay.
Ambulance. From there, I was employed by Cataldo Ambulance. I worked primarily in the city of Chelsea, running.
My bad. Was the question for him to give his whole resume? Because what they say, your resume got to be 1 page long. Some people want 5 years. Some people say go back 10. He done went all the way back to damn high school. This is too much. He okay.
BLS transfers and eventually 911 shifts in that city, in that area of the world, if you will. From there, I decided I liked it. I decided to enroll in paramedic school. I went to the same school I went for my BLS certification, back to CMTI. I obtained my paramedic right before I turned 21. I stayed in the same area, primarily in Chelsea, and eventually edged my way into Everett a little bit and worked up there for about 7 years. During that time, I decided to be enroll into fire suppression side of things. So I was hired by the town of Situate. I was put through the Mass Fire Academy out of Stowe, class 268 in Stowe, and worked for the Situate Fire Department for about 18 months, and then transferred to the Canton Fire Department in November of 2019.
Just a couple questions about what you had just spoken about. So when you use the term sort of BLS, what is that?
Yes, y'all.
So-
You're not crazy.
In EMS, there's two kind of branches. BLS is basic life support, which is EMT basic. Smaller skill set, if you will. Still running 911 emergencies, but that was kind of the stepping stone to see if you could do the job, if you like the job, and then you can advance on to ALS, advanced life support, which is the paramedic side of things. That's a broader skill set, many more medications, many more interventions that we can perform in the field. Obviously, I enjoyed the BLS side, so I advanced to the ALS side.
Now, as far as starting with becoming an EMT, what, if any, I mentioned you went to a CMTI school, but what type of education do you require prior to getting any sort of graduating or certification or something like that? What are the classes like?
So it kind of runs the gambit for emergency medicine. You start mostly with anatomy and physiology, the human body, progresses down to how those illnesses can progress and the natures of illness. Once that's kind of understood, then we advance on to pharmacology and interventions, just basic interventions that you can do. And then the basic interventions are further progressed into more advanced interventions throughout the program. Once you complete your didactic portion, where all that is kind of in the books, you then progress to clinical time in hospital. I can't speak to the hours off the top of my head. I can't remember, but
I can't believe it.
many hours in the hospital, and then you progress to your field ride time, where you're in the back of an ALS ambulance with a preceptor, performing those skills, being evaluated and being watched to make sure you're not causing any harm or going down the wrong treatment pathways. From there, once you complete that, you sit your national paramedic written. I'm a nationally certified paramedic, so I had to sit that written, and then finally a practical examination. And once you pass all that, you're certified to be a paramedic.
And so with respect to both your training as far as becoming an EMT and then your training as far as becoming a paramedic, there's sort of a written portion and a practical portion as well. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you use the term in there as far as a preceptor? What exactly does that mean within your field?
So a preceptor is a senior paramedic who's been practicing for, it varies from place to place, but the standard is usually 3 to 5 years, who will watch you to make sure that you're not, like I said, drifting down the wrong path in terms of treatment, making sure that your care is adequate and not doing any harm. My preceptors that I was with, they were medics in the city of Brockton. So they had been around for a little while, and they were excellent at what they did, and they taught me quite a bit. I learned quite a bit in my ride time from them.
And in your role, post getting your certification in regard to those, have you acted as a preceptor for other sort of younger, less experienced?
Yeah, so I was a field training officer for the Cataldo for a brief stint right before I left the company. And I am currently a field training officer for the town of Canton.
And with respect to those certifications, is that sort of like a one-time blessing in perpetuity, or is there a continuing educational recertification process?
Right now for the town of Canton, that's a bidded position. I submitted an application writing and I was selected. So I am currently on my group. I am our field training officer for my group 2.
Okay, and my apologies, poor question on my part. I was asking sort of more in general. So
Because I'm like, did he ask this man how he got his job? Like, what happened? I said, I must have missed it. He said, well, I submitted an application. It's like, what? That's okay. It might be the prosecutor too. Maybe this is how he prepped him.
beyond the sort of preceptor sort of faction of that, just in regard to, in general, being an EMT and a paramedic, as far as your certifications are concerned, is that something that you have to continue? Is there any sort of recertification process, and how often is that?
Oh, I apologize. Okay, yes. So every 2 years, we're required, both by the national component and the state component, to complete a certain amount of hours per year for your recertification. I actually just recently recertified in March.
Did he ask him that? See, that's the problem. All you had to say was yes. Every 2 years, for the state and nationally, I have to do a recertification. Period. He said, "Oh, and actually, come to think about it, I just did mine in March." He probably gonna say, "I took this." Like, sir, come on now. Somebody got to stop him. Bev gonna have to step in or something. What they say? Asked it. What are they gonna say? No response. Just answer what I asked you.
I can't speak to the exact number of hours, but there's a national component, state component, and a local component, and the trainings are quite in depth.
Now, turning your attention to your work with the Canton Fire Department, how many fire stations are there within the town of Canton?
We have 2 fire stations.
And where are they located?
Station 1 is 99 Revere Street, and Station 2 is 7 Sassamon Street.
And when you're working with the Canton Fire Department, is there a typical kind of schedule or shift schedule that you're working on?
So my work schedule is I work 1 24-hour shift, 1 24-hour off, 1 24-hour shift on, and then 5 consecutive 24s off.
And as far as the 24-hour shift, what time to what time does that run with the Canton Fire?
For us, we report at 0800 to 0800.
So 8 a.m. to 8 a.m.?
Yes.
And within both of those station houses, how much sort of apparatus, or how many different sort of vehicles and apparatus do you have within each of those station houses?
For Station 1, 99 Revere Street, we have Car 5 staffed with a captain. We have Engine 3 staffed with 1 lieutenant, 2 firefighters, and Ambulance 1, who is staffed with two firefighters. We do have a PB waiver, so we will run paramedic basic on Ambulance 1. However, that is primarily a double medic ambulance. And for Station 2, it's a very similar setup. That is Engine 4 with 2 firefighters and a lieutenant, and Ambulance 2 with the same setup as Ambulance 1. Both those stations also have ladders that run out of them, Ladder 1 and Ladder 2 respectively. And the crews from Ambulance 1 or Ambulance 2 will crossband those ladders as needed.
Now, with respect, if I could turn your attention to January 28th into January 29th, sort of Friday into a Saturday. Do you recall 2022? Do you recall those days? Were you working one of those 2 days?
I was scheduled to work the morning of the 29th, I believe.
So you were scheduled to work essentially the morning, 8 a.m. on the 29th until 8 a.m. on the 30th? Right. And prior to, or the 28th sort of going into the 29th, what, if anything, were you aware of as far as weather that had been forecasted or that was reportedly coming?
I was aware that there was a significant storm, supposedly. Well, there was a significant storm coming through. I woke up very early.
Y'all, did y'all see him backtrack because he said supposedly? He said, it was a significant storm coming through. How is he this damn funny? And I know he's not trying to be. He's supposedly. Sorry, there's one coming through. Sir.
Early that morning just to check. I took a peek outside of my house. I live in the city of Brockton. I noticed that the conditions it was starting to snow a little bit. So I got up early and got ready for work and left earlier than I normally do.
He sound like and see, he gave me these type vibes. Whoever said he looked like he snitched on his coworkers, he just confirmed it. He just said
He looked down and saw that snow, said, I best get up and go to work early. But I guess maybe first responders think differently, because if I would have got up and seen snow, I knew I wasn't going to work at all. He took a peek outside. That's what he said. He took a peek outside.
About what time, which station were you assigned to on that?
I was at Station 1, 99 Revere Street, and I was on Ambulance 1 for the day.
And about what time did you arrive at Station 1?
Due to the inclement weather, I believe I arrived several hours early. I showed up to the station around 5:45, 5:50 that morning.
And around the time that you were driving from your home to Station 1 in Canton, what, if anything, did you note as far as sort of driving conditions, visibility, anything else?
The snow was starting to accumulate. The roads, I drove through several towns, but the roads were starting to be treated, but they weren't pristine. There was obviously a buildup of snow starting on my ride, which was part of the reason I left early, just either to relieve people if they needed to get out before the storm really hit, or just to help them with snow removal.
And to that point, when it comes to sort of snow removal at the fire station, what, if any, sort of duties and responsibilities do yourself and the other firefighters have to in relation to snow removal around the station?
So we're responsible around the station to keep what we refer to as the apron clear of snow. The apron is where we back our fire trucks into and out of the station. So we remove all that ourselves. We have a plow truck. However, we'll also shovel walkways and stuff for the public if they need to get in. So that was one of the primary. For the crew was actually outside removing snow when I pulled in to the station that morning.
And it may be pretty self-explanatory, but as far as the apron itself, why is it so necessary that the apron remain clear as far as snow is concerned?
Just to maintain a path for the emergency apparatus to get in and out in a timely manner.
Now, beyond sort of the snow accumulation that you noted on your way to work that day, what, if anything else, did you note as far as the weather conditions, whether it be temperature, winds, anything to that effect?
They were approaching blizzard conditions. It was windy. It was still very early in the morning, so it was quite dark, and it was windy and snowy. So we were approaching blizzard conditions, like I said.
And when you arrived there, did a call come into your station sometime around or shortly after 6 o'clock in the morning on the 29th?
Yeah, I arrived, as I previously stated, around 5:50. I had put my gear, my firefighting structural gear, out with Ambulance 1, just in the event that there was an emergency. And as I was doing that, the emergency tones went off for a medical.
Do you recall what was the report in regard to, what was the dispatch in regard to as far as the medical was concerned?
The overhead dispatch came in as a unresponsive male in a snowbank at 34 Fairview Road, outside. Unclear any further information. So when that came on, we had one of the paramedics that morning and one of the firefighters who was a relatively new firefighter. I made the decision to step onto the ambulance to provide an extra set of hands as one of the more senior paramedics in the station at the time.
And correct me if I'm wrong, when you step onto the ambulance, you're essentially still sort of getting your gear on and getting dressed, correct?
Correct. I was, as the tones were going off, and because I came in so early, I was still in civilian clothing. I had a Canton Fire t-shirt on. So I actually donned my turnout gear for that call.
And as far as the other individuals on that ambulance one that were going to that call as well, who were they?
So it was firefighter paramedic Anthony Flamati and firefighter EMT Matt Kelly.
And Mr. Kelly, he was sort of the less experienced one at that time, is that correct?
Correct.
So you get into the back of the ambulance and start going to the scene. Now, as far as other sort of vehicles or apparatus, who, if anyone, or what, if any, other sort of vehicles were dispatched on this call as well?
The initial dispatch was Canton Engine 3 and Canton Ambulance 1. Due to the severity of the call, depending on how it comes in, the shift commander, which is car 5, he will usually respond to any significant incident. So he also added himself to the call, just as a senior officer with us. So the final dispatch, I believe, was car 5, engine 3, and ambulance 1.
You know who was on engine 3 and who was in car 5?
Car 5 was Captain Robbery. Engine 3 was Lieutenant Greg Woodbury, firefighter Frank Walsh, and firefighter Katie McLaughlin.
As far as the ambulance 1 that you were in, obviously there's somebody driving and there's somebody in the front passenger seat, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so who was driving and who was in the front passenger seat?
I don't want to speak out of turn. I honestly can't tell you who was driving. I was in the back. I was in the back patient compartment of the ambulance, just because there's only 2 seats up front. So I hopped in the back.
Okay. And so when you're in the back of the ambulance and you're going to the call, what is it?
Yeah. Why was he so tickled? He said just because there's only 2 seats in the front, so I hopped up there. I hopped in the back. Why is he so?
That you're doing in sort of preparation for arrival.
So as I previously stated, I came in early, so I was donning my turnout gear. I had my boots and structural firefighting pants on. So I finished putting those on and I put the rest of my gear in the back. And as we were driving to the scene of the incident, I started prepping the gear that we were going to need off the initial dispatch and unresponsive mail in the snow. So I grabbed our first in bag, which has miscellaneous medical supplies, some IV supplies, and interosseous drill kit. The airway bag, which has just a bottle of oxygen, and then quite a bit of airway management supplies and our cardiac monitor. So I had all of those prepped out and ready to go. So as soon as the ambulance was in park, we could step right out, ascertain what we had, and go from there. So when the ambulance...
I'm gonna tell you, all jokes aside, I need an MT like him coming to my call, because he really don't strike me. I'm so eager to hear how this testimony is going to go, because nothing about him seems like he would not go by the book. So now I'm interested to see, what did he do? And if he didn't do it, I know it was out of his hands. I'm sorry, he doesn't strike me as a person who wouldn't do what he's supposed to do.
Arrived on scene, I had all 3 of those bags on my person, and we were able to, the entire ambulance crew was able to step out and provide patient care.
And as far as, if you know, approximately how much time elapsed between the time that you hear sort of the sound go off and you get in the ambulance to the time that you arrive on scene on Fairview?
I couldn't give you an accurate estimation of the time. Like I said, I was in the back. I was trying to prep everything and get myself kind of prepped just in terms of appropriate attire. So I couldn't give you a fair estimate.
And as far as when you arrive on scene, you step out of the back of the ambulance, is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as the weather conditions where you were on Fairview, what, if any, difference was there between the weather conditions there versus the weather conditions when you were arriving at the station?
I remember, as I previously stated, I remember it was still very dark. The sun was not up yet. I remember the wind. It was quite windy that morning. The wind had, in my opinion, had seemed to have picked up since my drive in, and the snow was increased.
And so when you step out of the ambulance, can you describe to the jury sort of where you go and sort of what is it that you first see when you get out there?
So I stepped out of the ambulance and came around with all 3 bags. I could hear commotion. I could hear some screaming off in the distance. I couldn't really tell you where it was coming from because it was still quite dark. Came around the passenger side of the ambulance, walked in front of the ambulance, and there was a small huddle of 3 individuals and what appeared to be a human form laying in the snow. So we made our way over to that and went from there.
And when you come around the passenger side of the ambulance and you observe that and start to, are you sort of turning left or right, or how are you heading when you come around the ambulance?
I came out of the ambulance on the passenger side and I took a left.
And you make your way over to the patient on the ground, is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as the other people.
Time out. Y'all look at what Gary just put in the chat. Gary said, Mel, would you believe me if I told you that they putting a weatherman expert on the stand for trial 2? Gary, you got to be kidding me. What? Somebody, Aaron, what is the, hold up, y'all. Sorry, y'all. I had to had to get my delivery. My Make America Slime Again hoodie just came. So I did get my merchandise, people. This I can't wait to get it to LJ. This is the one I got for LJ. But anyway, she said Bunch Evie said you I forgot what I was even talking about because that door scared me. I didn't know they were gonna come deliver it to my door. I thought I had to go outside. We do. Oh, okay. We were talking about the weatherman, George and the weatherman expert. I don't understand why there's so much emphasis on the wind and all of this, because somebody still killed them, you know? But a weatherman expert in the next trial is insane to me. It's insane.
People that you observed around the patient, how would you, or what if any description do you have of those?
There were 3 individuals. I believe they were all 3 of them were female. My primary focus was the individual in the snow on the ground. I went right to him. I kind of bypassed everybody from there and went directly to that individual.
Is that sort of typically how you approach a scene, is just sort of tunnel vision right for the patient?
Typically on a call like that, where if somebody's unresponsive on the ground, you typically go directly to the patient and ascertain if they are breathing and if they have signs of life, because that is a time-sensitive matter.
And as far as the individual, not then, but at some point subsequent, did you learn the identity of the person on the ground?
It did. It was Officer O'Keefe, John O'Keefe.
And how was Officer Mr. O'Keefe's body positioned in relation to the ground when you first approached him?
So I found him supine, laying in the snow. Immediately went to him and checked him for signs of life. We found none. We found no breathing, no pulse. So we immediately began performing high quality CPR. I was at the head of the individual.
If you can do CPR, he said they performed high quality CPR. What the hell is low quality CPR? What in the hell is low quality CPR? High quality CPR is crazy. Y'all know I got to write that down for him, because what the hell is, somebody gonna have to tell me high quality CPR. And not only that, another question I have. Remember, excuse me, when the sister-in-law spoke to Carrie, Barty, stop, spoke to Carrie on the phone, she kept saying, or was it Jen? Somebody was yelling in the background, he's not dead. They're working on him at the hospital. When clearly, when they got there, the first officer, no pulse. When he got there, no pulse, no breathing. Where are they getting from? He's not dead. Where are they getting it from?
So I immediately grabbed out of our airway bag a bag valve mask and began ventilating the patient, trying to get some oxygen into him, while the others on scene, like I said, began high quality CPR.
And again, maybe pretty well understood, but when you use the term supine, what exactly do you mean?
He was laying on his back.
Yes, Alice. Carrie had tried too.
Head sort of facing up, is that correct?
Correct.
And when you are responding to a call of this nature, there's you and there's other individuals on the ambulance as well, correct?
Correct.
And is there a certain division as far as treatment and diagnosis and things of that nature are concerned between you and the other people on the ambulance?
So typically, just to use the scenario of a cardiac arrest with 2 paramedics, it's generally split into the airway individual, or the airway monitor, and the, lack of a better term, code monitor. The airway individual will be responsible for ventilation and eventually advanced airway placement. The other part of that equation will monitor cardiac status, cardiac activity. They will deliver medications and a route for those medications, and they will work together to monitor that patient throughout. As I said, I was on the head. I just happened to fall at the head. So I took the ventilation portion of that.
And you use the term as far as a bag valve mask, is that correct? And can you explain to the jury sort of what that is?
All that is it's, for lack of a better term, it's basically a glorified balloon with a mask on it. When you squeeze that bag, that forces air into the airway, so you can vent.
See, he one of the ones that try to talk to you EMT talk all the time. Did you hear him, for lack of a better word? It's a glorified balloon. What? Baby, he's laughing because these questions might sound dumb to him. He's, for lack of a better word, it's a glorified balloon. Like, he just, oh my God, he is bolstering. Okay, tell Sprinkle that we know what he did in the 80s. If Sprinkle is married, girl, we know your husband was creeping because his son right here on this stand. He is bolstering. Stop, sir.
Ventilate an individual who is no longer breathing on their own.
And as far as obviously with your work with the fire department, there are sort of records or reports that are written in regard to treatment of different individuals on any given call, correct?
Correct.
Is there an acronym that's used within those reports as far as bag valve masks?
BVM.
And turning back to sort of when you initially approach where Mr. O'Keefe is, if you know about how far away from, where is he in relation to, well, let me back up. Okay. So you arrive at this residence at 34 Fairview Road, correct? Yep. Okay. So if I'm standing on the street and I'm facing Fairview Road, is Mr. O'Keefe's body to the left, to the right, center, or something else?
I would say to the left of center.
And what, if anything, did you sort of note or observe sort of in the general area as far as where Mr. O'Keefe was?
In terms of when I got to him?
Yes.
So when I first got to him, we checked for signs of life, and I was, as stated, at the head. There was a small pool of blood that seemed to be underneath him. It was hard to ascertain, again, because of the conditions. It was still very dark. It was snowing. And it was quite windy. So we were able to check the area as best we could with our handheld lights. But that was one of the things that I noted. There was a pool of blood.
Now, where Mr. O'Keefe's body was in relation to the roadway, if you know, or how far away, where was it in relation to the roadway?
I estimated it about where the sidewalk met the front lawn of that residence. That would be my best estimation.
You have any estimate as far as footage or anything like that?
I would say about 6-8 feet, perhaps.
That's approximately 6 to 8 feet from the curb.
Correct.
So you indicated that sort of what?
I would say about 6-8 feet.
How far away? Where was it in relation to the roadway?
I estimated it about where the sidewalk met the front lawn of that residence. That would be my best estimation.
You have any estimate as far as footage or anything like that?
I would say about 6-8 feet, perhaps.
That's approximately 6 to 8 feet from the curb.
Correct.
So you indicated that sort of what are the first things that you're checking as far as when you first arrive at a patient for this kind of?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
That's okay. That's okay. It's my fault. So as far as when you, let me back you up for just 1 second. You use the term in there as far as cardiac arrest, correct?
Correct.
Can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean based on your training and experience?
So cardiac arrest is the cessation of a stable cardiac rhythm in terms of life. Typically, it's either asystole, pulseless electrical activity, or VFib or VTAC. Typically, you ascertain that, but there's no pulse. You check any of the pulses, be it a femoral pulse, a carotid pulse, or a radial pulse, you will find nothing. And when that is found, you go to life-saving measures, which is CPR.
And just in reference to one other term you used in there as far as asystole, if you could explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean based on your training experience.
Asystole, to put it as clear as I can, is a flat line. There's no electrical activity in the heart.
And so you're working sort of at the head of Mr. O'Keefe, is that correct?
Correct.
And sort of while he's still on the ground, and what is it that you're specifically sort of doing in reference to your treatment at that point?
So I was, as we talked about earlier, I had a BVM, bag valve mask, and I had Mr. O'Keefe, I was ventilating him. So I had the mask on his face, and I was giving him positive pressure breaths with that BVM.
And as you're doing that, what, if anything else, did you observe beyond sort of the blood pooling you've already talked about, as far as any tactile observations you made of Mr. O'Keefe, any visual observations you made of Mr. O'Keefe at that point outside of the ambulance?
He was dressed for the weather. He had several layers on.
Alice, I was like, either I'm not understanding what she said or she's effing with me right now. And shout out to Key for coming back and saying, Mel, it was sunny when they found him. Because I said, okay, they're clearly messing with me right now. But I'm going to tell y'all, I did see a girl. Look, this is funny. But y'all, I promise, I was some girl, I told y'all, she was on TikTok, probably X, with pictures from that day. So kind of showing when the snow actually started. Alice, don't do stuff like that. You know my brain takes a minute. I'm like, if she asking me the day he was in court, hell, I don't know what the weather was like the day they were in court. So thank y'all for clarifying that.
Other than that, our primary focus was kind of getting him extricated and out of the elements, just because it was, as stated, conditions were suboptimal, and we wanted to get him into an environment with better lighting and some heat, so we could further assess if he had any injuries and go from there.
And so the other firefighters, paramedics, excuse me, that are on the ambulance with you, while you're doing sort of the back valve mask at his head, what, if anything, are they doing?
I believe the other firefighters that were dispatched, they were getting extrication equipment. I believe we put this individual on what we refer to as a scoop stretcher, which is basically a long plastic stretcher that we can roll an individual onto and then just pick him up, just for our safety and the safety of the patient. It's just really just a long board that we can pick up and then put onto our ambulance stretcher. So somebody was grabbing the scoop stretcher, somebody else was grabbing the ambulance stretcher, and I believe that was the coordinated effort on their part.
And I apologize for keep going back and forth, but if I could take you back just one moment before that. So when you first sort of arrived to Mr. O'Keefe, you mentioned that there are 3 females sort of huddled around. Is that correct?
Correct.
What, if anything, did you observe any of those females doing with respect to Mr. O'Keefe when you first got there?
That group seemed to be agitated. There was it was a scene of heightened emotions. As I stated, when I stepped out of the ambulance, I could hear screaming, I could hear people yelling, and it seemed just to be, that group was just quite agitated.
Now, at some points you are able to get him on the scoop stretcher and then over to the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
And when you get to the ambulance, what, if anything, did you note as far as what, if any, difference was there in the lighting in the back of the ambulance versus on the front lawn?
The lighting was significantly better. All of our ambulances have fluorescent lighting in the ceiling of the ambulance, so those were on, and we were able to see that there was some more injuries once we were able to get him out of his winter clothing.
And so, to that point, when you sort of first get into the back of the ambulance, what is sort of the protocol? What is it that each of you are sort of doing with respect to patient care at that point?
So the biggest priority is continuous high quality CPR. And that is the biggest thing with any cardiac arrest is uninterruption of compressions. So when we got him into the back of the ambulance, we continued CPR throughout. So while multiple people were performing CPR and eventually a mechanical CPR device was applied, those compressions were uninterrupted and others were removing clothing, I honestly couldn't tell you the number of articles of clothing, but I believe a winter jacket and a sweatshirt were removed. And then eventually he was, all the clothing was removed. And that's protocol for any cardiac arrest or any traumatic injury is usually all clothing is removed so we can have unfettered access to the individual to see if there are any other injuries.
And why is that protocol?
You mentioned earlier, sir, that there is tunnel vision. The absence of clothing kind of helps to remove that so you can see everything. You can assess everything.
And you mentioned sort of a mechanical means of CPR. Is there a specific device that's used for that?
Yes, we use a Lucas device manufactured by Stryker. And for lack of a better term, it's basically just a plunger that does CPR. It frees up a set of hands.
Why the hell does he keep saying for lack of a better term? He could have just said it's like a plunger. It's not lack of a better term. You're not even saying a word. You're giving us a whole example. Just say that damn. For lack of a better term, it's a plunger.
For us, and that can provide CPR uninterrupted as long as the batteries last.
Now, at the time that you get him into Mr. O'Keefe into the back of the ambulance and you're removing some of the clothing, what, if anything, did you note at that time or at any subsequent time in regard to footwear?
To be candid, I wasn't really looking at the footwear. I believe it was brought to my attention when we eventually transferred patient care at Good Samaritan Medical Center that the individual was missing a shoe. However, that wasn't my primary focus at the time.
And the items of clothing that were removed from within the ambulance, eventually when you transfer that patient care to the hospital, what, if anything, happens with that?
In terms of the chain of custody of the clothing, that is typically brought in either with the individual or after, and that is usually deposited on the floor of the room where that patient is, and then the hospital takes custody of it. Occasionally we'll put it in bags. However, I could not speak to where that clothing went on this case.
But fair to say whatever clothing was taken off in the ambulance left the ambulance at some point?
Correct.
And went to the hospital, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, when you have Mr. O'Keefe in the back of the ambulance and the lighting is better, what, if anything, did you observe following sort of the removal of the clothing as far as what, if any, injuries did you observe from Mr. O'Keefe in that sense?
He was noted to have, and I was right at the head, he was noted to have a hematoma on the right side of his face, just above his eye on his forehead. And there was some scratches on the right arm, the upper arm.
And use the term as far as a hematoma. Could you explain what you understand that term to me?
Lack of a better term is just an egg. He had a pretty good egg on his head.
And as far as anything beyond that, did you observe anything or note anything beyond the egg on the head and the scratches on the right arm?
As we got further down our treatment modality, we went to place an advanced airway. It was noted to have some blood, some mucus, and some bile in the back of his airway that was then suctioned out before we placed our endotracheal tube.
And what is an endotracheal tube?
So an endotracheal tube is basically, it's just a plastic tube that is passed through the mouth into the trachea through the vocal cords. It's a definitive airway, if you will. It it isolates the trachea so you can better ventilate your patient. And you don't have to worry about any air getting into the stomach, any gastric insufflation. And that is the gold standard for cardiac arrest, is a properly placed endotracheal tube.
Mentioned there were some substances that were suctioned from his airway, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, what were they again? I'm sorry.
I believe it was blood, bile, and mucus.
And do you have any idea how much of that was suctioned?
I couldn't give you an exact number, but it was enough that we needed to set up a suction system to remove it before we intubated.
And just turning briefly again to the arm. These were injuries that you observed on his right arm, is that correct?
Correct.
What, if any, injuries did you observe on his left arm?
I don't believe I saw any, to my knowledge.
And as far as your memory, as far as his right arm, how far did it sort of extend and where was it located? Sort of upper arm, lower arm, both, or where was it?
I believe it was just below his shoulder. They ran, I would say, probably 3 or 4 inches from, I would say, about the shoulder right down to maybe 2 inches above the elbow.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe's nose, what, if any, observations did you make of that?
Initially, it was noted to be very cold. The individual was cold all around to the touch, but his nose was also quite cold, quite white, just because he had been in the elements for a little while. There appeared to be a little bit of blood on his nose as well.
And through your training experience, are you familiar with a term or a device known as an OPA?
Correct, yes.
Can you explain to the jury sort of what OPA stands for and what is that device? What does it do?
So an OPA, or oral pharyngeal airway, is basically a small plastic device that is curved. And when inserted into the mouth, all it does is it prevents the tongue from falling backwards into the airway and occluding the airway. It's relatively simple, but it's very effective in keeping an airway open.
Just turning back for one moment to the injuries that you observed on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, were those injuries that were actively bleeding at the time that you observed them?
No.
What, if anything, did you observe as to that in reference to those injuries on the arm?
Those injuries seem to have been congealed. In my opinion, it looked like they'd been cold.
Let me address something BG just asked. BG said, so why do all of this work on a dead man? BG, great question. As he was talking, I was just remembering how Karen had been trying CPR to no avail. The first officer comes, he checks his pulse, he sees that there's no pulse. The EMT comes, there's no pulse, there is no sign of life, right? I was just Googling because I was just wondering why they were doing all of this. And it said, listen, the average human can only last about 6 to 8 minutes without a heartbeat before you start to enter into like having brain damage and things like that. That man had clearly been out there for hours. I am wondering the same thing, BG. Why they still have to try? Really? Okay, Key is saying they still have to try no matter what. Like, or is it like we got to pronounce you dead at the hospital? Because I am agreeing with BG. I get what Key is saying, first responder, I get that. But I was just really wondering why they did all of this when 3 people confirmed, like, okay, he's already gone. No, it's not silly. It's not silly, Key. It's not. If you can try and then you save my life, okay, great. I had the same thought as BG, which is why I asked that question to Google. I had the same thing. Hold up. Crime trial addict said, let's go. You're not pronounced dead until at the hospital. I do know that. They will not do it on the scene. So why do sometimes we hear people say patient was DOA? Yeah, I need to ask a police officer that. My dad is a mortician. Okay. EMTs can't pronounce. Got it. Okay, that makes sense to me. But like BG said, I was wondering the same thing. But Key, again, I don't think it's silly, but my initial thought was, dang, if he was, 3 people said he was dead, why did they do all of this? But hey, look, fight on, because if you could save my life, baby, save mine. They pronounced dead. I thought they did. But the medical doctor has to pronounce death. I just thought they would pronounce some people on the scene. But if you have a headshot and it's clear, got you, Yates. I like that. Okay, if you have, she said, a headshot and it's clear that the person is gone. Unless you were shot. Okay, y'all, I got you. And I think most times I've heard DOA, it's been somebody who shot or something. Okay, but thank you guys. I was wondering the same thing, BG. I said, dang, why are they doing all of this? If 3 people couldn't find a pulse, nothing was happening. But I also understand just saying having that glimmer of hope, because I've seen I saw stories somebody was out 14 minutes and they brought them back. So listen, if it's a chance, take the chance on me. Yates said in some car accidents, it's very clear too. And BG is talking about that first officer. I did not hear him at one time say he tried to perform any life-saving measures. I didn't hear the second officer say that. I hope I didn't miss it. The only person I remember them saying it was Karen Reed, was the only person who did it.
Which could have aided in the clotting of those injuries, but when we observed them, they were not bleeding.
And you mentioned a little bit about Mr. O'Keefe's nose. What, if any, observations did you make as far as any sort of digits, whether they be his hand, his feet, or something else?
So all of his digits on the upper extremities were noted to, they were very cold. They were immobile. They were very stiff. I'm presuming due to the exposure, because when we got him onto the ambulance, when we were removing clothing, it was noted that all of his digits were very stiff. They were immobile, and it caused a little bit of problems just trying to get clothing off of him, just because they were so stiff.
And taking you back outside of the ambulance just for a moment, when you're sort of initially there and you're doing your assessment, and the 3 females are in your general area, correct?
Correct.
And
now, Jasmine, I'm finna talk about you. Y'all look at Jasmine. Jasmine talking about, so are his injuries consistent with getting hit by a car? Or did we not get to that part yet? Jasmine, let me tell you what I've done. You see that? Witnesses for Karen Reed. I got 4 tally marks on here. Baby, it's about 80 to 90 witnesses. Now we ain't got to that part, Jazz. We ain't nowhere near it. We ain't got to that part. But Valerie said no. Valerie said no. But we ain't got there yet. Keisha, could that be the reason for all of his bruises? Oh, excuse me, said he was frozen. Keisha, I said that too, but let's wait till we get to the pictures of his body and everything. But someone did say that they don't think the bruises are consistent with the chest compressions, because I asked it too earlier. I asked that very thing earlier.
And at some point, can you or any of the other paramedics or EMTs on scene ask them any questions about what had happened or anything like that?
So as I was ventilating at the head, there was a small delay in just getting equipment, nothing significant, just enough time that as I was ventilating, I was able to ask, did anybody see anything? What happened? And there was one individual that replied several times, I hit him.
And did you know that individual at that time?
I did not.
Can you describe the individual that said that?
I would describe her as mid-40s, average build, average height. And the other 2, very similar.
And with reference to that statement of I hit him, is that something that she said once or more than once or something?
It was several times.
And as far as the tone or demeanor, how loudly was this being said?
As previously stated, they seemed to be erratic. There was a lot going on in that scene. It did seem to be said over and over and at varying volumes. And then there was just a lot of, everybody appeared to be quite flustered.
And the individual, one of the three females that said that, what, if any, observations did you make as to her face or anything?
The individual that said, it's basically a small.
As far as the tone or demeanor, was this, how loud? And with reference to that statement of I hit him,
there was a small delay and just getting equipment, nothing significant, just enough time that as I was ventilating, I was able to ask, did anybody see anything? What happened? And there was one individual that replied several times, I hit him.
And did you know that individual at that time?
I did not.
Can you describe the individual that said that?
I would describe her as mid-40s, average build, average height. And the other two, very similar.
And with reference to that statement of I hit him, is that something that she said once or more than once or something?
It was several times.
And as far as the tone or demeanor, was this, how loudly was this being said?
As previously stated, they seemed to be erratic. There was a lot going on in that scene. It did seem to be said over and over and at varying volumes. And then there was just a lot of, everybody appeared to be quite flustered.
And the individual, one of the three females that said that, what, if any, observations did you make as to her face or anything?
The individual that said, I hit him, appeared to have some blood on her face, presumably for attempting CPR prior to our arrival.
Now, how the hell did he know that? And the officer didn't see the blood on her face and didn't even think that it was from CPR, but how does he know it?
And you say presumably attempting CPR. When you first arrived at Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, did you observe any of the females doing with reference to Mr. O'Keefe?
Mr. O'Keefe was not being touched by any individual when I first got to him. That whole group was kind of pacing around, lack of a better term, kind of running around in circles. But Mr. O'Keefe was not being, there was no interventions being done to Mr. O'Keefe when I got to him.
And to be clear, sort of when you're in the back, fast forwarding now to sort of in the back of the ambulance, you're, again, sort of focused on the respiratory in the head, correct?
Correct.
And who, if anyone else from your apartment, is in the back of the ambulance, and what, if anything, are they doing at that?
So at that point, I had myself and Matt Kelly, EMT Kelly. He was kind of with me for the head. One of the, for lack of a better term, easier operations of a cardiac arrest is ventilation. So Matt Kelly was assisting me with ventilations, is just squeezing the BVM to provide ventilation. The lead paramedic for the cardiac arrest was Anthony Flamati. He was running everything else. He was running the application of the cardiac monitor. He was monitoring the status of medications being administered. He was assisted with that by Katie McLaughlin, Lieutenant Woodbury, and Firefighter Walsh.
Now, why he remember everybody?
And at some point, Firefighter Flamati, excuse me, at this point that you're in the back of the ambulance, you don't have any sort of demographic information in regard to your patient, correct?
Correct.
So what, if anything, did Firefighter Flamati ask anybody else to do in regard to obtain?
I believe he asked Firefighter McLaughlin to exit the ambulance and gather some information from the bystanders in terms of name, date of birth, any significant medical history or medications, just so we could further treat the patient.
And to the best of your knowledge, Firefighter McLaughlin leaves the ambulance to do that, is that correct?
Correct.
You weren't present for any of that, correct?
No.
So So there's some period of time in the back of the ambulance and then the transport to Good Samaritan happens, is that correct?
Correct.
Recall where different people from your department were in relation to that transport to the hospital?
So the transport in the back in the patient compartment was myself, firefighter Kelly, and firefighter Flamati, with firefighter McLaughlin driving ambulance 1.
I have just one moment.
Yes.
So when it comes to the report that you were testifying about before, there was a report generated in regard to this, is that correct?
Correct.
And who has the sort of duty and responsibility of compiling?
That would have been Anthony Flamati.
And have you seen firefighter Flamati's report in relation to this incident?
I have.
May I approach the witness, John?
Yes.
So, John, you're going to actually just review that.
All right.
Wait a minute, y'all. I thought they was.
Do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
And what do you recognize that?
This is what I believe to be the ENFERS report written by Captain Robery and the patient care report written by firefighter Flamati.
Thank you, sir. May I approach, John?
Yes.
I'm open to seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit, I believe.
It's already pre-marked, or you're moving to introduce it now? Is there an objection?
May I have just one more?
Okay.
No objection.
Patient care report.
All right, that will be marked, Madam Court Reporter, please.
It seems so tight in the courtroom.
And
thank you very much.
Officer, if I could ask for the
Gary, it's only day 2.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have what's been previously marked as exhibit number 9. Mr. Nuttall, just directing your attention up to the screen there and what's been previously marked as exhibit number 9. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
I do.
What do you recognize?
I believe that to be 34 Fairview Road.
Is that a relatively fair and accurate portrayal of what it looked like around the time that you arrived there, absent sort of lighting conditions and things of that nature?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 18. May I approach the witness, Sean?
Yes.
Basically that button on top there.
All right.
And Mr. Nuttall, if I could ask you, using that laser pointer before you, well, first let me ask, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 18?
Yeah. Again, 34 Fairview Road.
And the area where you first observed Mr. O'Keefe supine on the lawn and the 3 females around, you see that area in this photograph?
I do.
And if you could, using that laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to where in this photograph you see that.
I'm so sorry. I would say right around this general area, right about here.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 14. And again, sir, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit number 14?
I do.
What do you recognize that?
That I believe to be is where we found Mr. O'Keefe.
And as far as the pooling of the blood that you observed around Mr. O'Keefe's head, you observed that area within this photograph as well?
Yes.
You could, again, using that laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to where in this photograph you observed that.
They were right around in this general area. There.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back up. Your Honor, may I approach just to retrieve that? light?
Yes.
Come on, Keisha, let's go back. Keisha wants to know if it's the curb.
Area.
And lastly,
show the
Ms.
curve.
Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 14.
Or did I go right here?
Direct the jury's attention to where in this photograph.
I don't see a curb.
They were right around in this general area. There.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back up. Your Honor, may I approach just to retrieve that? light?
Yes.
I don't see a curb, Keisha.
I have no further questions for this witness at this time, ma'am.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, it's our little friend. You look like you get a little bow tie.
Afternoon, Firefighter Nutter.
Sir, how are you?
You were coming up, I want to make sure I get the timing right. You were coming off of nearly a 24-hour shift when you got the call?
No, sir. I was reporting for duty that morning.
Just starting the shift when you got the call. Understood. I want to ask one quick question that you mentioned just a couple of seconds ago under questioning by Mr. Lally. With regard to the clothing, the normal protocol for clothing that's removed from a patient.
Yes.
You said it's oftentimes just sort of discarded onto the floor.
In terms of in the ambulance or at the hospital?
Either one.
Yes.
Okay. Both?
So typically, when we remove clothing in the back of the ambulance, it's generally done with trauma shears. So we will expose and then kind of fold over. That clothing is then usually left in place. We'll do a quick roll just to check the back of the patient, and then he's usually rolled back if there's nothing found, and it's typically left there. In terms of like big puffy jackets, if you cut a puffy jacket, it just makes quite the mess. So yeah, exactly. It's a disaster. So typically those bigger jackets are just removed, and that is when we removed that type of article of clothing, that's when we noticed that his hands were quite rigid.
So that's what happened in this case.
Correct.
You removed the big heavy jacket, discarded it, got it away from the body so you could better assess the injuries.
Correct.
And it was only then, after you removed this big heavy winter coat, that you could assess that his hands were stiff and cold.
We noted the hands, but it came more into light, if you will, when we removed that coat.
Got it. And you have as good a memory about that as you do the rest of the scene that morning.
In terms of removing the article of clothing?
Correct.
I did not remove any article of clothing. I was ventilating.
But you remember him having the big jacket on.
Correct.
That's what he told me.
And you remember that as well as you remember the other specifics of the incident.
Yes.
Okay.
That's what he's saying.
When responding to a scene, I want to dovetail on the same subject, but just come at it in a little bit different way, if you indulge me. When responding to a scene, one of your jobs has to be to sort of immediately take note of and assess the situation of the patient that you're dealing with, correct? A motorcycle accident is going to be very different than a drowning.
Exactly.
Someone, in this case, exposed in a snowbank, you're going to deal with or assess and note the weather.
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
You're also going to note and assess the condition of the patient.
Correct.
As it pertains to the weather.
Yes.
So someone, for instance, that's in a snowbank naked,
mm-hmm.
no clothes on at all, is going to be a little bit different assessment than someone who's completely dressed for winter, correct?
The initial assessment with every patient is going to be automatically circulation, airway, breathing.
Understood.
We approached this individual the exact same way. Is automatically went directly to cardiac. Make sure.
I guess what I'm asking is your attention is focused on some of those details for sure.
Correct.
that's how you remember that heavy coat that he was wearing, correct?
I remember he was appropriately dressed, correct.
Okay. As a matter of fact, you testified to that in the grand jury, that quote unquote, he had a heavy coat on.
Yes.
Consistent with how you're testifying today. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. Your Honor, I'd like to mark 2
Well, John was still in
photographs as next in order. Have not yet been marked. I believe it would be 160.
It doesn't matter so much the number, but why don't you just show the prosecutor the photos?
161 and 162 in order. May I approach?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to ask you, first of all, whether or not you recognize what's depicted in those photos.
Honestly, sir, I couldn't recall the exact, but yeah.
You do recognize them?
Yes.
Does that appear to be what John O'Keefe was wearing when you found him?
I don't recall, sir, to be perfectly honest.
May I approach him?
Yes.
Do you recall this being part of, let me ask you a different way. Do you remember somebody cutting this off of John O'Keefe at the time?
I remember the clothing being removed.
Okay, but you don't remember this clothing?
I could say that he had clothing removed, but I couldn't tell you exactly what it was.
And you've just looked at these. This, what I'm holding in my hand, appears to be the front and back of a...
So don't hold it up to him from that distance where he said he doesn't recognize it. You can put it back in front of him. Don't hold it up for the jury, please.
May I?
Yes.
That appeared to be a thin cotton hoodie.
Yeah, that appears to be a thinner layer of clothing.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Not a heavy coat. Fair?
Fair.
Not a winter jacket.
Fair.
Is it fair to say you had a lot on your mind when you were...
I'm just going to pause to ask this to make sure I just understood what the lawyer just did. What he just showed him, did John, any of you guys that have already watched, did John have on a big coat or was it a thin cotton hoodie? Which one did Lord. Which one did John have on? Oh, you just got your shirt. Good, little panda. Awesome. Awesome. Okay. Valerie, you got to tell me what you're saying no to. Did he have on a thin cotton hoodie or he had on a damn thin cotton hoodie and this man talking about he's dressed appropriately? Now, Key, I was with you when you said he about the only one I believe, but how do you confuse a thin cotton hoodie with a coat? Because let me tell you, I wrote down, so John still had on his coat, ? Right? Glad you guys answered that question because I was like, if he has on a coat, he couldn't have been in that house long before whatever happened and then he ended back up outside. But knowing that he has on a thin cotton hoodie, the thin cotton hoodie, I would expect him to have on if something popped off and then he ended up outside. I would expect that. Ain't no way you talking about he was dressed appropriately and y'all telling me it was under 30 degrees.
Out of that scene, correct?
In terms of just
saving a man's life.
Correct.
That's your credentials are impressive. You were there focused on one thing, and that is trying to make sure that a man did not die.
Correct.
Would you agree that that was your primary concern and your primary focus the entire time you were at the scene?
Correct.
You weren't necessarily worried about what other individuals were doing, correct?
No.
If I asked you right now off the top of your head, tell me exactly the number of law enforcement officers that were there at the scene, probably couldn't tell me, could you?
No.
If I asked you whether or not you remember every single civilian that was at the scene, probably couldn't tell me, correct?
Outside of the three?
Outside of the three.
Correct.
Any other civilians?
Not that I noted.
Okay. Matter of fact, you can't even identify the three civilians, other than generally middle-aged, 40s, Caucasian, female.
Correct.
You said all three of them sort of looked alike, right?
Without the only defining feature on one of the individuals was one of the individuals did have blood on their face.
So some of the specifics of that scene you didn't pay special note to, correct?
No, we were focused on patient care.
Is it fair to say that, specifically as it pertains to what the victim was wearing, your memory might be a little faulty where that's concerned?
Sure.
Okay. I mean, nothing wrong with that. You were focused on something completely different.
Correct.
You did notice certain injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's person, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated on direct examination that once you got him into the back of the ambulance, you, as you put it, you had a quote unquote much better picture of what you were dealing with. Is that right?
Correct.
You testified at the grand jury that you noted that once he was in the back of the ambulance, under better lighting, you were able to tell that he had trauma to the right side of his head.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes.
Are you talking about the major trauma that he suffered to the back of his head, or the egg that you earlier described?
I was more just because it was directly in front of me. It was on the front side of his head.
Okay. So it wasn't the right side of his head. If you said right side of your head, you might point above your ear, right?
Correct,
That's not
yes.
what you're talking about.
I was, and if to use my person, I would say right here. So more towards the right, above his right eye.
Right of center, but still on the front of his head.
Correct.
And you did not make any note of another injury on the back of his head.
No.
You talked about the injuries to the right side of his arm, correct?
Correct.
You noted that those injuries appeared to be scratches.
Yes.
That's your word, not mine, right?
Correct.
You didn't say that those were blunt force trauma.
No.
Mm-mm.
You didn't say that they were abrasions.
Scratches and abrasions, in my point of view, seem to go hand in hand.
But the word that you used was scratches.
Yes, they were like furrows down.
Say that again?
Furrows, if you will, for lack of a better term. Just.
I don't understand that word.
Just say scratches.
So if you remove something,
Yes.
like you create a furrow in the skin, is that?
Furrows.
Yes, there you go. Sorry, excuse my accent.
Oh, no. I'm on your turf.
Fair enough.
No.
Furrow in the skin, is that?
Furrows.
Yes, there you go. Remove something,
Yes.
like you create a furrow in the skin, is that?
Furrows.
Yes, there you go. Sorry, excuse my accent.
Oh, no.
You don't know what word they're saying.
I'm on your turf.
Fair enough.
It's my accent. I'm so sorry. Boy,
Or
that one-
something, BG. Something's different with him.
It's going to be a meme somewhere.
Hey, my cousin Vinny.
Yeah, got it. All right. So when you said furrows, you made your hand in almost like a claw and drug it against your right biceps.
Objection.
Sustained.
It's the word
Can you
claw.
repeat the movement that you did?
It's the
with
word
yours
claw.
when you said furrows?
Objection.
Sustained. Just move on to the next question, please.
Damn.
You would agree that a very common cause of a hematoma over one's eye is being hit or punched.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes.
You said that Mr. O'Keefe did have such a hematoma over his right eye, correct?
Yes.
Y'all
Did you
don't know
also
what
see a
word
laceration under the eyebrow but above the lid on his right eye?
I don't recall.
Did you see a laceration on Mr. O'Keefe's nose?
I don't recall.
You did note that there was some blood on his nose, correct?
Correct.
Is that possible that came from a small laceration?
Yes.
In your experience, well, let me ask another question. Did it look like he had, in addition to the egg on the right side of his head, in the front, did it also have a black eye on the left side?
If memory serves correct, yes.
So both eyes were blackened.
Primarily the right side, if memory serves.
Okay. And the laceration toward the right side
Yes.
of the right eye. Are those injuries that you just described consistent or inconsistent with some sort of physical altercation?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Next question, please.
Did it appear to you, just from your initial assessment, given your experience, training, and background, that those injuries looked like he had been in a fight?
Objection.
I'll see counsel at sidebar, please.
Baby, Bev ain't effing around. Bev is not effing around. She said, baby, just come up here to come up here. Come to the bench.
Experience as a, thank you.
Sir.
Little break. In your experience as obviously a training firefighter, tell me the word again that you used.
Field training officer or preceptor.
Thank you. As a field training officer, have you seen in your experience the product or the injuries that can be produced from fistfights?
Yes.
Okay. Injuries to the face?
Yes.
Injuries to the mouth? Injuries to the nose?
Yes.
The ears?
Yep.
To the eyes? Defensive wounds on the hands?
Yes.
Did you note we've already talked about, and I don't want to go over all this again. You've already noted what the injuries to the face were that you saw Mr. O'Keefe having suffered.
Yes.
Were those consistent or inconsistent with a physical altercation?
I couldn't say.
Were they consistent or inconsistent with being in a fight?
I couldn't say.
Was that egg over his right eye consistent or inconsistent with him having been punched or hit?
I couldn't say.
I thought you said that one of the common causes of an egg like that, a hematoma, as you put it, over someone's eye, is being hit or punched.
There's quite a few reasons that somebody could get an egg, such as that over their head. You could get hit with a golf ball.
Of course.
For instance.
I'm not asking you to the exclusion of everything else. Yeah. I'm asking you, is it consistent?
It's consistent. It could be.
Okay. And the other injuries as well?
Correct.
Okay. Did you see bruising to the back of one or both of his hands?
His hands were, as stated, they were very cold and very white. They were not well perfused. And when you don't have adequate perfusion, swelling and smaller injuries don't typically present themselves, if you will.
So you may not have seen that?
Correct.
But the bruising may have been there.
It might have been there. It just wasn't observable just due to the condition of his hands.
Just may have overlooked.
Yes.
Okay. You indicated that you were not present when your colleague, Katie McLaughlin, was questioning anybody at the scene, correct?
Correct.
She was tasked with that responsibility, but you did not engage with her.
Correct.
Meaning, when I say engage with her, you weren't standing there with her.
No, I was in the back of the ambulance.
Okay. You claim to have heard this statement, I hit him,
yes,
several times from the woman with blood on her face.
Correct.
You indicated that she was erratic.
Correct.
Hysterical.
Correct.
You said, for lack of a better term, running around in circles.
Yes.
She seemed despondent or distraught.
Very distraught.
Very upset.
Yes.
Was she saying anything else that you recall?
To me, I heard I hit him, and then I went back, obviously continuing on patient care, focusing on patient care.
Did you,
that's the only thing you heard.
Could I have hit him?
I heard I hit him.
That's what you believe at this point?
That's what I heard.
Okay. Where exactly were you?
I was crouched at the head of Mr. O'Keefe.
Okay. You were asked that exact question at the grand jury, correct? To describe where you were and who was doing what?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay. You were asked a question when you spoke to her and she said, I hit him. Were you with the other representatives, sir, there at the time? Were there other people around you? You remember being asked that question by a grand juror?
I don't recall.
Do you remember answering, no, there were other people around me. I had paramedics Flamati with me. I believe firefighter Kelly was there as well.
Correct. So the three of us were all providing patient care around Mr. O'Keefe.
And you indicated that we were all there together. You were kneeling and you were doing the airway while you called him Tony.
That's Anthony, Tony. Yes.
All right. He was doing the CPR, correct?
Correct.
And it's absolutely clear in your mind that when that statement was made, you were knelt down over Mr. O'Keefe. Flamati was doing CPR. Kelly was with you guys, and you posed the question to her Do you know him? Correct?
Correct.
Great. So I want to make sure I understand this. You said, as you're knelt down, do you know him, directly to the female, and she answered your question with, I hit him, I hit him.
Yes.
But that's not what you told Trooper Proctor in a February 8th interview.
Okay. I don't recall what I told Trooper Proctor.
Let's start at the beginning. Do you remember having a conversation with Trooper Proctor on February 8th?
I do.
That was obviously much closer in time than your grand jury testimony, correct?
Correct.
And years closer in time than your testimony now.
Correct.
Do you recall on February 8th telling Trooper Proctor that while you were rendering aid, you heard Karen say, I hit him, to another female on the scene?
To another female, as I stated, I heard several times I hit him. In terms of who that was directed towards, I mean, again, focused on patient care.
Understood. My question was a little bit different. Do you recall?
I wish he would quit saying, again, I was focused on patient care, because you want me to believe that you were so dialed in, you were so tapped in, but for 30 seconds, you heard her say, I hit him. Okay, 10, 15 seconds, you heard her say that, and then you just went back. It's not making sense. It's just not adding up. And I
telling Trooper Proctor specifically that while you were rendering aid, you heard Karen say, I hit him, to another female on the scene. And the other female told Karen to be quiet.
I do recall that.
Okay. That's not what you testified to today, though.
Okay.
Matter of fact, that story has changed to you posed a question and she answered your question. Correct?
Correct.
So which is it?
So when ventilating a patient, typically that is also used to gather information from bystanders, because as I'm ventilating, I can real quick look around. Do you know this individual? Do you know anything about this individual? That's fairly typical for any scenario in this. It's a very quick information gathering strategy.
But you'll agree that your testimony today has changed from what it was from your statement to Trooper Proctor on February 8th.
I don't know if it would so much say change, sir. To be honest, I don't fully recall that meeting with Mr. Proctor.
You don't, I'm sorry.
I remember meeting with him. However, I don't fully remember what was discussed.
So it's fair to say that your memory is a little bit faulty as it pertains to that time frame.
Absolutely.
Okay. When you went to the hospital with the patient, did you ever inform any of the doctors or nurses or medical professionals at the hospital that you had heard a female claim to have hit John O'Keefe and that's the reason for his injuries?
I did not give the report to the hospital.
So the answer to that is no.
No.
Right, no.
As a first responder and a medical professional yourself, obviously you know that the cause and manner of a victim's injuries are incredibly important as it pertains to assessing how to treat that patient.
Correct.
Once you got back to the station and to take a breath, did you write any report?
I did not. No, I did not write the patient care report.
So you didn't write a report, just to finish my question, you didn't write a report that said, by the way, while I was out at the scene, I heard a female say, I hit him, and that's the cause and manner of the injuries.
Not to my knowledge.
Well, you would know if you wrote a report that said that.
Correct.
And you did not.
I did not write the patient care report.
Okay. At any time that day or any day subsequent thereto, did you contact the Canton Police Department, which were the first responders?
I did not.
So let me finish my question. And say, by the way, Just so you know, I heard this woman say, I hit him out of the scene.
I did not.
Did you ever, on that day or any day subsequent thereto, contact the Massachusetts State Police and say, I heard this person say I hit him?
I did not.
So the first time you ever repeated that statement was on February 8th with Trooper Proctor.
Correct.
And by the time we've come full circle to today, that statement has now pivoted.
In terms,
You didn't overhear the person say it to a female. Now she's talking directly to you now.
she spoke directly to me, yes.
Wait, so it went from her talking to somebody else to now she is speaking directly to him, like, sir. And you didn't tell anyone, because this is something I would think, like he said, this is very important. Hey, when I was at the scene, it sound like the woman saying she hit him. You might want to talk to her. I don't believe it. I'm sorry. I can't believe it, y'all. I just can't. I can't.
Have you, just one last point. You've obviously noted that this case has gotten an enormous amount of notoriety, correct?
Correct.
How many times would you say that you've discussed this case and this incident with your fellow
A million.
It's brought up around the station semi-frequently. However, being involved in it, we try to stay clear of it just because we are involved in it.
So the answer is, there have been many discussions.
Yes.
Probably daily.
Frequently.
Have any of those discussions helped you with what you earlier described as a little bit of a faulty memory around that time frame?
Objection, Your Honor.
He can have that. Have they?
Repeat the question for me, sir.
Sure. Have any of those discussions helped you with what you earlier described as a little bit of a faulty memory?
The memories that I have and the ones that I'm bringing up, I don't believe that they've changed. You know, I've played them over in my head to the best of my ability, and I don't believe my story is swayed. If they've been enunciated incorrectly on my part, that it wasn't intentional.
No, the hell he didn't just say if they've been enunciated. Sir, that ain't the right word. I need him to fix that because I need to know what he's trying to say right there. He is lying. Listen, he is front and center every conversation. Listen to him. Do you think this man is not talking to anyone who would listen about this case and what he did? He's lying about that. I hit him though. I can't believe that, because that's something that should have been told to the people when he got there. He's lying. Bye, baby.
Understood. And nobody's casting aspersions. Yeah. Memory's a funny thing. So your memory discussions helped you with what you earlier described as a little bit of a faulty memory.
The memories that I have and the ones that I'm bringing up, I don't believe that they've changed. You know, I've played them over in my head to the best of my ability, and I don't believe my story is swayed. If they've been enunciated incorrectly on my part, that it wasn't intentional.
Understood. And nobody's casting aspersions. Yeah. Memory's a funny thing. So your memory is as good about that as it is about that winter coat.
Yes, sir.
Thanks. That's all I have.
Drop the damn mic. Drop the damn mic. Did you all hear what the lawyer said? He said, so your memory is as good about that. I hit him, as it is about that winter coat. And that fool said, yes, sir. Then your memory ain't worth a damn. Your memory ain't worth a damn. Your memory ain't worth a damn right there. Because that thin cotton hoodie is not a damn winter coat. Get him off the stand. Listen, he said 4 + 4 = 8. Y'all, this shit is crazy. And we only 4 witnesses in.
Lally?
Mr. Nutter, when it comes to being asked about consistency of causality as far as different injuries that you observed on Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Rephrase that for me.
Sure. Poorly phrased on my part. So you would have been asked on cross-examination about some things that the injuries you observed on Mr. O'Keefe could be consistent with as far as having been the cause of those, correct?
Correct.
And how many sort of myriad of other causality or how many myriad of other sort of things could have also been a cause of the injuries that you observed?
As stated, a lot. It's not typically just physical altercations. It could be, again, a golf ball could hit you in the head. That could cause similar injuries.
And just for clarity purposes, when you were asked about a particular time frame, were you talking about the time frame of January 29th, or were you talking about the time frame of February 8th when you met with Trooper Crawford?
Sorry, rephrase that for me.
Let me withdraw that and move on to something else. So just again, for clarity purposes, when you were asked about some statements that were attributed to you to Trooper Proctor during the interview, correct?
Correct.
And so with regard to what you recall differently, is it the statement that the person, the female with the blood on her face, made to you, or the statement of the other female telling that person to be quiet?
So as stated, real quick, down and dirty, I asked, do you know this person? To which I hit him. And then in the background, I remember hearing over and over, I hit him. That was kind of pushed towards the back, and patient care took priority.
What?
If that answers your question.
Do you recall specifically at this time the other statements that you were asked about as far as whether or not the other female told that female to be quiet?
I do remember that, correct.
And the other statement as far as the female with blood on her face, and again, that was the differentiating character between the two females that you observed there, correct?
Correct.
And your memory of that statement is, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Nuttall, you are all set, sir.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank
Do
you,
you have another
everybody.
witness, Mr. Lally, to start?
Is he
Yes, sir.
not on?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Mr. Anthony Flamati to the stand.
Anthony Flamati. I'm trying to remember the name. Okay, y'all, 5 witnesses. We got 5 witnesses here. I remember Anthony is AKA Tony. That's AKA Tony. He's talking about thank you, everybody. Man, if you don't get your ass off that damn stand.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Good afternoon, sir.
How are you?
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
My name is Anthony Flamati, last name spelled Flematti.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a acting lieutenant at this time for the Canton Fire Department.
And how long in total have you worked for the Canton Fire Department?
Got hired in 2015, July of 2015, so coming up on 10 years.
And prior to working with the Canton Fire Department, what, if any, other work did you have within sort of the same field?
So in the same field, I worked for the Athol Fire Department for a few years, hired in 2012, March 2012 until July of 2015. So just transferred departments.
And even prior to working with the Athol Fire Department, did you work as an EMT anywhere?
Yep. So I worked as an EMT for American Medical Response out of Springfield and Holyoke. Worked for Fallon Ambulance. Started basic level of EMT around 2008, and then just different private ambulance companies around the state.
And just starting with the EMT side of it for the first, what, if any, training did you receive or education did you receive prior to getting your certification as an EMT?
There's different levels of certifications for EMTs. The EMT basic starts out with about 6 months, a couple nights a week. for about, like I said, about 6 months. Take a certification, practical, and written examination for that to get your basic level, and then you move on to the paramedic level of schooling as well.
Can you describe for the jury a little bit about sort of what that paramedic level of schooling is?
So the paramedic schooling starts, it's about 12 to 14 months, depends on the program, which school you go to. Night school, 2 to 4 times a week for about 14 months, and then you start going into a clinical phase where you go into the different operating rooms, emergency rooms, OB/GYN, cardiac CCU, ICU. You do about 300 hours of education in that. Once you've completed a bunch of skill checkoffs under the supervision of an RN or a doctor, depending on the room, you would then clear that section of your schooling and then move on to a ride time phase, which is about 200 to 300 hours, depending on skills, what you need. That would be either in a fire department or a private EMS under the preceptorship of a senior paramedic that would kind of walk you through how to do the job and shadow you and supervise that you're doing things appropriately. You do that for about 200 or 300 hours. You write up different documentation, basically learning how to do it out of the clinical set and then more of in the field set. After that, you would, whatever job you have at that point, you would do an additional practical assessment, again, about 6 or 7 different stages of evaluation for physical skills. Then you would do a written test, again, with the state. At that time, it was the state, Massachusetts, to certify you as a paramedic.
Y'all listening to him after just having to listen to Sprinkle Jr., I'm like, damn, do you even like your job? Because it's giving you don't like your job. I don't think you like your job. You can't come after Sprinkle Jr. like this. You just can't do that.
Then after that, they have another 2 to 6 month preceptorship within the department to acclimate you to the physical location that you're working at.
And so there's a written portion and a practical portion to both the EMT as well as the paramedic training?
Yes, that's correct.
And you successfully completed that and received certifications in regard to both?
Yes.
And those certifications, are they something that is just sort of a one-time blessing, or is that something that has a continuing educational component and a recertification?
That's correct. So every 2 years, we have to do a 48-hour refresher. So it's continuing education classes as far as national core curriculum classes that the national standard holds us to. So it covers different topics that they mandate that we cover every 2 years.
And your certification is up to date at this point, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that you're currently a lieutenant within the Canton Fire Department, is that correct?
Yes.
And how long have you had the rank of lieutenant?
I'm a temporary acting lieutenant, so I've been that since, I believe it was February, up till this time.
And within the town of Canton, how many fire station or firehouses do you have within Canton?
So we have 2 different stations, headquarters and Station 2, that we operate over.
Do you work specifically in one, or does it sort of rotate between the two?
Depends on the rank. So as a firefighter, we rotate through the different positions or different stations. As the lieutenant, I'm the lieutenant right now at Station 1, so headquarters.
And where is Station 1 located?
99 Revere Street.
And with respect to each of the 2 station houses, how many sort of different vehicles and apparatus are located?
So we have, depends on what's obviously in service for mechanical issues and stuff, but we have a primary engine, a backup engine. We try to have at each station. We have 1 tanker truck, 2 ladder trucks. We have 2 primary ambulances and then a backup ambulance as well. So we try to have at least 1 engine, 1 ambulance, 1 ladder at each station, and then we'll have the backup pieces for that. And I believe our tanker truck right now, or our water truck, is out of Station 2.
And Station 2, where is that located?
7 Sassamon Street.
Now, as far as the sort of shift, how many people are assigned to, when you're assigned to, let me ask you this first. When you have a shift, what hours is that shift sort of concern?
So for shifting or shift work, it's 8 a.m. to 8 a.m. the next day. So we work 24-hour shifts. We'd have a 24 period off from work, another 24, and then we're off for 5 days.
And when you're assigned to a certain shift for that 24-hour period, are you assigned to sort of a specific duty or a truck, or how does that work?
We're usually just assigned to a specific position for either the 10-hour or the 14, depending on rotations, overtime, that kind of stuff. But we're usually assigned to an individual piece or individual position for that shift, at least, whether it's a day shift or the whole 24.
And so starting with just the ambulance, if you're assigned to the ambulance, how many people and what are the different roles in the ambulance?
So the ambulance, we would have 2 people assigned to the ambulance. We rotate either through seniority or through care level, whether paramedic, EMT. If you're both paramedics, then it would go by seniority and swap back and forth for call volume and teching, who's in charge of the call. And then we would also cross man with the ladder as well. So depending on the call that comes in for service, we would either, on a fire call, we could take the ladder, medical call, we could take the ambulance.
And with respect to the engine, how is that sort of divvied up, or what are the different roles on an engine?
So with the engine, if we have a full staff of 13 members, we would have 4 people on the engine. If there's a couple people off vacation, that type of thing, we could do, it's the driver, the step, and then the lieutenant in charge of the engine.
Now, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, into the evening of January 28th into the morning of January 29th, were you working on that occasion?
Yes.
Okay, you were working 8 a.m. on the 28th until 8 a.m. on the 29th, is that correct?
That's correct.
And which firehouse were you working out of on that occasion?
I believe it was Station 1 at the time.
And what was your assignment in relation to that shift, whether it was ambulance, truck, or engine, whatever?
That would have been Ambulance 1.
And who, if anyone else, was assigned to Ambulance 1 along with you at that?
At the time, I was working with Matthew Leahy, Matthew Kelly. We have a lot of similar names.
And what, if any, disparity was there between sort of the experience that you had versus the experience that Mr. Kelly had at that time?
So Mr. Kelly had just started with the department at the BLS level at the EMTB, probably 2 or 3 months prior. I had just finished up his preceptorship, getting him onboarded as a new hire in EMT, so very minimal experience at that time.
So fair to say any sort of medical calls, you would have been sort of what they call the lead paramedic, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, with reference to that particular time frame, the 28th, 29th, what, if anything, were you aware of as far as sort of weather, forecast, that?
So leading into that shift, I knew there was a storm coming, and I had always lived a good distance away from work. So I would try and tie overtime shifts in so I wouldn't have to commute more than once back and forth. But with the storm coming, wanted to not have to drive into the weather. So I picked up overtime the night before that shift.
And about what time did you arrive the night before?
The night before, I arrived at 6 p.m. 6 p.m. is the start of the shift.
And so you were essentially on shift for relatively significant period of time leading into the morning of the 29th, correct?
That's correct.
And you mentioned that there was a storm that was forecasted. What, if anything else, do you recall about sort of what type of storm or what was predicted?
Predicted it was going to be a pretty significant storm, heavy winds, heavy snow. Not something I wanted to drive in the morning. So if the opportunity arose, I took the overtime for that night.
What did it turn out to be as far as?
Exactly as predicted. We hadn't gotten much snow up until about midnight or so, and then snow developed since pretty much then on.
And in a moment, I'm going to ask you about a call around 6 a.m., but just if I could take you back a little bit before that, over sort of the overnight shift, did you have any dispatches or calls that you responded to, say, after midnight, but prior to 6 a.m.?
I don't believe so. I don't recall how many calls were prior to that. That one was kind of the key of the night.
So you mentioned sort of, what, if any, memory do you have as far as like sort of when it started to snow?
It would have been after 10 p.m. for sure, but I'm not sure exactly.
Now, turning your attention to a little bit after 6 a.m., you get a dispatch for a medical call, correct?
Correct.
And just prior to that, what about time did you sort of get up, rise, and sort of, start doing things around the station that day?
So shift change usually happens around 8 a.m. in the morning. It takes a while to get everything ready for normal business hours. We try and get the station prepped for public that come into the building or just people passing, going around. We try to prepare the sidewalks, the apron. So we get up around 5:30, if depending on call volume throughout the night. Sometimes we're up throughout the whole night. But we got up that morning around 5 to shovel, snow blow, salt the public walkways, that type of thing.
And specifically when it comes to the apron, that's sort of the area in front of the garage doors, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so why is it so important to sort of clear off the apron as far as snow is concerned?
Yeah, so as far as in front of the apparatus doors, is a very limited height clearance between the top of the fire apparatus and the actual garage bay doors. So a few inches of snow would be enough to cause us to bump into the ceiling of the apparatus garage doors. So we have to keep that relatively almost bare to be able to pull the apparatus out without causing any damage.
And about what time was it that you and the other firefighters at your station started to sort of clear off, whether it be the parking lot, the apron, or anything else as far as snow?
I'd say about 5:15, 5:30.
And at the time that you get this call, shortly after 6 a.m., about how much snow was on the ground at that point?
It's probably 4 to 6 inches.
And this dispatch that comes in shortly after 6 a.m., what was the dispatch in regard to it, and where were you dispatched to?
So we didn't have much information going out the door, just that there was a man on the side of the road. And we knew, due to the weather, there could be a significant call. So
before I leave and depart on that just for 1 second, when it comes to when you're outside sort of shoveling off the apron and clearing some of the parking lot, in addition to the snow, what, if anything else, did you note as far as sort of the weather conditions, visibility, things like that?
So visibility was extremely poor. High winds, probably 20, 30 mile an hour winds. Temperature probably in the 20s with still actively snowing at that time.
And the winds, to the best of your recollection, was this something that was just sort of a gust, or was it sort of persistent?
Sustained winds and then probably gusts as well.
And so you received this dispatch, and you, I'm presuming, get in the ambulance and go, correct?
Correct.
Who, if anyone, is in the ambulance with you when you respond?
So responding in, I had myself, Matthew Kelly, and firefighter Nuttall had come in early as well to try and beat the storm and get in on time, because he was scheduled to come in at 8 a.m. that morning anyways. But with the heavy snow, wanted to make sure he could get in and be able to relieve the people coming off.
And within the ambulance, where was everybody sort of situated on route to the call?
I believe Matthew Kelly was driving, I was in the passenger seat, and Nuttall was in the back of the truck.
And as far as during the course of your going from Station 1 to the scene on Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you note as far as sort of the road conditions, visibility as you were driving?
So that neighborhood is actually relatively close to the station, so you normally get there in a couple minutes, but it was slow driving over there. So I remember going pretty slow to get over to the scene.
And as far as this particular time of day, what was sort of the lighting like at that point? Had the sun come up or anything like that?
Sun had not come up yet. It was still dark, heavy winds, heavy snow, so visibility was almost zero.
And as far as what, if any, other sort of apparatuses from your station were dispatched to this call as well at the same time?
So the other call would have been, or the other vehicle would have been engine 3, and just engine 3. Car 5 will sometimes go. That's the shift commander for the department, depending on the nature of the call, how it comes in, and the ambulance. So it would have been the 3 apparatus.
Do you recall who, if anyone, was in either car 5 or the engine?
So car 5 would have been, at the time, Captain Wendell Robery. And the engine, it would have been Frank Walsh, Katie McLaughlin, and the lieutenant for the engine was Greg Woodbury.
And you mentioned it took a little bit longer than without the weather to get to Fairview Road. Is that correct?
That's correct.
If you have any idea approximately how much time elapsed between the time that you received the call and the time that you arrived on?
I'd have to refer to the EMS report. That is going to be more accurate, but I believe it was 5 or 6 minutes.
And to that point, with any call, there's an EMS report that's prepared by, who is it prepared by?
So it's usually the person who texts the call or is in charge of the call. This was an ALS level call, so it would have been myself.
So you wrote as far as the report in relation to the EMS arrival, and within that is contained sort of different times that things happen along the way, correct?
Correct.
And the times that are noted within that report, is that something that's noted as it's happening, or is that something that you go back and figure out at a later time?
So as we're going through the call and radio messages are sent, that's all documented on a third party that documents timestamps, things like that. As far as on scene, transport, clear from the hospital, that type of thing. It's all third party documented.
May I approach the witness, John?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 160. Specifically turning to the 7th page and asking for direct your attention to the far right column. You see that portion of the report, sir?
Yes.
Okay. First and foremost, what I placed before you as Exhibit 160, that's your report, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And on that right column of the 7th page end, what, if anything, do you see with regard to times?
So we have our dispatch time, 6:06, en route time, 6:07, on scene, 6:14, at patient, 6:15, and we had transported from that scene at 6:27 and arrived at destination at the hospital, 6:45.
And that destination hospital would have been Good Samaritan Medical Center, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, if you could, going back to sort of your dispatch from Station House to Fairview Road, can you describe sort of the path as far as what direction, what route you took to go from one to the other?
Yep, so from Revere Street, we would have come out, taken a right onto Revere Street, gone to the end of that road, taken a left on Sherman, driven all the way up to Chapman Street, taken a right on Chapman Street, gone up to Fairview Street, and then taken a left on that. That would have brought us down to the address.
And as you're coming down Fairview, are you familiar with that area?
Yes.
Okay. And so as you're coming down Fairview, is there any kind of grade or elevation to the roadway as you're coming down?
Yep, so that is a downhill towards about halfway down the road, so a pretty good grade that's coming downwards.
And the address that you responded to with 34 Fairview Road, when you're coming from the direction that you were coming off of Chapman, is that a residence that's on your left or right or something else?
That would have been on the left.
And when you arrive on scene, what, if any, other sort of vehicles or apparatuses do you observe beyond sort of what you've already described as the...
So we had the fire apparatus. There's another vehicle, bystander vehicle, that was on scene as well. I don't recall if police were on scene at that time, but.
And when you first sort of pull up to the scene, what, if anything, is it that you observe even prior to getting out of the truck or the ambulance?
So as we're pulling up to the scene, we see two female parties, non-uniformed personnel, that were going back and forth between the body and the side of the street and back and forth. Appeared to be a female party that was pushing on his chest and then going back and forth between the other female party and the patient.
And again, so when you first sort of pull up, you're able to see the body on the ground, is that correct?
It was, yeah, you could see a body, but it was very hard to see that distance away.
And do you recall any sort of like overhead or ambient lighting, street lighting or anything like that illuminating in that area?
I don't recall.
Now, this individual, as far as the person on the ground, at some point you were able to subsequently identify who that was, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, who did you identify him?
So identification won't normally happen right at that bedside. That's not really relevant to initial treatment. We found out who it was when we got into the ambulance and we were able to do a more thorough search once interventions had started.
So when you first arrive on scene, fair to say you're primarily or only sort of concerned with patient care, correct?
Yeah, correct.
To the point you sort of tunnel vision to the patient, correct?
Yeah.
So you arrive on scene, and you get out of the ambulance, and where is it that you go?
So we then go grab all of the equipment that we're going to need to work on the patient, and then we bring that equipment over to the patient's side to be able to start treatment.
All right. Mr. Flamati, I'm going to stop you there. I'm going to stop you, Ms. Tillali. Jurors, that's it for today. We are not in session tomorrow. Reminder, please.
10 hours and 18 minutes later, we have made it through day 1 and day 2 of the Karen Reed murder trial. And some of y'all been here with me since 10 o'clock this morning. So y'all go eat. Do all the things. I'm not going to even prolong it because like my dinner is almost done. So I'm going to eat myself. But tomorrow, y'all know we're going to be doing day 3 and 4. Tomorrow is going to be just as long because one video I saw was 8 hours. The other was 4. And I'm sure if we take out their breaks, their lunches, that's really but still about 10 hours. So we got to do that. We're going to go through that tomorrow. I'm going to tell y'all now, I'll probably be on TikTok live at about 11 or something after I chill and eat and do all my videos because we can discuss more about what we saw, but I'm going to take a break. And taking a break just means I'm in this live so I can go eat. I hope you ain't making no sauce again, Key. Hold up. Terica, you remember I made that vinaigrette when we had that Chipotle? Was it good or was it good? Say it loud. I can't hear you. My niece said it was good. It looked, y'all, it really looked like it wasn't good, but I promise it was. I thought she wasn't going to like it. I was like, my niece not going to like it. She did. So this is what we'll do. This we're going to do. I'm going to do all my uploads. Probably going to be on X and TikTok later. We'll just do a recap in the morning. We'll do our recap in the morning so y'all can go to sleep. But that sauce was good. Key. Thank you. It was good. No. I think I'm gonna just chill because I've been talking for 10 hours. I'm gonna chill. I don't know if I'm gonna be on TikTok live. I might. It depends on how I'm feeling. But definitely going to upload my videos on TikTok, and I'll probably, if not TikTok live, I'll be on X, and we can chit chat. We can chit chat all about this foolishness. I'm not holding my niece hostage, y'all. She would tell y'all if it was nasty. I'm telling you, she'd be like, that wasn't it. She'd tell y'all that wasn't it. Or she'd do this, She would have done something like that, but it was good. There's no man for me to be on the phone with, Key. If there were a man for me to be on the phone with, I would have ended this live 2 hours ago, made it a regular 8-hour work day and spent the rest of my night with that man. But since there's no man for me to be kicking and, what do they call it? Phone boning with? I'm going to just make my TikTok videos, hop on X for some conversation. Not even Teddy. No, girl, I told y'all, Teddy is like, that was a one-time birthday thing. It's never going to happen again. I'm a little sad about it, but I just think God, you meet people for a reason, and that's just what it was. I was just supposed to meet him for that day. I'm going to always remember his little pretty eyes, though. No, I didn't buy the cookie cake, Ash, and you weren't on live yesterday. I didn't buy that cookie cake. I was going to buy him a cookie cake. I didn't buy because I got here late Friday. I got to Georgia late Friday. Saturday was it was our birthday, so I was moving around. I'm sure he was moving around. Like, I didn't have time to go buy the cookie cake. But whomever bought that cookie cake, I know you saw that from my live, and I think that was messy. Y'all know we were going to get him a cookie cake. He accepted that cookie cake from somebody else. Like, I really am bothered by that. But, somebody's been watching the lives, and I'm not mad at the person who did it, because if you see that it's something that makes him laugh and whatnot, and you was like, you know what, I'm going to give him a cookie cake, I applaud you. But I'm just going to say this. It was boring. Ours was going to be funny. We actually had something funny to put on the cookie cake. Happy birthday, Big Duke. It's very like, it's not creative at all. Happy birthday, Big Dude. It wasn't creative at all, but we're going to let you have it. It seems like he liked it. You did know to make the cake blue and white. That was cute, but you took that cookie cake from me and my homegirls, and he ain't loyal for posting that cake. We're going to deal with him. We're going to deal with him at some point because he shouldn't have posted that cookie cake. Like, that wasn't, that's showing no type of loyalty. Why would he do that? But anyway, I'm going to let him have it. It was his birthday, and clearly somebody knows that he loves the millionaire, so they had to come over here and take our idea. I really want to know who it was, but I'm going to ask them. I'm going to say, who be on my channel? Now, if it was Mama Cat, we're going to let Mama Cat have it. We're going to let Mama Cat have it. But, Aaron, or maybe it was IG. No, I saw the cookie cake on his Instagram post. That's the only place I saw it. His birthday post. That's where I saw it. But Key, I couldn't believe that he was messy enough to post the cookie cake. Like, I thought that was kind of messy. Like, I told him we were gonna buy him a cookie cake, and then he pop up with a cookie cake. I said, "Oh, okay. This is what we doing." No, India, I promise. I did not buy. I'm like, I told you I was going to buy him a cookie cake, right? Remember, I told you guys that, and we kind of went over what it was going to say. So I really wanted to do that because it was going to be from myself and the millionaires, right? But I didn't like. I just didn't have time. But somebody else had time on their hands, and they got him the cookie cake. So that could have put something else on it, but. You know, I digress. But now, I mean, I guess it saved us some money. You know, maybe that we didn't have to do anything. We didn't have to do anything. Ash said, "What Mel won't do, I will." Whoever just messaged me and said, "I want a shirt," if you message me on IG, I do have some sizes left. I may have like 3 smalls, maybe 4 to 5 mediums. I know I'll count them, but I know I have some larges and extra larges as well. So I know I do have that. Alice, I still don't know why he called me by my first name. He was being messy for sure. I still don't know why he said Melanie. But yes, if you didn't get some, I ordered extra because I only did the pre-order. I did the pre-order for like 6 weeks, I think. But I wasn't posting it consistently, so I'm going to take the blame for that. I will post it when I was thinking about it and then place the order. But I did order extra for that very reason. So if you do want one, just message me on Instagram. They are $25. And y'all, I let me tell you, I did price them right because paying for shipping, everything, I priced them at a really great price. I don't know how people was charging $40 for shirts. I said, no. But anyway, listen, Key, I thought it was funny when I saw that cookie cake. I said, well, I be goddamn. I said, that man had a damn cookie cake. But I got something else we can give him, though. I do have something else that we could give him because we said we were going to get him something. So I have another, I know 2 restaurants that he likes. So we're going to just get him a gift card. So I'm going to figure out how to send him a gift card, and we'll send him a gift card from us. 75 for shipping. 75 for shipping is insane. No. Jenny said at least your shipping ain't $75. Like, no, she said shipping ain't more than the shirt. Leave Miles alone. Y'all, what Miles say about that shipping? I can't even remember what he said about that shipping, but he didn't give me no discount. I really do feel like creating these shirts because I did create the design. I'm super excited to kind of start ordering shirts because I want like better quality shirts, like the way the hoodies are made. It really got me excited on more things that I can do in the future. So thank you guys for supporting my very first merch. My very first piece of merch. I appreciate it. It's more to come, especially I'm gonna say about May, June. There are gonna be more things to come. And I got some super dope, not just Trial-Rewatch, but I have another channel up and I got some really great things. But I need to get it together first. His hat was cheaper than the shipping. I don't know. He like Key, that's one of his places. I asked him, I was like, what places do you like? Benny Hunter in Houston. So I'm gonna get him a gift card, one of those places from us. I'm gonna get him one of those from us. Does he like any bars? I don't know if he like any bars. That was really messy. A bald headed big booty girl in a cookie cake. Yeah, so yes, I can send it to him via his email. Exactly. Oh damn, Ash said we ain't gonna get him nothing now. I can send it to him through his email. So I think that'll be nice, just a little gift card or something. He said it's usually $100, but since we messing with him, it's gonna be $50 for the hat and then $25 for shipping. So $75. I was done right there. I said, wait a minute. But like I told y'all, I did get mine today I ordered LJ one, so I did get it today. Just a regular black hoodie. It's got a design on the sleeves. And guess what Melanie's gonna do? I'm gonna go ship this to my baby myself. Just picked it up and I'll ship it to him. Can you please get off the line? Lauren, you can message him. I think the most effective way is to message him on Instagram. He's been responding to people. So just message him on Instagram, and I'm sure he'll tell you what all he has and how much it costs. But I think this hoodie was I think it was $125, honestly. And I'm gonna tell you now, I'm normally not Melanie does not buy anything like that, but it's my son, and most things that he purchases is about that price. Plus, I really wanted to support Miles because I know he has stuff going on, so I'm not tripping about it. Or X. He might respond. Oh, they saying he respond on X too. Yes, it was $125, girl. It was. Key, I'm gonna ask him. Maybe that's too much. That's too much in his business. I just kind of would like to know who been creeping on the lives and got him a cookie cake. Like, we were gonna get him a cookie cake, but I guess we just gotta let it go because I was moving around, and if that person didn't get the cookie cake, he wouldn't have probably had a birthday cake. Y'all don't think that's too much? I think that's too much to be all in that man's business. Like, how do you even message him? DM like, hey, I hope you had a good day. Who bought you that damn cookie cake? She said, I'll ask my man to buy it. Lauren, I know that's right. I have to ask him. Ash, I don't know how to get him over here. I'm gonna have to message him and tell him he's gonna have to go live with me one day. Y'all want us to tell him that? Y'all want me to go DM him and say, hey, how's your day? Who bought you that damn cookie cake? Y'all want me to DM him and ask him just like that? Wait a minute. Hold on, let me make sure I'm not crazy. Hold up. Just say cookie cake with a question mark. I'm finna DM him right now. Say cookie cake with a question mark. Hold up, y'all. Hold up. Key, that's what you want me to say? Gang want to know who bought that cookie cake? Gang want to know who bought that damn cookie cake. Okay. Hold on, let's see if we get an answer. His Instagram is Lil Duke 60. We need to hear ourselves. What y'all mean? Like, tell him come on live? Okay, I said it was you. Yeah, Key, I said it was you. I typed what you said, say, and then I put Key. Hey, no, I don't talk like that to my gang. Wait a minute. Hold up. It's early. What if that meant? Oh, Lord, hold up. Hold up. Okay. She said I would have been more effective. We're going to give it some time. I'm going to see if he responds. Y'all should have said this hours ago. That way I could have we could have had some time to been watching the show. I mean the trial. You said you got some questions about his birthday weekend. What about his birthday weekend? Y'all try to know. Y'all want to know where Trent was at for his birthday? Hold up. Wait a minute, Mel. Did the lady message you yesterday at the end of the live? No, Alice. Alice, if I'm being completely honest with you, when I started the live, I really did want to just take a shot with y'all, right? So I took the shot and I had like a mimosa and then I had another full glass of champagne. So when I saw that message, I'm like, oh, it's time for me to get off this live. I said, oh, it's time because I'm very sad. I was saddened to hear that because that was a lot. And Alice, I forgot all about it when I got off the live. I was very sad to hear that, but like I am not the channel that wants to hear or break some news where, it's still open investigation. Like, I'm not that person. Girl, you scared me. She scared me. I was like, girl, wait a minute. Alice, somebody said this is a natural stopping point. I said, I'm not wanting to elaborate more on this because it was a lot. But what she said was, y'all have to get this together, right? Because I don't want him to pop on my live and then all of this mixed in. She said that Woody's nemesis, okay, pew-pewed her nephew. And before she said it, she was like, oh, Mel, I got some tea for you. And I said on my live, is it court tea? Because I really don't want to, arch nemesis. Thank you, girl. I knew I had missed that word, arch nemesis. Yes. She was like, girl, I got some tea for you. And I said, is it court tea? Because I only want to hear court tea. I don't want to, I don't want to hear like stuff that's, you don't have evidence. I don't want to do that because I am not a gossip blog. I know I talk about stuff, but I like to talk about things that are public in the public eye, not just things I've heard. Like, I don't want to do that. And child, I was on the people. I was done. And then I didn't recognize her handle either. I may not remember every person, but I definitely know. It if you're on my lives often and you comment, I'm familiar with who I'm looking at, you know, who I'm talking to. I didn't recognize her handle. Key, like, you gotta read my room. Like when in the like when wide still in the middle of it. I remember this man messaged me and he was like, I'm finna go to the hood right now. You want me to call you when I get there? I said, no, sir. No, sir. I like to watch the trial and I like to hear the same things the jury is hearing, because I when you start trying to like listen to the outside noise, it can cloud how you listen to the evidence, which is what I really want to do with Karen Reed, because there is so much out there. I haven't watched any docs. I haven't watched any summaries. I might see the tweets, but I mean, I don't really understand them because I'm not watching the case. So I like watching cases like this. No, sir, you don't have to pull up at the hood and tell me anything. Hold on, y'all. I went to sleep before that. I can't be no witness. I know that's right. Hold on, y'all. Thank you, Jen. Thank you for the super chat, Jenny. But yeah, I was just like no, I think people, I mean, most of you guys that are here, because it's like 58 of us here, are people that are always watching me. By this point, y'all know, like, I don't want to see. I'm not into anything like that. I don't want to be no. I want to. I love watching the trials, and we interpret what we're seeing in the trials. If stuff happens, I might talk about it on my live. You know, like we have video or something that pops, but just like stuff like that, fresh, like no, because I don't want to be in the middle of people grieving, people being falsely accused of things. Like, I don't want to be that person. So, no. Aaron, I don't know. Listen, Key, I try to keep up as much as I can, but you know, I don't want to be in the mix like that. My BFF works at the Cobb County Jail. Oh, okay. She said, Alice said, I wasn't trying to spin y'all. Hold up, y'all. I wasn't trying to spin y'all. I promise I wasn't. Hold up. Hold on, let me see. And she's from New York. Okay. Some people don't really understand the time and the place. It's never a place in my life for that. I'm telling you, it's never a place for that, because, you know, believe it or not, people like, they will try to spin what you're saying. And what if it wasn't that person? And then now I've said, oh, this person was just in my life and they said this, that, and the third. It wasn't that person. Like, I don't ever want to be the person who puts out some information like that about a person. I haven't even read the Big U affidavit, and I had a video where I was kind of talking about some of the things that I was hearing, and people were in the comments correcting something or something like that. And I said, you know what? This is why I like to read for myself and not go based on like stuff that I'm seeing or kind of saying, oh, like, I think this is I just took it down. It's not worth it for me. I would much rather be the person who's actually heard it. I've seen it, I've read it, I've digested it, and then now this is my opinion on it, than to just put it out there. I just can't do that. That was a lie. I was really saddened to hear that, because true or not, I don't know if that is true or not. I don't even know who that person was. I mean, anytime you hear that someone's lost a life, it's sad. But Girl, don't put me in there. I don't even, Aaron, what cause, girl? I don't know if I remember that. Was this recent? Was this recent with Abate? Y'all know who I would love to see in court? Is what was her name, y'all? Lil Rod's other attorney. Her name, Lord, why is her name escaping me right now? What was the other attorney's name? She was really good. I think her name's Abasi. I know she's somewhere cutting up in the courtroom. Yeah, Key. Like you just Abasi. Yes, it's Abasi. It's Abasi. I know she's somewhere tearing down the courtroom. Did y'all remember when? Did she have on some blue pumps one day? Or am I going crazy? I feel like Abasi came to court with a black suit and some blue pumps on, like electric blue. Do y'all remember that? I'm not imagining that. I think she came to court with a black suit and some electric blue pumps on. Oh, okay, Aaron, I got what you're saying. Okay, I got what you're saying, Aaron. I remember that day. I know I'm not crazy. I was looking at those shoes. My mom is a Zeta, and that's why that blue stuck out to me. Every time I see that color, I think of my mom. So that's why it stuck out to me. Baby, she was eating them up. Do you hear me? Eating them up. Hold on, y'all. Hold up. Okay, he didn't message me back. So I'm finna get offline because I'm about to go eat. It's 9:00 and I've been on here 10 hours and 45 minutes. So if he does message me back, I'll tell y'all tomorrow. We'll talk about it tomorrow. But I love you guys. I hope y'all enjoy the rest of your night. And I hope y'all enjoy the rest of y'all nights. Go eat. And I'll see y'all in the morning. Bye-bye.